Marvel, reincarnated as Killian. I am the master of technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 TS1 Tyrant Strengthening Potion. Then let the Black Watch soldiers who have arrived at the scene copy it. Aren't they all here? This can solve the problem. After hearing what Baymax said, Killian also said it immediately, but he suddenly remembered something after he finished speaking, and immediately reminded, "Oh, by the way, pay attention to go one by one. Those who go must collect their weapons, must carry protective clothing, and be careful of the existence of creatures suspected of parasites inside." After all, Killian suddenly remembered that there was something similar to a parasite. If any carbon-based creature entered, it would be controlled and automatically become the guard of this underground awakening city. Except for the selected awakeners, everyone else who entered would be attacked and killed. He didn't want his elite team to have any unnecessary losses. Received. Baymax replied to Killian's words immediately, and then conveyed the order to Adam, who flew to the scene by robot. Adam did not disappoint Killian. After hearing the order, he took out the protective suit from the combat backpack he carried with him and put it on his subordinates. Then he took a pen and paper and began to spend a little bit on the structural details of the scene. It has to be said that Killian's investment in cloning is very large, and all the knowledge that is needed and not needed is instilled into their minds. Facts have proved that the amount of information that humans can store is extremely large, and even if more is stored, it is far from the upper limit of the brain's tolerance. The capacity used by a normal human in his lifetime only accounts for less than 5% of the brain's capacity, so Killian stuffed some of the unnecessary things into it. It has to be said that it still has a very significant effect at the critical moment. Under the influence of the genius painter's memory, the clones in the team perfectly restored the scene of the scene in an almost 100% way. After one piece of draft paper after another was covered, it didn't take long for the full mountain of drawing paper to be drawn by the clones. During this period, the robot had to fly back and forth to resupply once, otherwise the original pack of white paper would not be enough. In the end, the robot moved a whole box over, which was just enough. After such a toss, even Whitehall, who was knocked unconscious in the intelligent fighter, woke up. "You, who are you?" After waking up, Whitehall looked at everything unfamiliar around him, and then remembered his memory before he was knocked unconscious, and then asked Killian, who was standing not far from him and looking at the 3D projection map. Although he instinctively felt that his current situation was not right, he was a senior leader of Hydra who had lived for more than 100 years, so he quickly reacted, and began to observe the surroundings vaguely while looking for opportunities. Daniel Whitehall, one of the leaders of Hydra, a cutting-edge scientist with cutting-edge knowledge, an obelisk researcher, and a man who is extremely obsessed with the research of ability enhancers. After hearing that Whitehall behind him had woken up, Killian naturally controlled the driver's chair to turn around and said to the man in a suit lying on the ground in front of him. It has to be said that although there are many crazy people in Hydra, most of them are top talents. Unfortunately, the other party has other uses for Killian, otherwise he would like to recruit this guy to his own team. "You are CEO of Avangard Technologies, Aldridge Killian." After looking at the other party for a long time, Whitehall finally remembered the man in front of him who looked very familiar, and then he said in shock, "Bingo, congratulations on your correct answer, but unfortunately there is no prize quiz in this session." After hearing the other party call out his name, Killian smiled and said, "After all, the other party is one of the global division leaders of Hydra, and he would not be surprised even if he said all of Killian's details in one breath." "What do you mean? I don't remember any conflict between us. And I'm from SYNOPSIS. Do you know what your current move means? This is trying to provoke a war, the anger of an organization you can't afford to provoke." After looking at the other party's leisurely look, Whitehall couldn't help but frown, and then he continued to speak. Although he knew that it was futile to say these things now, he still wanted to find an opportunity, or at least know how he died before that. "Someone from SYLD. Puff. Ha. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I usually laugh a lot, but ha ha ha. Your joke is too funny. I think, if that boiled egg knew that his eagle's nest had become a snake's nest, and the other party was showing off under his banner, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would have a heart attack and die." After looking at the expression of Whitehall in front of him, who was trying to give him a hint with burning words, Killian couldn't help laughing in his heart and said with a big laugh. It has to be said that Marvel still has comedy plots in this regard. As an ultimate ace intelligence organization known all over the world as a spy organization, it was actually parasitized by the Hydra that it had tried its best to defeat before, and it has been assimilated by more than half to this day. It can be said that this is also a great joke. Boiled egg. What do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Hydra, and what you said has nothing to do with me. I'm the head of SHIELD Santa 1 base and a level 6 agent of SHIELD. I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. Whitehall understood the first sentence of Killian's words, but the following sentences, especially the one about boiled egg, made him fall into brief confusion. However, after a simple reasoning, he came to his senses and realized that the other party was talking about Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD. However, after realizing this, Whitehall felt even colder in his heart, but even so he still pretended to be stupid. Well, if you still insist, that's fine. It's up to you. After all, it doesn't make any difference to me whether you are from SHIELD or Hydra. All I want is you. Looking at Whitehall, who was still pretending to be stupid, Killian lost the intention to tease him, especially after seeing that Atom, who is located below the villa, had been brought back by a group of robots. Then, with a single move of his hand, the combat-type intelligent robot behind him directly pinched the other's head with a big steel hand, and then threw it into the cage not far away. Go back. After seeing that the scene had been handled, Killian also gave a faint order. Then Killian's king-level intelligent fighter turned into an arc and disappeared on the spot, and the soldiers of the Phantom Squad who stayed behind also cleaned the villa inside and out. After making sure that there would be no traces left, they also got on the invisible transport helicopter and returned to the base. Boss Luo's king-class intelligent fighter next door. Boss. On the other side, after returning to the Miami Island Biological Research Base, Samuel also came over at this moment. After seeing that the soldiers behind him had captured another person to his research institute, he spoke to Killian respectfully. After all, he knew his boss's character. If there was nothing special, he would not come over, and once he came over, 99% of the time it was a surprise. As for bad news, at least he hadn't encountered it so far. Well, the man behind you, I brought you the best research equipment. The organs in his body were transplanted from a superpower. The superpower has super recovery ability and can also absorb other people's vitality to restore himself. And he has lived for more than 10 years with this, and even once rejuvenated from the age of near death to his current age. Do you understand what I mean? After having someone take him to the biological research base on the 40th floor, Killian had someone throw Whitehall, who had been knocked unconscious in advance, onto the bed in the laboratory. After locking his limbs on the operating table with metal shackles, Killian spoke to Samuel, who followed him down. Boss, I am so lucky to have you. These aliens are simply purchased in batches. By the way, did you go to poke the superpower's nest? After hearing what his boss said, Samuel was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he came back to his senses and spoke to Killian with admiration. You have to know that it has been less than a year since he joined Vanguard Technology, and Killian has brought back an extraordinary ancient plant. Then there is a super female soldier who is suspected to be strengthened, whose body contains cellular abilities beyond ordinary people. Then there are two real superpowers, a female with superhuman abilities, and a male with the ability to control intelligent creatures. When he just understood all of this, there came an alien whose DNA can disguise itself as anything he has seen. Just after he concentrated on research for a period of time, his boss sent him another superpower who is suspected to be immortal. At this moment, even Samuel, who has been focusing on the field of science from beginning to end, couldn't help but feel that his boss had a protagonist halo similar to Captain America, or was he the son of an ancient god left in the world? Like the goddess of luck? Otherwise, it can't explain why there were not many suspected incidents in the world in the past few decades, let alone superpowers. But with the appearance of his boss, he had seen super-enhanced soldiers, man-made monsters, superpowers, telekinetics, and even aliens in just 1 year. At this moment, he couldn't even think of what kind of surprise his boss would bring him next time. Maybe a prehistoric giant crocodile? This is just a coincidence. I can only say that they are unlucky and just happened to be bumped into by me. How is your research progress on that alien? After hearing Samuel's words, Killian couldn't help but feel that his luck seemed to be a little better recently, but he still smiled and spoke. After all, if he remembered correctly, there were at least 7,000 pages of superpowers in the list of S.H.I.E.L.D., and each page had 100 superpowers. It can be said that even according to conservative estimates, there are more than 700,000 superpowers in the world. And with this calculation, Killian felt that his good luck was also normal. After all, even in the Blue Star, which did not have any superpower elements in the previous life, there are all kinds of miniature versions of Magneto that can absorb metal, can withstand extreme low temperatures, and have stayed in ice for 1 hour, 13 minutes and 48 seconds. There are also superpowers who are not harmed by the electric current because they were struck by lightning twice, and can even withstand 220 V voltage without any injury. There are also superpowers who can eat anything and digest anything, including metal, glass, and even toxic materials, etc. So moving this probability to this Marvel universe is normal. The only difference is that in this world, many people are particularly good at hiding themselves. In addition to many superpowers other than the Inhumans, there are also local superpowers with pure human blood and relying on their own awakening. So under the large base of the total human population, it is normal for a small number of people to have genetic changes. Boss, we are making progress, but we found that there is a whole set of extremely complex genetic genes in the DNA of this creature that is different from humans. It will take some time to crack this. But don't worry, boss, I have already made some progress. I believe that you will see a truly new clone team soon. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel also answered. Yes, by the way, boss, this is the T1 potion I developed based on the T2 experimental subject Tyrant. It can comprehensively enhance the user's brain openness. According to current experiments, there is a certain probability that the injector can gain mental power. And most importantly, it can be used in a superimposed manner. According to current experiments, the best effect is achieved if 3 injections are given. Then, before Killian could speak, Samuel handed the things he had prepared to Killian's hand, and then said respectfully, T1. Tyrant series of mental potions. Interesting. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian immediately took the light blue potion can in the low temperature freezer handed over by the other party, and then spoke. Have you injected it? After looking at it for a while, Killian closed it, and then looked at Samuel in front of him and asked. No, this is the first official TS strengthening potion we developed after many successful experiments. I want to dedicate it to you, boss. Feeling Killian's gaze, Samuel lowered his head at this time, and then said respectfully. After all, with more and more new people entering the company, he also found that the number of times the boss came to him was not as good as before, and it became less and less. This is not a good phenomenon. You must know that the bigger the company is, the more people there are, which means more competition. When it comes to rewarding merits or rewards in the future, won't the first reward of a superior be the subordinates closest to him? And now, he needs to use his current advantages to strengthen his position in the boss's heart before he is completely alienated by the boss because of his elevated status. At least he has to plant his own flag in the other party's heart. This is Samuel's goal for himself. After all, he had just seen another genius in the scientific research community join the company's headquarters some time ago. Although the other one has not yet appeared, the boss's personal invitation made Samuel feel threatened. After all, his boss's vision has never been wrong from the beginning to now, so Samuel also needs to prove his value eagerly. You did a good job, but there are too many here. I only need 3. I'll leave the rest to you. It's also a reward for your hard work during this period. Looking at the 6 light blue potion bottles placed inside, Killian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, and then said to Samuel in front of him with a look of relief. Thank you for the reward, boss. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel showed an extremely happy smile, and then said. Then he picked up the potion bottle in front of him, inserted the syringe, and directly stabbed it into his arm. After the injection, as the liquid slowly flowed in, the whole bottle of T's strengthening agent flowed into Samuel's body. Then after a while, with the blue veins on Samuel's temples bulging, the strengthening began. However, unlike the T-virus strengthening, the T strengthening is slightly milder. At least now in Killian's eyes, Samuel did not feel too much pain, but after the blue veins bulged, the whole person's pupils began to show a strange blue light. In the next few minutes, Samuel, who finally recovered, had a slightly pale face. The only difference is that now, He has a sharp light flashing in his eyes, which reveals his desire and exploration of the world. After the strengthening, Samuel at this moment found that he had a sharper thinking and perception ability, and could even control the speed of his thinking. Although he did not obtain the powerful telekinesis ability similar to the T2 experimental subject, for him, the strengthened wisdom and thinking are the most important. Then, without even waiting for Killian to say anything, Samuel took the initiative to inject the remaining 2 TS strengthening potions into his body. Ha ha ha, today I finally redeemed the illustration function. In the future, I will find the corresponding pictures for you all. Chapter 127 Telekinesis Awakening. After another wave of virus strengthening his brain, Samuel came back to his senses and felt that his eyes became brighter and sharper. The originally dull sense of boundary between him and the world, which seemed to be a thick fog, was also presented in front of him with an extremely clear attitude after this strengthening. At this moment, he even felt that he had a brain to explore the truth and decipher the world. Boss, I feel that the problems that were originally bothering me are now just like simple middle school equations. Now I even have full confidence to decipher the DNA of the alien in the shortest time. At this moment, after coming back to his senses, Samuel looked at the boss in front of him with his extremely bright blue eyes, and then spoke excitedly. At this moment, he only felt the greatness of life and the magic of nature. Under the change of genes, even a demonic extraordinary person like T2 experimental subject can be born. This is simply a gift from the Creator. Moreover, according to his estimation, one dose of T's enhancement potion can unlock 5% to 10% of the host's brain area, and he has unlocked almost 20% of the area just now. At this moment, his own view of things, as well as some things that were originally limited to the speed of brain thinking and could not be understood, have all been figured out at this moment. Even at this moment, he also understood more about how magical and lucky the birth of the T2 experiment was, because as long as its mental ability was studied according to the width of its brain area, Samuel even had the confidence to develop a better evolution of the T0 series of potions. As long as he was given a certain amount of time, these would not even be a problem. At this moment, he had full confidence. Really? It seems that what you have researched is really amazing. Looking at Samuel, who seemed to be reborn before and after the injection, Killian couldn't help but feel surprised, and then he praised from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, Samuel was able to develop the function of the potion to this extent, which was no less than the transformation of Alice by the Umbrella Corporation in the world of Resident Evil. Moreover, Samuel's T's potion can be used by all creatures, which completely eliminates the situation in Resident Evil where the T virus is used to strengthen Alice exclusively. Thank you for your praise, boss. I have several strengthening potions made from the body serum of T1 and T3 subjects under development. I believe it will be effective soon. After hearing the boss's words, Samuel nodded and said excitedly, "Okay, just do your best. The company will not forget your efforts." After patting Samuel on the shoulder, Killian also made a promise. Then he walked out. After returning to his company, Killian began to put it in the data analysis warehouse, quietly waiting for Dabe's test data. "Sir, according to the analysis of the ingredients, the serum contains the T virus, and the special serum from the T2 experimental subject. Its ingredients will not harm the human body, and according to the data simulation, after entering the body, the drug will slightly enhance the functions of the human body, and after entering the brain, it will greatly develop the biological brain area. Based on the data comparison, it is recommended that Sir inject it together with the T0 antivirus serum, which will further strengthen the body in all aspects." After a long wait, Dabai finally finished the data analysis and immediately told the results of the analysis. At this time, Killian was completely relieved. After all, although Samuel had the control of the brain control chip and took the drug and injected it into the body in front of Killian, for Killian, if he was not 100% sure about the injection of such a thing into the body, he would not easily inject it. And Samuel also knew Killian's character, so he put 61 strengthening drugs in the low-temperature freezer, just to dispel Killian's concerns in person. It was precisely because of his actions that Killian felt relieved. After Dabe's thorough analysis, Killian immediately picked up the brand new syringe in front of him without hesitation, inserted the medicine bottle containing the T1 enhancer, and injected it directly into his right arm. After injecting the medicine in his right arm, Killian immediately took the T0 antiviral serum, put it into the syringe, and injected it directly into his left arm. He gave himself 2 injections at the same time. If this situation was seen by outsiders, it is estimated that the next day, the external media would start to publish headlines such as "The president of Pioneer Technology became addicted to drugs and became a drug addict." After shaking his head and throwing all these messy things out of his mind with the last bit of consciousness, before Killian could react, he felt a sharp pain rushing out of his body. In an instant, the pain swept through Killian's body. At this moment, Killian even felt the pain of cramps and skin peeling. If someone entered Killian's body from a microscopic perspective at this time, they would find that with the intersection of the T's enhancement agent and the T virus, the 2 viruses of the same root but different origins began to collide violently for the first time. The 2 were both in a state of mutual confrontation and mutual fusion, and then in this case, the cells in Killian's body began to rotate at the same time. In the end, the cells in Killian's entire body were like a washing machine, each starting to rotate on its own. It was just because of this that Killian felt the extremely painful tearing of his body, and as time went on, this feeling gradually spread from his arms to his body and then to his brain. "Sir, hold on. The longer you hold on while you are awake, the greater the strengthening of your cells will be." When he saw that Killian might not be able to hold on and fainted, Dabe's voice also rang in Killian's mind. Marifak. After hearing Baymax's voice, Killian, who had wanted to faint with the last wave of heart-wrenching pain, had to curse with all his strength and continue to fight the endless pain. Continue injecting. At this moment, Killian no longer had the extra strength to inject the remaining 2 bottles of medicine, and then used up his last strength to speak. After hearing Killian's words, under Baymax's control, 2 medical robots also walked out from inside with the wall opened. After loading the medicine bottles with syringes, they injected them into Killian's arms neatly. During the process of injecting the 2 medicines, Killian felt extremely painful and unbearable, but even so, his eyes still burned with firm determination and perseverance. For Killian, although his style of doing things has always driven him to be cautious, when he encounters real difficulties, he is the kind of person who refuses to admit defeat. As time went by, Killian's weak body became more and more energetic, and even in the end, his eyes were as blue as the sea. After an unknown amount of time, the 2 strengthening agents in his body finally strengthened the host, and Killian became completely quiet. However, at this time, after Killian recovered for a while and stood up again, looking at the mirror that Dabe had handed over in time, Killian saw a physique with tight muscles all over the body, like a perfect sculpture, appearing in front of him. At this moment, looking at himself in the mirror, Killian only felt that he saw a more confident, more powerful, and more stylish man, who appeared in this world like a new life. And not only that. At this moment, as his thoughts slowly focused, Killian gradually felt a different feeling. It was as if there was an extension of himself out of thin air. At this time, after Killian looked at the table not far away, the next moment, the water cup that was originally quietly placed on the table began to float slowly. Then Killian spread out his right hand, and the water cup came into Killian's palm as if it had consciousness. "Congratulations, sir. You have awakened your spiritual power." At this moment, Dabe, who saw this scene through the camera, also spoke. "Ho ha ho ha. The icing on the cake, the icing on the cake." After hearing Dabe's words, Killian tried to suppress the corners of his mouth, but he found that at this moment, the corners of his mouth were even harder to suppress than the AK firing bursts. However, seeing that there was no one around, he simply stopped pretending and laughed out loud. Although he positioned himself as a scientist behind the scenes, he only needed to do things in secret, and all the troubles were done and handled by his own hands. That was enough. But if there is such an opportunity that allows you to have powerful superpowers, which person hiding behind the scenes can refuse it? After all, people who are used to hiding behind the scenes have a common characteristic, that is, no one will dislike having too many cards. They will try their best to strengthen their own means and increase their trump cards as much as possible. And now, looking at the cup lying quietly in his palm, Killian couldn't help but start to look forward to the future. Killian only felt that his vision seemed to have been strengthened by several levels. Everything in front of him was much clearer. Just a casual glance, he saw the tiny and almost invisible things on the bookshelf not far away. And as Killian looked outside, Killian began to realize that the 2 strengthening potions just now seemed to have strengthened him more than that. The most amazing thing was that he could now see the faces of people walking in and out of the company downstairs. It was like watching face to face. and he found that he could control the free zoom and then zoom in and out. Is it like the focus of a mobile phone? At this moment, Killian could only describe his eyes as having been transformed. And now he only felt that his mind was transparent, and his whole brain felt extremely empty. Many algorithms and engineering formulas that he felt took a long time to calculate in scientific research before, now just a little thought, and he subconsciously came up with his answers. It was like there was a supercomputer in his brain. The moment his eyes saw the content, he had retrieved it. Killian didn't even think about it. Then, he slowly walked towards the innermost gym. Looking at the sandbag in front of him, Killian suddenly threw a punch. There was a sound of wind, and the punch appeared half a meter in front of him like lightning, and then the sandbag was blown up with a bang. The whole training room was full of the fillings flowing out of the sandbags. But for Killian, it was not over yet. Killian lifted a barbell weighing several hundred kilograms again, and he could still lift it easily without any effort, and even perform acrobatics with one hand. Sir, according to data monitoring, your speed and strength have increased by dozens of times compared to before. The current punching force has reached 1,072 pounds of strength, which is level 4, and the short distance sprint speed has reached level 3. According to preliminary investigation, the IQ is already infinitely close to level 6. At this time, with Killian's continuous training, Baymax also collected enough data through the on-site camera, and then reported to Killian. Is it so strong? It has increased so much? After hearing Baymax's report, Killian couldn't help but feel happy, and then murmured. Before, he had always been an observer to observe the comprehensive combat capabilities of those experimental subjects. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to become a part of the comprehensive combat capability test. Baymax, opened the 3D virtual combat room. At this time, Killian also came to his senses and spoke to Baymax. Received. 3D virtual war room, generating. After Dabe finished speaking, the instruments in the entire training room began to be transported away by the mechanical arms that suddenly appeared. In a short while, the training room that was originally full of training equipment was empty, and then the room began to be filled with 3D virtual projection particles. In the blink of an eye, the original training room turned into a futuristic war room with a sci-fi color. At this moment, not far from Killian, there were several teams of T-800 robots, aiming at him with machine guns. Then as the test began, Killian saw the T-800 on the opposite side start to aim at him with a gun, and then he immediately jumped to the side. With his physical fitness strengthened, he could clearly feel that everything in the world had slowed down in his eyes. After Killian made a few neat jumps, he picked up a rifle left on the battlefield, and then automatically aimed as if he had opened an automatic lock. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. For a moment, any robot that appeared in front of Killian was directly destroyed by Killian's 2 shots in the eyes and 1 in the head. Bang! Just as Killian was fighting, a robot in the dark immediately pointed its gun at Killian and fired. At this time, after hearing the gunshot, Killian subconsciously looked in the direction of the gunshot. At this moment, in Killian's eyes, a T-800 was holding a sniper rifle and shooting at him, and the bullet was slowly sliding out of the barrel and began to fly towards him at a very slow speed. At this time, Killian immediately began to mobilize the cells in his body and began to adjust his body. Then, when the bullet was still several meters away from him, he dodged it in advance as if he had foreseen it. Then, Killian counterattacked with another shot and destroyed it directly. But after the counterattack just now, Killian felt that his brain was overloaded and began to burn. Sir, we detected that your brain has violent fluctuations. Do you need to stop this virtual battle? At this time, Dabe also saw Killian's abnormality at the first time, and then took the initiative to pause everything, and then asked. No, continue. On the battlefield, others will not care whether you have any problems. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian endured the discomfort in his brain and said. Then he began to adjust to his state, and continued to fight in the virtual world that closed the pause. But this time, Killian did not have the same situation just now. After a long battle, Killian ended this 3D virtual combat test with sweat all over his body. Huh? It's so cool. At this moment, Killian felt that he was extremely relaxed. His body, which had been suppressed for a long time, was also released at this moment, and an unprecedented pleasure swept his brain. Sir, congratulations, your combat effectiveness rating has reached B+. If you continue, you can even reach A+. And according to the previous serum injections, Your physical fitness will continue to increase to 2 to 5 times the current level for a long time to come. If you add high-intensity training, according to calculations, the improvement rate will be even higher. At this time, after seeing Killian finished his work, Baymax also controlled the life robot to hand him a warm towel, and then reported Killian's physical data on the side. Yes, in the actual combat test just now, I have a feeling more than once, that is, with each full strength shot, the strength of the body is constantly increasing. I can clearly feel that the next time, the strength will increase greatly. Although this increase is not large, it can make me feel so obvious in a very short time. You can imagine how powerful my brain control has been developed. I think if I continue, I guess the next step will be Einstein. After hearing what Baymax said, Killian also looked at his limbs and smiled. I just don't know what ability I used at that critical moment. But after saying this, Killian suddenly remembered the situation when he dodged the bullet at the beginning, and then he couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 128 Sky. After all, in that state, even the sniper bullets that had been shot out of the barrel at an extremely fast speed, in Killian's eyes, were shot out slowly like a turtle. If he could understand this state, the potential of its essence would definitely not be too low. Then, Killian began to look back carefully, trying to find the feeling at the beginning. However, this time, no matter how much Killian looked back, he could not return to the previous state. Sir, it is recommended to do a scene backtracking, which may provide you with inspiration. At this time, the voice of Dabe also sounded. Start backtracking. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian also nodded immediately. After all, no matter how much he thought, it was not as intuitive as watching the scene when it happened. One of the few pictures that fit the scene he wanted to describe, then, Killian saw that the virtual projection particles began to flash again in front of him, and everything that had just happened began to reappear in front of Killian. This time, Killian began to operate in the air. After controlling his right hand to turn slightly to the left, the 3D model virtual projection scene began to rewind in reverse. In this way, Killian retraced to the moment when the robot just fired the bullet, and Killian himself happened to turn around and see this scene. The only difference was that this time, Baymax marked all the data of Killian's entire body at that time through virtual projection. Especially before and after Killian's eyes moved to the brain in the image in front of him, the changes in the brain's reaction were more intuitively shown. Sir, through data analysis, you should have entered the brain's overclocking mode. This mode can appear actively or passively. The main reaction is that when the host enters a state of tension, stimulation, excitement or fear, the brain will passively produce neural discharge stimulation, forcing the brain to be forced to turn on the overclocking mode to ensure the host's safety. And this is completely consistent with the phenomenon that your brain has strong fluctuations and causes headaches later. According to my data, your brain activity at that time has reached 300% of the normal period. The image information collected by the visual system is completely consistent with the storage information, and it has also reached the peak value, so you will experience that everything around you slows down. After a short data analysis, Dabe analyzed all of Killian's physical data during this period, and then spoke. Overclocking mode? That's much simpler. Interesting. After listening to Dabe's words, Killian immediately reacted to the name of his state, and then spoke. Then Killian began to stimulate his brain to replay the scene of the first danger. After a while, with Killian opening his eyes again, he felt that the passage of time in the whole world began to slow down. The electronic wall clock on the wall, which was originally ticking in milliseconds, also began to tick at an extremely slow speed. Killian even felt that 3 seconds had passed in his conscious world, while the electronic wall clock in front of him had just skipped 3 times in milliseconds. However, in this short period of time, Killian began to feel a dull pain in his brain, and then he began to decisively release the brain overclocking. When Killian once again returned to the normal flow of time in the real world, he immediately felt that everything was normal. The feeling of being far ahead in the slow world was gone in an instant. It's amazing. After sitting on the ground and closing his eyes to rest for a while, Killian opened his eyes again and felt his body, and couldn't help but say excitedly. At this point, he has inherited all the skills of Alice, the heroine of Resident Evil. The only problem is whether his mental power can increase as much as Alice's. Sir, congratulations. You have gained another powerful life-saving skill. After seeing this scene through the video, Baymax immediately congratulated. Ho ha ho ha. This is all thanks to Samuel. I didn't expect that his research in the field of biology is even more powerful than I thought. I am looking forward to the surprises he can bring me in the future. At this moment, Killian, who has already understood his current abilities, can't help but come to the window and look at the moonlight that has risen outside through the glass. At this moment, Killian raised his right hand, then clenched it in the air, and then said with a smile. The next day, early in the morning, Killian, who had just woken up, received another good news. Boss, we have found the person you asked us to find. Just as Killian was enjoying the food made by the life robot butler, someone knocked on the door of the villa, and then Dabe passed in the report from his subordinates outside. Really? Let them wait. After wiping the corner of his mouth elegantly, Killian put the handkerchief aside and walked out. As Killian opened the door, two members of the Black Watch team, one on the left and one on the right, were guarding a little girl wearing tattered clothes and a disheveled look, and appeared in front of Killian. However, unlike other little girls, Killian could clearly see that in the slightly frightened expression of the other party, there was a wisdom that was different from her age, and her smart eyes were also looking around from time to time. For details of Sky's current appearance, please refer to the first on the left and the third on the right. Hi, beautiful lady, I'm very sorry to invite you here. Can you tell me if my reckless subordinates have caused you any trouble? At this time, looking at the cute little girl in front of him, Killian couldn't help but bend down, and then asked in a kind and gentle voice. No, they are very good, and they helped me beat away the bad guys who bullied me. Brother, you are their boss, right? After hearing Killian's soft words, looking at the other party's charitable appearance, Sky, who was originally still vigilant, couldn't help but let go of the grudge in his heart, and then asked with hope. Of course. What's wrong? Looking at Sky in front of him, Killian's heart also subconsciously rose a touch of softness, and then he continued gently. After all, Sky in front of him is also regarded as the protagonist of a unit drama superhero. Her life experience is also like many superheroes, and she has suffered a lot of torture. Her mother was killed twice, and her skin and bones were dug out. Her father went crazy and wanted revenge day and night, and finally became a medical freak. She herself had been in several foster families when she was a child. Although she is smart and has wisdom beyond ordinary people, it still cannot change the fact that she is still young. Because she is a girl and her skin is not the mainstream now, she will be bullied by her peers at school at any time. After all, these things are common in various schools here. Otherwise, there would not be some students who bring guns and ammunition to school to sell them in order to make huge profits. And Sky in front of him was obviously just bullied, and her adopted family retreated to the welfare home. But now Sky has added all kinds of negative buffs together. So when he saw her for the first time, Killian couldn't help but feel sorry for her experience. They told me that if I come with you, I can find my family, my real family. Is that true? At this time, looking at the big brother in front of him, Sky said with bright eyes, which were filled with a hope for a bright future that she had never had before. Of course. Do you think I'm a liar? Looking at Sky's words and eyes full of hope, Killian smiled and touched his head, then spoke. No, the president of Pioneer Technology, according to estimates by outsiders, earns tens of millions of dollars every minute. How could he lie to a little girl like me who no one wants? After hearing Killian's words, Sky bared her white teeth, her eyes like a crescent moon, and smiled at Killian. At this moment, for Sky, it can be said that it was the happiest thing besides the first hot meal she had eaten since she was sensible. You seem very smart. Killian was a little surprised to hear that the 12-year-old girl in front of him had revealed his identity directly, and then he began to rub Sky's head vigorously. It must be said that rubbing a child's head is just like touching a kitten, it is addictive. Goo-goo. Before Sky could accept Killian's praise with a smile, her stomach began to growl uncontrollably. Ho-ha-ho-ha. You haven't eaten yet, right? I still have breakfast. Dabe, prepare a portion of my breakfast for our little friend. After hearing Sky's voice alone, Killian also laughed, and then took Sky's slightly dirty little hand and walked towards the restaurant. After using warm running water to clean the stains on her hands, Killian immediately pulled up his towel and wiped Sky's face, which was as dirty as a little gray cat, carefully and gently. It is worth mentioning that Killian had a sister before he traveled through time, so although he traveled through time for a year, the ability to take care of people is still in his mind. I can do it myself. At this time, as a wooden man, Sky, who finally reacted after being wiped back and forth for a long time, couldn't help but blushed, looked away, and then said softly. However, the arrogance and reluctance in the words seemed to be written on his face. Here, as a child, you just need to enjoy the world of children at ease. There are not so many stubbornness and disguises to protect you. Squatting down and looking at Sky in front of him, who was obviously young but still wanted to use the appearance of an adult to cover up his fragile heart, Killian also gently touched the other's head and then spoke. Thank you. Woo. Woo. Sky, who felt the sudden kindness of a stranger for the first time, couldn't help but blush, and then spoke sincerely to the big brother in front of him. Okay, let's go eat. Don't cry, crying will make you look ugly. After gently wiping the last bit of stain on his face, Killian stood up, patted him gently and said. Then two people, one big and one small, came to the restaurant. A cup of warm milk, a golden fried dough stick and a few braised pork buns were neatly placed on the table. Try it, these are all my favorites, see if they suit your taste. After taking Sky to sit down, Killian sat on a stool beside him and said to Sky, who was still a little bit nervous. Thank you. After feeling Killian's encouragement, Sky thanked him and then grabbed the big meat bun in front of him and started to eat it voraciously, even in a hurry without using tableware. Looking at the other person's expression that was obviously hungry for a long time, Killian's heart was also not tasted. Although he is not so saintly as to attribute all the children who cannot afford to eat to his own problems, nor will he be like Stark, who attributes it to himself because his company's products are used in wars in other countries. But sometimes, seeing Seven being bullied before and Sky being unable to eat now makes people feel sad. However, Killian only helps a few people occasionally when he has time. The world is too big, and he can't protect himself now, so it's impossible for him to help others. Maybe when he establishes the Earth Federation Technology Company in the future, he will eliminate poverty in the world and make everyone worry-free about food and clothing. But now, he can only say that he still needs to work hard. And just like that, in just a few minutes, Sky, a thin girl, finished a full plate of food that was not suitable for her current age. But in the end, Killian found that the other party had left a bun, and was secretly trying to put it into his clothes bag behind his back. It was obvious from this look that she had been hungry for a long time before and wanted to reserve food for the next time she was hungry. Okay, don't take it. Believe me, after we help you find your family this time, they will never let you suffer again. You don't need to live a hard life like before. After taking away the bun from the little girl's hand, Killian comforted her and touched her face, which was obviously a little panicked because of her little action being discovered, and then spoke softly. But, brother, it can't be wasted. After hearing Killian's words, Sky looked at his belly, then looked at the bun that Killian took away, and couldn't help but said timidly. This is my breakfast, I haven't finished it before. Well, it's not a waste now. After hearing the little girl's words, Killian didn't dislike it at all and ate the bun in no time, and then looked at Sky in front of him and said. Forget it. Brother Killian, you are so nice. After seeing that the chairman, who is already a super big shot in the eyes of outsiders, did not dislike him at all, and even ate the food he had caught, Sky immediately had a good impression of the big brother in front of him who he met for the first time, and then said with a smile. Ha, follow me, let's go, I'll take you to meet your family soon. But before that, we still need a little help. After touching Sky's head skillfully, Killian took the initiative to take Sky down and walked out to the backyard. Sky looked at the empty backyard with a puzzled look on her face, not understanding why brother Killian brought her here. Then, in her eyes, she found that a door suddenly appeared in front of her, and then as the door opened, it turned out to be a configuration like alien technology. What? Do you feel that your smart little brain is not enough? Looking at Sky's dumbfounded look next to him, Killian rubbed his little head and said jokingly. Then he took the initiative to walk inside. Brother Killian. Your invisible spaceship. Oh my god. I always thought that your company's intelligent robots comparable to the Terminator were shocking enough, but I didn't expect you to have invisible fighters. This is so cool. After watching Killian walk in and almost disappear in front of him, Sky came to his senses and immediately ran into the door of the plane with his little face flushed with excitement, and then followed Killian and spoke excitedly. Because Sky has liked technology since he was a child, he has always had a strong curiosity about these science fiction style things, not to mention that this is the first time he has seen such real things that should exist in science fiction movies. This is just the beginning. When you grow up, you will understand that these are just appetizers. What really shocks you is still behind. Hearing Sky's excited tone behind him, Killian also shook his head and said with a smile. To be honest, Killian naturally knew about Sky's later plot, which can be said to be extremely magical. First, he was inexplicably accused of destroying the Earth, and then he was in the Earth hundreds of years later, and then he went back to the past through time travel. I can only say that no matter what happens in the Marvel Universe, Killian will not feel strange. Friends, if the monthly votes reach 1,000, I will add 10 chapters! 5,000 words per chapter, woo woo woo. I look at other authors with the same achievements as me, and they have 200 monthly votes on the first day today. I am jealous! Everyone, please vote for me. The author has no habit of owing debts. As long as it is full, he will sell everything he has and fight for his life to pay everyone back! Oh, and rewards will also be added. It's still the old rules, 10,000 points per chapter, and 12 chapters for the leader. It is absolutely worth the money. Love you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Nuclear-Powered Launch Vehicle. But our teacher said that the current technologies of pioneer technology are at least 50 to 60 years ahead of the world's technological civilization. Even 100 years is not an exaggeration. If people outside knew that your company has this, I guess this number of years will have to increase. Oh my god. This is an advanced robot, a product that is not available outside. Oh my god. This is also a cutting-edge life robot that is not available outside. My god. This is a cannon! Plasma cannon? Or kinetic cannon? Oh my god. These are the pioneer-level technologies in folk legends. Products that only exist within the Pioneer Technology Group. As Sky walked along, she was like a shocked robot. She kept getting close to the new products that she had never seen because of excessive excitement. She said excitedly. At this moment, she completely understood why her teachers had admiring and envious eyes when they mentioned pioneer technology. This is simply the cradle of cutting-edge technology. If these technologies were revealed, she could hardly imagine the surprised expressions of her teachers after seeing these things. Okay, little guy, I understand that you may be a little shocked when you see these things for the first time, but we are about to take off, so you have to cooperate and be quiet. After listening to Sky's fussing and exclamations behind him, Killian finally came to the cockpit, looked at Sky behind him, and then began to admonish him. Yes, don't worry, brother, Sky will definitely be obedient. After hearing Killian's words, Sky also put away his excitement in an instant, and then nodded obediently with his little face flushed with excitement. After saying that, he decisively ran to the chair beside him and fastened his seatbelt himself. His obedient appearance made people want to pinch his cute face. Dabe, take off. Target, launch base. After retracting his gaze, Killian came to the front of the driver's seat, looked ahead, and spoke directly. Received. Target, launch base. Spaceship is starting. Start flying. Estimated arrival time. 1:35 seconds. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax's voice also rang out in the spaceship. Then, as the plane suddenly flew away, the countdown to the flight destination began to appear on the virtual display screen in the center of the spaceship. Wow! Artificial intelligence. Or human-machine intelligent interaction. This level of intelligence is too strong. And, this is also the coordinated stability maintenance technology. I can't feel the vibration of the plane caused by flying in here. At this time, after seeing Killian's operation just now, Sky could no longer pretend to be a good girl. Instead, she took the initiative to unbuckle her seat belt, then trotted to Killian, looked at Killian with star-like admiration and said. And when she said the latter, she jumped twice in the original position, and there was no feeling of riding a bus because of the external shaking and turning, and the people in the car also swayed. Brother Killian, don't you have any normal technology here? After saying that, Sky looked around again and then continued. To her, on this spaceship, no matter which one, even the installed screws, contain great technology. Have you learned so much in your current courses? At such a young age? I didn't expect you to know all these human-computer interaction and collaborative stability maintenance technology. After hearing these professional technical terms that Skye should know at her age, Killian immediately touched her little head and said in surprise. After all, if Skye really learned these by himself, then this little guy's technology level may really be no less than the little spider next door. I learned all this on the internet. When I was in the orphanage, there was a computer in the director's office. Her computer often had problems, but I could fix it, so I went to fix it. Gradually, the director's grandmother allowed me to go to her office often, and then I would learn a lot of high-tech knowledge on the internet. In this way, I can find my family earlier. After hearing Killian's words, Skye first explained with a smile, but when she talked about why she was learning at the end, her little head began to droop slowly. After all, her adoptive family has not been very good all the time, otherwise, she would not have been sent back or escaped back to the orphanage several times. So she wanted to find her real biological parents, just to ask them in person why they didn't want her, or just to meet them from a distance. All of these are possible for Skye. But she is too young now, and now the internet has just been opened, and no one has systematically classified the knowledge in it. There is no decent systematic learning and personal teaching, which means that she has to learn a lot of things on her own. So she would learn a lot of miscellaneous things, as long as she thought they were high-tech techniques. Although sometimes she invested a lot of time, she might find that they were useless in the end. But for Skye, it was nothing. At least she had ruled out a wrong answer on the way to finding her family. It's okay, everything will be fine. Believe me. Look at the sun in front of you. If you encounter bad things, turn your face to the sun, so that there will be no shadow covering you. Squatting behind Skye, Killian held her in front of him, and then turned her to face the direction of the spacecraft heading towards the sun. At this time, Killian also pointed to the sun in the sky. The two felt the warm sunshine shining on their bodies, and Killian said warmly at any time. Just like a sunflower, it will not bend because of the wind and rain. No matter when, as long as there is sunshine, it will always look towards the direction of the sun. We don't sing praises to suffering, nor do we avoid difficulties, but whenever we face these bad things, we should be in a good mood and try to welcome every moment of happiness, right? When Skye closed her eyes and felt the warm sunshine shining on her, Killian's warm and magnetic voice slowly rang from her ears. Well, brother Killian, don't worry, I will definitely be like a little sun, infecting others and passing on this love and happiness. After hearing Killian's words, Skye's little eyes were extremely firm, and then he spoke with an affirmative tone. Ha. I'm waiting. Okay, look. We have arrived at our destination. Killian also said with a smile after listening to Skye's words, but the next second, Killian took her to the edge of the window and pointed to the building complex that resembled a military base not far away. Wow. This is a rocket launch base. After seeing this scene, Skye's small face revealed incomparable surprise. After all, she had never seen a launch base like this except on TV. Of course. Let's go. While the two were talking, Dabe controlled the intelligent fighter to stop at the apron inside the base. Boss. Hello. Welcome to watch our launch this time. At this time, a group of on-site managers were waiting here early. After seeing Killian coming down, they immediately greeted him warmly. Ha, Murat Nicholas, your former colleagues are now independent outside and have given me a big surprise. Don't let me down here. After looking at the familiar veteran researcher Murat Nicholas in front of him, Killian said jokingly. Skye, who was behind Killian, shrank back, with her small eyes revealing only half of her head, looking at them. As for the little girl behind the boss, everyone was surprised but they did not talk to her. Boss, you are joking. With your support and the company's approval, we will definitely not let you and the company down. At this time, after hearing the boss's words, Murat Nicholas bowed his head slightly and said in a flattering manner. Then he took the initiative to lead the way and took Killian to the control room of the launch base. The researchers behind him were surprised to see that the legendary boss was so approachable. And after seeing that the person in charge of their project was so familiar with the boss, they couldn't help but feel happy for their future. After all, in a company, although ability is one aspect, standing in line with your leader is another. If the leadership ability is strong and the relationship with the boss is good, they will be able to get more project resources in the future. On the contrary, they will really become the kind of people who are exiled. And this is not something they can control. After all, Those who can come in have signed confidentiality contracts and labor contracts. No one can leave before the full term. So after seeing this scene, although the employees behind did not speak, they could not stop their excitement and their eye contact. Wow! Is this the boss of the company? He is too young and handsome. Yes. I only saw the boss once on TV before this, but I didn't expect that he is even younger in person than on TV. And he is too easy to talk to. I guess our bonus this year is settled. Even at the end, he deliberately lagged behind to discuss. Killian, who was in front, couldn't help laughing after hearing the young researchers behind him discussing himself, and then turned around to look at them. Oh my god. Oops, the boss is looking at us. Did he hear us talking? It's over, we're going to die. After meeting Killian's first glance, several lagging researchers immediately felt a chill on their backs, especially the person in charge who looked at them with eyes that seemed to want to eat them, which made them feel even more scared. Ho ha, Nicholas, the researchers here really have your style, young and energetic, very good. Keep it up, after all, research work itself is too boring. If everyone is as dull as Romanber, it's not good. Besides, as the person in charge of the base, your researchers listen to you and you have the opportunity to see their state, which is also an honor. Seeing that Nicholas on the side had opinions about several young researchers because of his turning back, Killian smiled and joked. After all, to be honest, he himself had done experimental research for a long time before, which was really boring. In a team like this, if no one livens up the atmosphere and makes the atmosphere more relaxed, it would be a torture. Ha, yes, boss. I can often get feedback from them, just like the valuable feedback from Romanber and others. After seeing that his boss did not care about the recklessness of his researchers and even praised them, Nicholas also put away his intimidating look just now, and then smiled and agreed. Well, let's continue. After nodding, Killian motioned for him to continue leading the way. Then, after Sky pulled Killian's clothes, the few people walked towards the launch command and control center not far away. The researchers who had fallen behind were relieved at this moment, and they relaxed. Then, before they could celebrate, they began to jog and catch up. Then, as they got closer, Killian came to the launch pad. Looking at the control room in front of him, which was composed of desert colors and had a strong military style, Killian nodded. In recent months, because the company has expanded hundreds of bases and laboratories at one time, Killian naturally couldn't look at them one by one. Even for many of them, he was only responsible for signing a word of funding approval, and he already understood them. So now after seeing his rocket launch base for the first time, Killian couldn't help but feel satisfied with the vision of his subordinates. However, for Killian, these are just appearances. He doesn't live here, so the decoration style here is actually not very relevant to him. After all, he won't stay here for a long time. Then after climbing to the top of the launch command and control center, as Killian pushed the door open, he saw a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing the rocket launch pad and rows of hundreds of computers. There are even several huge display screens at the innermost. However, at this time, these huge display screens were replaced by rows of data consisting of more symbols and numbers representing different meanings. The meaning was almost obvious, representing the normality of the rocket's current data parameters. What is the situation on the scene now? Nicholas, since you are the person in charge, please give me a brief introduction. After leading the team to sit in front of the main seat of the control center, Killian asked Nicholas beside him. Okay, boss, please look here. What's in front of you is our Pioneer 1 nuclear-powered carrier rocket. It is 111 meters long, with a first stage and second stage diameter of 11 meters, a third stage diameter of 7.5 meters, a takeoff mass of 4,122 tons, and a takeoff thrust of 5,200 tons. It has a carrying capacity of 150 tons for low Earth orbit, a carrying capacity of 50 tons for Earth-Moon transfer orbit, and a maximum carrying capacity of 44 tons for Mars transfer orbit. These are rocket parameters that far exceed those of several generations of any country currently. And according to our data simulation, the Pioneer 1 operating rocket can carry at least 30 satellites for launch at one time. And it adopts the development strategy of universalization, serialization, and combination. The corresponding structural states of the three configurations of this nuclear-powered rocket are the same, and it can be modularly combined, and can be bundled with liquid boosters or solid boosters. It can not only meet our company's satellite launch plan, but also meet the needs of future manned lunar landing projects. In addition, the planned alien planet sampling exploration and return missions and, with alien planet exploration missions can also be completed. And it can also play a big role in the construction of our space station in the future. After hearing Killian's words, Nicholas stood up and introduced a huge launch rocket in front of the observation room to Killian. Well, good, keep going. After listening to Nicholas's report, Killian nodded with satisfaction and motioned for him to continue. After all, for Killian, if something can be done in one go, then do it in one go, and strive for perfection. Everyone's time is precious, so don't waste each other's time. Then, based on our launch vehicle, we carry the company's latest super satellite, which has ultra-precision remote sensing technology, including cameras, TV cameras, multispectral scanners, imaging spectrometers, microwave radiometers, vital signs detectors, synthetic aperture radars, etc. These devices enable the satellite to capture visible light, near-infrared, near-ultraviolet, infrared and ultraviolet, etc. After using these remote sensing technologies on the satellite has powerful functions. According to the current parameters, our company's super satellite can achieve a maximum resolution of 0.1 meters and can perform all-weather imaging observations, no longer affected by changes in light and weather, and can achieve perfect imaging at night and in rainy weather. Chapter 130 Rocket Recovery. And when all our satellites are launched, they will form the God's Eye Global Navigation Satellite System, with horizontal and vertical navigation accuracy of 10 centimeters and 20 centimeters respectively. And it also has short message communication service, which can be used for rescue and assistance in the absence of mobile phone signals. According to this, both the satellites and carrier rockets we launched this time have revolutionary commemorative significance. After a half-hour-long explanation, Nicholas ended with a passionate speech. For him, he had been working hard for today for a long time, and now that he was finally about to succeed, he was more excited than anyone else. Very good. From your vivid description, I can see the sweat and hard work you put in. To this end, I just want to say one thing here, that is, everyone here is great, and they are worthy of the title of Pioneer Elite. But believe me, your efforts today are worth it. Whether it is in the future honors, the newspapers of the world media, or the company's project medals, everyone here will have your name. Of course. You will not lose a penny in the bonus. Now I declare that this Eye of God launch plan is officially launched. After standing up, Killian first affirmed Nicholas's efforts, and then looked at every researcher present with his deep but firm eyes, and then spoke word by word with a firm and decisive voice. Then, as Killian's voice fell, the scene immediately began to applaud. Then, under the leadership of Nicholas, everyone began to carry out the final pre-launch debugging of the rocket. Boss, the satellite launch vehicle has been fully prepared. Now all parameters are normal and it can be ignited and launched at any time. At this time, Nicholas, who was fully prepared, spoke directly to Killian beside him. Begin. With Killian's start, the final ending came immediately. The rocket launch countdown is 3 minutes. All departments begin the final self-inspection and report the on-site situation. Security department is in place. Fire department is in place. Medical department is in place. With the completion of the self-inspection from various departments in the launch command room, the countdown also came to an end. Countdown 1 minute, countdown 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 1, ignition. As the countdown ended, a dazzling flame erupted from the bottom of the rocket. At this time, the rocket slowly lifted off the ground and the speed slowly increased. As the rocket took off, white smoke continued to spew out, and the ground seemed to have been continuously detonated over a large area, with thick smoke. Then, in the bright daylight, the rocket shot straight into the sky like a sharp arrow, and flew towards the sky, until it gradually disappeared from people's sight. At this time, as the rocket disappeared, warm cheers rang out in the command center, and the people present hugged each other excitedly. Even little Sky, who was leaning against Killian, couldn't help but grab Killian's clothes, and his fair little face revealed an excited expression. But at this moment, Nicholas, who was standing next to Killian with his teeth clenched, did not relax at all, because now it only meant that the launch was successful. Whether it can enter the low Earth orbit and whether it can be safely separated is the key. At this moment, with the passage of time, at the front of the hall, The display screen, composed of several huge display screens, has now begun to connect to the pictures taken by the rocket's built-in camera. In the picture, the rocket has now entered the first stage separation state, and the second stage engine is working, but the camera behind the rocket is pitch black. After seeing this scene, Nicholas also clearly knew that the rocket was almost in a horizontal state at this time, with only a small tilt angle. However, this also proved that the rocket was about to reach the predetermined orbit, which also meant that the second stage rocket engine was about to separate. After the second stage rocket engine separated, it would not take long for the third stage rocket engine to start igniting. At this moment, after a brief cheer, the people present also stared at the display screen. In a short period of time, everyone felt their palms full of sweat. However, if we follow the passage of time, it has actually been more than 2 minutes since the rocket was launched. However, the acceleration of the rocket will not give them any time to adjust their psychological pressure. With the speed increasing again, before Nicholas could breathe a sigh of relief, he had already reached his most nervous moment. "Come on. You must do it." At this moment, everyone watching this last scene couldn't help but whispered in a low voice. At this time, the staff responsible for the data had no time to care about these things, but operated the computer to carefully record the various real-time feedback data from the rocket. The fairing is separated. Then, after only the last electronic sound was heard, the display screen showed that the outer shell of the rocket head was split in half from the middle and fell to both sides, revealing the satellite wrapped inside. The radar data is normal, and the telemetry signal is normal. The optical radar is normal, and the signal reception is normal. The USB is normal, and the signal reception is normal. At this moment, with the separation of the fairing, the staff began to report the status of the rocket's operation. Then, the rocket continued to fly. At this time, with the separation of the fairing, it soon came to the shutdown and separation of the second stage rocket engine. After flying for a while, the rocket reached the predetermined speed and altitude. The second stage rocket engine is shut down and separated. With the sound of the electronic sound again, the second stage rocket engine shut down and fell off. At this time, the acceleration of the rocket had already been 0, and it was almost horizontal with the Earth. Under the action of gravity, the rocket was pulled by inertia to continue flying until it was tangent to the orbit, and the third stage rocket engine ignited for the final acceleration. At this time, even the little Sky beside her was breathing rapidly. Before this, she had learned about the process of rocket launch. Although it was not very profound, she also understood that there would be another threshold here. There were even satellite launches from other countries that failed here. At the same time and in the same place, it depends on whether their pioneer technology can have different results. At this time, all the researchers in the Ground Rocket Launch Center began to stare at the display screen, with their fists clenched, showing their extremely nervous emotions. The third stage rocket engine is shut down, and the rocket and satellite are separated. The electronic sound gave the order again. Then, in space, as the command was issued, the engine on the rocket was shut down, and the hot flame of the engine was extinguished immediately. Then, the satellite was ejected from the rocket carrier and entered the predetermined satellite orbit. Then, with the ejection of one satellite after another, in the next hour, all the satellites were spread throughout the predetermined orbit. At this point, the launch mission of this nuclear-powered carrier rocket was completed. But there was only one last step, which was the rocket recovery mission. But at this moment, it was no longer something that the researchers could intervene in. After the mission was completed, the nuclear-powered carrier rocket, which had already stopped its engine and began to fall into a static floating state, began to operate again under the remote control of the artificial intelligence DAB. As the engine of the nuclear-powered carrier rocket began to burn again, it began to use 4 grid rudders to adjust its attitude and speed under the control of DAB, and then began to prepare to return to the ground little by little along a suitable trajectory. Then, the nuclear-powered carrier rocket began to officially ignite, and after the jet accelerated, the entire rocket began to fly towards the Earth at a very fast speed. Then, when it was about to enter the atmosphere, it also started the first brake ignition, reducing the speed of the first stage relative to the Earth, and changing its descent direction, and began to move towards the location of their rocket launch base. After that, as the flight altitude dropped to the critical point and broke into the Kármán line, under the control of DAB, the nuclear-powered carrier rocket ignited 3 times in a row for a short time, using the auxiliary engine for deceleration and braking. This continued until it reached an altitude of 30,000 meters, the hollow wings unfolded, the auxiliary engine started, and under ground remote control, the nuclear-powered carrier rockets began to glide towards their rocket launch base. As the rocket body rapidly approached the ground, Dabe in the command center was constantly fine-tuning the rocket's power parameters to adjust the rocket's position so that it could land at the predetermined location according to the positioning. After that, seeing that the rocket was getting closer and closer to the base, when it reached the set height, the automatic ignition system was turned on again. The extinguished rocket engine restarted, and the jet of flames accompanied by a reverse updraft stopped the rocket's downward trend. The rocket body began to slowly descend in the air, and after seeing this scene, the nerves of everyone present could not help but tense up, because this was really the last and most critical moment. Then, as the computer displayed the data at the rocket's distance from the ground, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Seeing that the rocket body was already in front of him, Dabe was still making fine adjustments to the position. The recovery rack has been opened. Positioning is correct. Start landing. With the electronic sound of the Dabe machine ringing in the launch center, the first stage of the rocket landed in an extremely slow motion. Boom! Exclamation mark. With a last brake ignition with a strong flame, the nuclear-powered carrier rocket successfully landed on the runway of the rocket launch base in a vertical landing. After everything has stabilized and ensured that there are no deviations or abnormalities in the rocket itself, the rocket engine began to really shut down under the control of Dabe. At this point, the first stage of the rocket itself has returned to the scheduled landing position of the launch base intact. At this time, the on-site mobile department, which had already been prepared, also began to drive close at a very fast speed, followed by a comprehensive inspection and data collection. Yet, after seeing this scene, there was an earth-shaking cheer in the hall. The faces of the researchers were full of joy, and soon a wave of applause like a tidal wave rang out. Pa pa pa! The sound of enthusiastic applause from everyone in the play continued for a long time at this moment. Success! We succeeded! We finally succeeded! At this moment, even Nicholas' eyes couldn't help but turn red. He casually hugged a researcher beside him and excitedly hugged him, expressing his excitement. After seeing this scene, although Killian didn't have as many complicated feelings as them, he was also sincerely happy for them. After all, this was also the effort of others who work day and night. At this time, the hall of the Rocket Launch Center was a sea of joy. All the researchers present were so happy that they jumped, and even hugged strangers around them. At this moment, under the satellites of other countries, every country and force clearly saw the pioneering technology rocket that successfully launched the satellite and successfully returned to the ground. What a great company! These technologies are really terrifying. At this moment, the head of a certain country, after seeing this scene through the satellite, couldn't help but admire it sincerely. After all, as the head of a country, he is very clear about a country's investment in rocket launches. It can be said that so far, their rocket launches are one-time, and one-time means that every time a satellite is launched, there is a huge loss of investment. And you have to know that the cost of a rocket is as high as tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and among them, most of the rocket structures and equipment have only been used once and have to be discarded for this reason. These abandoned rocket wreckage may not only cause garbage problems on the Earth and space, but also seriously limit the frequency and flexibility of rocket launches. Because each launch requires the manufacture and assembly of a new rocket, it takes a lot of time and manpower. Moreover, if there is a malfunction or accident during the launch, it is difficult to repair or adjust it, and a second batch of rockets needs to be manufactured. It can be said that this recyclable rocket of pioneer technology is enough to impress every country and even company. This is also his sigh as a leader of a major country. But what he regrets more is that such a cutting-edge technology company was not born in their country. It has to be said that this is their biggest regret. However, the head of the National Space Consultant on the other side, who was more concerned about the interests, could not help but frown after seeing this scene. After all, the successful recovery of the recyclable rocket of pioneer technology was not a good thing for a rocket launch company like them. And this is the essential difference between a country's leaders and businessmen. Similar things are constantly happening in various countries. After all, Pioneer Technology did not hide any news in this launch. Although there was no special press conference, The live broadcast of the media cameras outside the launch base and the live broadcast of the official website inside the base were not closed. In other words, netizens from all over the world can watch the launch process on the spot through Pioneer Technology's official website. The only difference is that you can't see the video of the staff in the launch center. But for most netizens, these are trivial matters. At the same time, accompanied by the live broadcast room on the other side. After seeing the video of the live launch and successful recovery, the audience in the Pioneer Technology official website live broadcast room immediately sent congratulations. Australia sent a congratulatory message. Too great. I didn't expect that the rocket recovery technology that was still in the theoretical stage was actually developed by avant-garde technology. It's simply amazing. 6666. Success. So awesome, I declare. From now on, joining avant-garde technology is my life goal. Congratulations. Too awesome. It feels like the beginning of StarCraft in Star Wars. It has that flavor. You are worthy of being the light of human technology. Come on. Avant-garde technology, I hope you can make more contributions to the exploration of the Earth and the universe in the future. Too awesome. In just 1 year, from medical robots, to controlled nuclear fusion, cancer drugs, and now the recyclable rocket technology, I seriously suspect that avant-garde technology will prepare to explore alien planets next. Along with the heated discussions of netizens, there were even fans who spontaneously sent various gifts. In just a few minutes, avant-garde technology received a total of up to $1 million in rewards just for gifts. If it continues, it is estimated that the cost of a carrier rocket will be earned back in half a day. Thank you for your support. On behalf of Pioneer Technology, I would like to thank all of you for your company. However, you don't need to keep giving gifts. After all, it's not easy for everyone. But here, according to the requirements of our chairman, for the gifts you gave, this time, our group will donate double the amount to the welfare home to contribute to society. Thank you. On the other hand, Lisa, who is watching the live broadcast room at this moment, couldn't help but stand up and thank the netizens after seeing their crazy rewards. Along with the craziness of Pioneer Technology's live broadcast room, the media was not left behind at all, and news about Pioneer Technology's rocket launches was constantly released. Thank you Brother Yoon for the 100-point reward, thank you. Chapter 131 Alien Jia Ying. Warmly congratulate Pioneer Technology for successfully launching a recyclable launch vehicle. Perhaps there is more room for imagination about rocket recycling. The world's first. Pioneer Technology's new nuclear-powered recyclable launch vehicle. 30 large satellites at a time, Pioneer Technology's terrifying technological background. Another breakthrough in human space technology, the launch of a recyclable rocket, landing on Mars is no longer a dream. On the perfect technicality of nuclear-powered launch vehicles. At this moment, all kinds of news about Pioneer Technology's rocket launch appeared all over the world. It can be said that Pioneer Technology has become popular in front of people all over the world. On the other hand, Killian, who had no longer paid attention to these, once again encouraged the researchers at the launch base, and then took Sky back to the smart fighter. Dabe. Connect to God's eye and start searching for the target now. Target reference. The Himalayas. The top of the mountain. Chinese-style buildings, where the crowd is relatively dense. After returning to the smart fighter, Killian spoke to Dabe in the smart fighter. Received, clear search conditions, searching now. Search target progress 1%, 10%, 30%, 70%. 100%. Search completed, the following buildings have been locked, and now zooming in. As more than 10 minutes passed, Dabe, who had finally completed a large-scale, accurate and careful screening, also delivered the scan results to the virtual image and displayed them. Sir, I am confused. One of them is located in the southern foot of the middle section of the Himalayas, Nepal, and the top of Kathmandu. I found that there is some unknown energy barrier here, blocking my exploration. But according to the satellite display, there should be something here. After Dabe displayed the scan results one by one on the map, when it displayed the last one, Dabe seemed to crash. The voice full of doubts in its system said to Killian. After all, in its program, everything is composed of data and entities, and the reality is more important than anything else. But now according to its data simulation and the latest satellite eyes, no matter how you look at it, there should be something here, But in fact there is nothing here. If it hadn't been able to move autonomously, Baymax would have already sent a robot to find out what was going on. What the hell? Killian was confused by Baymax's question, but after seeing the familiar address and geographical environment, he couldn't help but swear. Oh my goodness. Now even the Ancient One's sanctuary has appeared. Although it wasn't perfectly projected, Killian recognized it at a glance just by looking at the familiar style. You know, if you ask who is the most terrifying existence in the Marvel Universe, then apart from the four great gods of creation, the one who deserves it is the one in the area on the screen. A super powerful person who has ensured that there have been no disasters on Earth for decades with his own strength. Even when he was alive, even Thanos, the overlord of the single universe, and Dormammu, the strongest lords of several dimensions, didn't dare to come. Only Loki, this fool, dared to attack the Earth after being coaxed by others. The main reason why he was able to leave alive was because he relied on the blessing of the kingdom of Asgard and the favor of his god-level father. Otherwise, Ancient One would have blown his head off long ago. And when Ancient One died, some monsters began to bubble up. When Dormammu turned around and invaded directly, the Earth exploded, Thanos collected bracelets and so on. In short, this great god is a person that Killian can't afford to offend now. It can be said that the other party's eyes can scare those dimension lords to tremble. Not to mention Killian, who hasn't hit the Earth yet. But the only thing to be thankful for is that the big guy Ancient One is now very Buddhist. Exclude this place. In addition, listed as a red area. From now on, it is strictly forbidden to observe this area unless I allow it. Then Killian took the initiative to say to Dabe after reacting. After all, since he couldn't afford to offend, he had to try his best to reduce his presence. Received. The order has been entered into the database. Sir, after investigation, there is only one suspicious existence left. It is located in the hinterland of the mountainside. There are a large number of people from all over the world. The living place of each person is very different from the current location. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe also spoke immediately. After all, the Himalayas are big, but not big either, not to mention that there is a specific target. In a very short time, Dabe selected only one place. This is it. Let's get started. I also want to see the scenery of the Himalayas. Looking at the live picture projected by the satellite, looking at the familiar place, and every familiar person who only exists in the TV series, Killian couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly, and then spoke. Received. Starting to locate the target location, fighter jets are starting. The total distance is 12,743 kilometers, estimated time. 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds. As Dabe locked the target, the entire fighter jet began to rush towards the distance in stealth mode at a very fast speed. On the other side, Jia Ying, who had just completed the awakening ceremony for a newly brought back member, was preparing to take a rest. But suddenly, a fog like lightning appeared in front of her, followed by a man without eyes. Gordon. Maybe you can learn to communicate in a normal way next time. Looking at the man in front of him who always appeared around others in a mysterious way, Jia Ying rolled her eyes helplessly and then spoke. I'll try my best, but I feel that there are strange visitors, we must be prepared. After hearing Jia Ying's words, Gordon said lightly, and then said to the woman in front of him with a serious face. ? This is impossible. Try to evacuate other people first, then gather people and prepare to organize defense. For this place that has been run for decades, even if she took over halfway, no one has ever discovered it. Now Gordon said that there are uninvited guests. Although Jia Ying was surprised, she only spoke to Gordon in front of her after a brief shock. Then she took the initiative to walk to a place not far away and began to arrange defense on the spot. Sir, according to satellite monitoring, there is a 95% chance that they have discovered us, and they are now preventing people from retreating and defending. I have arranged for the nearby mobile forces to be in place. Do you need authorization to attack? At this time, Dabe, who also discovered all this through satellites, also reported the news immediately. No, we are here to visit. It is too rude to fight and kill at any time. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian smiled and said. Unlock number 2 then. After Killian put on a pair of glasses, as soon as the voice fell. Then he saw a large incubator rising up at the edge of the cockpit behind him, and inside it was the number 2 experiment subject who had been following Killian. As the incubator rose completely, under the control of Dabe, The incubator lit up with a green light, and then the unlocking sign appeared on the outermost unlocking screen. Waves of white mist suddenly spread out, and a terrifying sense of oppression began to burst out. After seeing this scene, Skye on the side couldn't help but shrink her small body behind Killian. After all, such a large incubator, no matter how stupid she was, she could think that the things inside were definitely not simple. And sure enough, as the smoke disappeared, it was replaced by a huge giant wearing a white tight windbreaker standing in place. Judging from its shape alone, Skye on the side couldn't help but feel a fear from the bottom of his heart. After all, whether from his skin or his body that was more than 2 meters tall, the other party didn't look like a normal person. Brother. At this moment, looking at the tyrant in front of him, Skye couldn't help but pull Killian's clothes, and then whispered. Huh? It's okay, don't worry, this guy is just a little bigger, but he's actually very stupid. If you don't believe me, look at us talking for so long, he hasn't made any movement, has he? Looking at the little guy behind him who seemed a little scared, Killian couldn't help but squat down, touch the other's head, and then said softly to comfort him. Huh? After hearing Killian's words, Skye's courage also grew a little. After looking back and forth for a few times, he forced himself to come to the side of the number 2 experimental subject and began to study it carefully. Sir, it is estimated that it will arrive at the designated area in half a minute. Please choose the landing area and start landing preparations. While Skye was studying the number 2 experimental subject, the journey here was about to reach the destination, and Dabe immediately reported. Just land at the foot of the mountain and let them come to talk to me. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian also said directly. After all, this time he didn't want others to know that he came here. The reason why this place in the afterlife is safe is not because all the Inhumans are of one mind, but because no one knows the location of this place except Jia Ying and Gordon. So this place has always been safe. Even if there are many Inhuman members on the Shield's superpower list, they can only go to the door one by one, and can't find the Inhuman base here for this reason. After all, even if everyone is of the same race, you can't expect everyone to be of one mind with you. As long as there are people, there are interests, even if the race is the same. And now, if Killian's fighter is exposed here, it will not be a good thing for both parties, and Killian just wants to shoot secretly. It has arrived at the scheduled landing site and is landing. As time passed, under the control of Dabe, the fighter plane finally landed on the ground again, and then flew towards the mountain with the drone flying out from the inside. Killian also brought Skye an experiment number 2, 1 big, 1 small and 1 super big, and the 3 of them stood on the blank ground. The smart plane also entered the invisible stage again after Killian came out. However, at this time, Skye, who was still interested in studying the number 2 experimental subject, had come back behind Killian without knowing when, and looked at the distance with a nervous, complicated but a little hopeful look. Now Skye wanted to see her father and mother whom she had never seen before, but she was also afraid that they had deliberately abandoned her and would abandon her again after seeing her. In short, a lot of complex emotions were intertwined in her heart, which also caused the originally beautiful little face to be replaced by a frown and a bitter expression at this moment. Strangers, who are you? Why are you here? Not long after, Jia Ying, who came down with a drone, brought a few backbones of the next life and looked at the 3 figures in front of her and said, "It's just that I don't know if it's a blood connection." Even after knowing that the man with the glasses in the middle was the one who made the decision, she couldn't help but look at the little girl who was pulling the other's clothes behind him. For some reason, the more Jia Ying looked at him, the more she felt the urge to hug him tightly. However, in this situation, no matter how strong the blood connection in her heart was, she had to maintain her dignity as a leader and protect the tribesmen in her jurisdiction. Let me introduce myself, the chairman of Pioneer Technology, Aldrizi Killian. As for why I came here, there are mainly 2 purposes. One is for you, and the other is for you. After hearing what Jia Ying said not far away, Killian also spoke politely. However, after waiting for Killian to finish speaking, even the tribesmen behind Jia Ying looked at their leader with a bit of a strange look in their eyes. After all, the other party actually said in front of so many of them that he came for their tribe leader. But it seems not bad to look at it carefully. Although their tribe leader has some scars on his face, he is generally a good person with a good foundation and a good personality. The only thing that makes them regret is that they have not found their other half. I heard that he was heartbroken, so he didn't find one. But now there is a chance. It's not impossible. In an instant, the tribesmen who were originally looking at Killian with a gracious look on their faces. Chairman of Pioneer Technology? What are you talking about? What do you mean by for me, for us? You and I have nothing to do with each other. If you say that again, don't blame us for taking action first. Jia Ying, who was still thinking about how to solve this matter after hearing Killian's identity, couldn't help but blush and speak immediately after hearing what the other party said. My goodness, she has been a virgin for so many years, and has always been innocent in everything and everyone. As a result, this guy who came from nowhere started to make rumors about her. If she hadn't had the ability to attack, she would have killed Killian on the spot. Okay, maybe I didn't explain it clearly, so let me introduce you to the little girl next to me. Her current name is Sky, a poor little girl who has been displaced in various countries since she was a child, and has been adopted by boarding schools. After seeing that his short sentence had caused such a big misunderstanding, Killian explained with an apologetic look. We are not here to listen to you talk about the life experience of a strange girl. Let's get to the point. Why are you here? Looking at the man in front of him, who was neither chasing his leader nor had anything to do with the leader, and now dragged the topic so far, a subordinate on the side immediately stood up and said with a bad face. Young man, be patient, believe me, being too impatient will not do you any good. Looking at the man in front of him with an impulsive expression, Killian did not get angry, but looked like a modest gentleman and persuaded him. Angeli, listen to him. At this time, when his men wanted to rush up to create further conflicts, Jia Ying immediately stood up and stopped them. After all, for some reason, he always felt that the other party's words and the introduction of the little girl were all said while looking at her. It was as if that was true. When Jia Ying thought of this, her heart was in a mess, and she even strongly controlled herself to stop thinking. Well, let me make it short. In short, this is a little girl who had a very rough and difficult life before she met me. And the reason why I came up again this time, in addition to something I will talk about later, is to find her family. After looking at Jia Ying, who stopped all this, Killian smiled at her, and then spoke. However, after Killian finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but have an uproar, one because almost no one knew about their hidden place, and the other was because of Sky's life experience. They actually have such scum parents who gave birth to their daughter and let her destroy herself? This is too unworthy of being a human being. For a while, this topic continued to spread in the whispers of the crowd. The more she heard Killian say this, the more Jia Ying felt uneasy. She even began to put herself in the shoes of the little girl in front of her. She found that the two people's appearances and eyes were surprisingly similar. And most importantly, the skin color. There were definitely not many people with yellow skin who could be the parents of the little girl in front of her. After ruling out these, the only thought left was that one. Chapter 132 Afterlife. Let me introduce her name to you. According to our Pioneer Technology investigation, there was no information about this little girl at first, as if she appeared out of thin air. At that time, we thought she was born to a legal household, so her parents did not enter her information, but with a subsequent investigation, we found that it was not simple. In just 12 years, she was transferred to more than 10 countries and dozens of cities, and it was not until the last few years that it stopped. All of this also shows the special nature of the girl. It is absolutely impossible for her to be born to an illegal household. So after further investigation, we found all this. Sky, whose original name is Daisy Louise Johnson. Her father is recorded as Mr. Hyde Calvin Zabo, and her mother is Jia Ying's English name, Jennifer Kim Johnson. At this moment, after Killian finished speaking with calm words, everyone present fell into silence for a long time. Except for Jia Ying, who was crying because of Killian's words. At this moment, the image of her being strong, wise, intelligent, and capable in front of all the tribesmen for so many years has all become a bubble under her crying. But even so, the people present did not say much. After all, everyone knew what a mother's love for a daughter was like. Not to mention that the mother and daughter had been separated for 12 years before this. At this moment, Jia Ying could no longer hold back and walked straight towards the little girl who was looking at her timidly behind Killian. At this moment, there was no need for any proof or verification. As a mother, she knew better than anyone that from the very beginning, she knew that this was her daughter. But looking at Jia Ying, who was walking towards her with excitement, Sky seemed a little overwhelmed at this moment. She even buried her little face behind Killian and hid it in the hem of his pants, trying to escape the scene that she didn't know how to face. What's wrong? Little Sky, this is your mother. Didn't you tell me before that you always wanted to meet your family and ask them why they abandoned you? Now the opportunity is in your face, you can't back down. Remember what I said to you before? Looking at Jia Ying, who had walked in front of him and looked at him at a loss, Killian smiled helplessly, then squatted down, touched Sky's head, and then spoke softly. Yes, I know. Turn your face to the sun, so that there will be no shadow covering me. After hearing Killian's words, little Sky also timidly said what Killian had said to her before, and after that, Sky also pulled out of Killian's arms. Then after looking at Killian with a firm face, he walked towards his mother not far away. After getting close, although Sky tried his best to shout out the word, he found that he still didn't seem to have the courage he imagined this time. However, before Sky began to reflect on herself, she felt a breeze blowing in front of her, and she entered a warm embrace with motherly love. At this moment, feeling the touch of her body, Sky couldn't help but shut down for a moment. Although she had thought about this scene every day and every night for more than 10 years, when it really came, she found that she was not ready for anything. Daisy. My daughter. Feeling her lost daughter in her arms, Jia Ying couldn't help crying anymore. While hugging each other tightly, she said with the joy of reunion after a long separation. So, the purpose of your coming this time is to help our leader find her lost daughter. At this moment, while Jia Ying and Sky were still hugging each other tightly, Gordon, who was not far away, walked towards Killian as if no one was around. After coming to his side, he also looked at Jia Ying and her daughter, but Gordon suddenly spoke. Of course. But in general, there is another purpose, mutual benefit, benefiting the public, isn't that good? Looking at Gordon in front of him, who didn't even have eye sockets, but could observe the world like a normal person, and even had a powerful teleportation ability comparable to the Red Devil next door, Killian replied with a smile. Haha, I don't care what your purpose is, but if you dare to harm our people, I swear, even if you run around the world, I will chase you. Looking at the man in front of him, Gordon opened his mouth and said harshly. Now that Jia Ying can't stand up for the time being, then as the second in command of the base, he must stand up and give him the necessary warning for the sake of his own people. Believe me, I'm not one of those crazy scientists. If you go out often, you will know that our company has always been committed to equality for all and is working hard to maintain world peace. It's bad for your people? Can this bring us any huge benefits? If you can tell me that any one of your people or tribes can bring me a project that is better than our company's big white robot, T-Series antivirus serum, smartphone or 4G signal base station, I promise to withdraw directly and never say anything else. How about it? Looking at Gordon, who is a little self-righteous in front of him, Killian sneered and spoke immediately. After all, when it comes to making money, Killian dares to guarantee that almost all the profitable industries on this planet are in his hands. As for the operating system of Microsoft computers, they will have no place to use it in a few years. Even at this stage, someone from Microsoft is representing Bill Gates to meet him. However, these things are not of great interest to Killian. He has no shortage of money. The most he wants is fame and reputation. Moreover, as the company grows bigger, people's requirements for cutting-edge technology are getting higher and higher. Even if the next step is just to release and replace an ordinary computer operating system, Killian probably can't afford to make any money. So Killian has always ignored Microsoft. And now, this man in front of him, who is not even 1/billionth of the size of Microsoft, actually wants to say what he wants from him. Well, he is indeed after their bodies, but Killian can guarantee that he will definitely bring them extremely generous returns. I will keep an eye on you. After hearing Killian's answer, Gordon couldn't help but fall into a state of speechlessness. After all, what the other party said was right. His company is now the first large-scale company with a trillion-level scale. Sometimes he doesn't even need to do anything himself. He just needs an idea and can realize it the next day. However, for Gordon, he still threw a word and walked towards him. Thank you, Sir Killian, you are my benefactor. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine how Daisy would suffer outside. After she and her daughter expressed their longing for each other, Jia Ying, who had calmed down again, stood up and looked at Killian in front of her with gratitude and spoke. She even wanted to kneel down at the end, but was stopped by Killian. There's no need to do that. It's just a piece of cake, isn't it? After stopping the other party's next move, Killian smiled and said, Anyway, for me, everything you have done is a great favor. Please allow me to repay you. At this time, Jia Ying spoke with a determined look. After all, for her, her daughter is her life. Now that she has finally found her again with the help of others, she naturally wants to be grateful and repay her. Okay, whatever you want, but how about we find a suitable place to talk first? After seeing the other party's insistence, Killian did not continue to speak, but shrugged and spoke. Sorry, this is my failure. Please follow me up. We will treat you well. After hearing what Killian said, Jia Ying, who also realized that it was not appropriate to talk at this time, bowed slightly and gestured with his right hand. Chief, this. After seeing that his leader actually wanted to take outsiders to their shelter, the man who was a little impulsive at the beginning couldn't help but stand up and say, since they can find this place, what's the point of us hiding it? It just makes us look stingy. Looking at the appearance of his subordinates, Jia Ying smiled, but he still said with the demeanor of a superior. After hearing what Jia Ying said, the man couldn't help but walk down. After all, although he had to admit that his leader was right. Then, under the leadership of Jia Ying, the group began to walk towards the mountain. After a while, an ancient Chinese-style building appeared in front of everyone. After seeing this scene, Killian was also very curious. After all, the decoration environment here is really good. How is it? Sir Killian, we didn't disappoint you with the environment here, did we? After seeing Killian's bright expression, Jia Ying smiled slightly, and then said in a very polite and dignified manner. Indeed, I have to say that the decoration is very tasteful. If possible, I would like to retire in such a place in the future. Looking at the small pavilions inside, and the green bamboo forests interweaving and giving people a sense of peace and tranquility, Killian nodded and spoke. It must be said that there is something in the next life, because no matter who it is, after gaining abilities beyond ordinary people, what is necessary is to have an expansionist heart beyond ordinary people, and the awakening is especially young people. This is a big deal. If there is no such tranquil feeling brought by incense in bamboo forests at this time, it is estimated that if you change the environment, you will go out of control imperceptibly. After all, it is human instinct to show yourself, and everyone wants to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention under the spotlight. However, Jia Ying relied on her own strength to hide the side effects brought by the increase in strength, which was indeed very strong. Ha! It is really an honor for us in our next life to be evaluated in this way by the famous Pioneer Technology CEO. After hearing Killian's words, Jia Ying seemed to sincerely accept the compliment in the other party's words and said with a smile. Just like that, after chatting with each other, Jia Ying took Killian to a living room. The ancient-style building made people feel extremely leisurely and quiet when they walked in. Gordon, can you help take Sky to arrange a room? Let me stay alone with Mr. Killian for a while. After walking here, Jia Ying gently touched Sky's head, and then spoke to Gordon beside her. Mum. When Sky finally got to spend time with her mother, she heard that she was going to be taken out now. For a moment, she couldn't help but mutter. Be obedient, Sky, let Mom talk to Lord Killian, and come out soon, okay? I promise, you go see your new home first. Feeling her daughter's dissatisfaction, Jia Ying squatted down gently, looked at her with a motherly look and said. Then, with Sky's compromise, she followed Gordon and walked out of the house with a reluctant mood of looking back every 2 steps. At this moment, there were only 2 people beside Jia Ying, Killian and the number 2 experimental subject behind her in the house. Can you please go out first? Thank you. After looking at the people around her gently, Jia Ying also said very politely. Okay. After hearing the leader's order, the 2 followed him out. At this moment, seeing that the other woman took the initiative to send her people away, Killian also smiled slightly, and then motioned to the number 2 experimental subject to go out with him. However, during this process, the other party's aliens were dissatisfied and wanted to make trouble for the number 2 experimental subject, but they found that the other party simply ignored them and didn't even look at them, as if they didn't exist. For a moment, the 2 of them couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. But even so, they still didn't dare to take the initiative. After all, although Jia Ying didn't have any other abilities, her organizational ability and reputation were extremely great here. Even if she really wanted to drive them away illogically, there was no room for negotiation. Gordon would take the initiative to take them back to his own world. By that time, they would face the capture of various organizations and the way to escape. Sir Killian, first of all, I am very grateful that you can send Sky back, But please forgive me, after all, I am the leader of the afterlife, and I am responsible for their safety. So can I ask, what is your purpose in finding us? This will greatly affect our subsequent conversation. After clearing all the outsiders, Jia Ying also poured hot tea for Killian in an extremely elegant manner, while speaking softly. All this made Killian feel as if he was a classical royal maid in ancient China, serving him. Whether it was her posture or her skills in pouring and brewing tea, they were all impeccable. It must be said that Jia Ying was an extremely smart woman, otherwise she would not have been able to sit on the position of the leader of the Inhumans on the entire Earth from a low-level person without any deterrent ability. Of course, I said that I came here for two main purposes this time. Well, since the first one is completed, let's talk about the second one. I want all the biological samples of the Inhumans. Blood, hair, and even body tissues are fine. After hearing what the other party said, Killian did not hesitate at all. After leaning on the chair behind him, Killian spoke in an extremely leisurely state, as if chatting with a friend. However, after hearing Killian's words, as if thinking of some painful memories, the tea that was originally pouring tea for Killian could not help but flow out, and it was not until it dripped on the floor that he came back to his senses. Sorry, I'm rude, but what do you want to do with these? Do you want to do human experiments too? After coming to his senses, Jia Ying apologized and wiped the table with a towel beside her while looking at Killian in front of him and asked, "Relax, it may be related to this, but it is definitely not what you think, or what you have experienced." Killian, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew why the other party reacted so strongly, and then explained. "Who are you?" After seeing that the other party had exposed his experience at once, Jia Ying could no longer hold back her calmness on the surface, and asked sternly. "Calm down, darling, believe me, don't be too nervous, I don't have any bad intentions, I'm just an ordinary person who wants to unite the world, build a fair and just world where everyone is equal, and create a harmonious and beautiful world. I know you may have doubts, but I came here with great sincerity. In order to help you fulfill your regrets, I have even specially prepared what you want." Looking at Jia Ying, whose expression suddenly changed and who had quietly put the pistol behind her back, Killian seemed not to notice and explained to himself. At the end of his speech, Killian waved his hand, and then two combat robots appeared out of thin air in this room in front of Jia Ying's shocked eyes. Chapter 133 Jia Ying's shock, the terrifying background of pioneering technology. But the next moment, as Jia Ying's eyes moved downward, she didn't even care how the robot appeared here, but her eyes were red, and she stared at the man who was tied up and appeared on the ground with a look like the revenge of her father's murder. It was this man, the man she would never forget until she died. In the past countless days and nights, it was this man who dissected every inch of her skin bit by bit, for several years. Exclamation mark. For several years, day and night, he dissected her skin all the time. She even felt desperate and annoyed because of her strong recovery ability. In the end, the other party killed her and took away everything in her body, leaving only a piece of skin, which was discarded like garbage, and she felt relieved. And for this reason, after experiencing the painful torture like hell for several years, she wanted to eat his flesh, sleep on his skin, and burn him to death to vent her torture for so long. It can be said that she was even sure that even the legendary hell was not as terrible as the dark years she had experienced. But this time, after seeing the other party, Jia Ying strongly controlled her hand that was originally holding the pistol, and resisted the urge to shoot the other party to death. This was not because she was afraid that the other party would die, but because she was afraid that she would let this damn devil, die too easily under the impulse. She wanted to return the pain she had experienced to the man in front of her 1,000 times. "Since you brought him here, I believe you know the grudge between us. I can promise to give you biological tissue samples of myself, Gordon, and the future Sky, and even if you are willing, you can take any organ of my body as long as you like it. I can't make the decision for others, but you must give this scum to me." At this time, after resisting the rise and fall of her chest due to excitement, Jia Ying looked at Killian in front of her regardless, and spoke with her red and bloodshot eyes. "You don't have to make the decision, but you have to help me persuade them and not stop us. And believe me, there will be greater benefits waiting for you later. As long as you agree, then he will be yours." Seeing the woman who was gentle and elegant just now, and whose manners were quiet and dignified, suddenly turned into what she is now, Killian couldn't help but feel a sense of regret, but still put forward his own conditions. Although the biological samples of the other party and Gordon were the main gains of Killian's trip, who could complain about getting too much? Okay. After staring at Killian for a while, Jia Ying finally blurted out 2 words. Although the other party and the scum in front of them had the same purpose, if it was just a biological sample, it was nothing to them. Even before this, they didn't pay much attention to this issue, so the other party took it and it didn't matter. Then please. Seeing Jia Ying in front of him agree, Killian smiled and spread his hands to make a gesture of invitation. Wait for me a moment. After hearing Jillian's agreement, Jia Ying looked at Killian and then at the man under her feet. In the end, Jia Ying used her originally weak body to drag Whitehall, who was struggling because of fear, into the secret room, just like dragging a dead dog. At this moment, from Killian's perspective, he saw Whitehall's eyes, which were even more terrified than when he was tied up in their experimental base and had blood drawn and cell tissue cut for various experiments. It was as if one was heaven and the other was real hell. After all, as the person involved, Whitehall himself knew very clearly how terrible what he had done to this woman was. And now, he fell into the hands of the other party. Even if he restored 1% of what he had done at the beginning, he would never be able to bear it. At this moment, he just wanted to make the woman in front of him feel impatient because of his constant and violent struggle, and it would be best to shoot him to death, to shoot himself to death. So Whitehall's struggle became more intense, but in Jia Ying's eyes at this moment, it seemed as if he felt the pleasure of revenge. After dragging him into the secret room with a last cannibalistic look, finally, with the light disappearing a little bit, Whitehall felt that he was in hell. In this way, after an unknown amount of time, even the originally boiling kettle had become cold, and the men outside began to become impatient because of the long wait. In the original secret room, Jia Ying once again pushed open the door of the secret room and walked out in a neat and tidy manner. However, just looking through the gap, Killian could already see the blood-stained room, but he didn't care. After all, thanks to the transplant of Jia Ying's organs, the other party was also immortal to some extent. As long as he was not hit in the heart or his brain was smashed, he would not die easily. Haha, how is it? Pretty enjoyable, right? At this time, looking at the Oriental beauty in front of him who pushed the door and came out, and returned to the polite, dignified and elegant Oriental beauty before, Killian smiled and asked, "Thank you, today can be said to be the happiest day of my life. Mother and daughter are reunited, and the great revenge is avenged. I even feel the perfection of life, and everything I lost has become fulfilled." After hearing Killian's words, Jia Ying, who had returned to normal at this moment, closed her eyes and felt everything now, and spoke with great satisfaction. With that look, even if someone said that she was high on the spot, it would probably be believed. But when the other party was talking, Killian could still see that there was something with flesh and blood in the other party's teeth, and it did not go down in the gap between the teeth. But in the next Jia Ying's words, it disappeared in front of him. Killian was not surprised about this, or even if the other party did something more brutal, Killian would not be surprised. After all, a woman who was kidnapped by someone for several years, in a dark laboratory, was cut and chopped every day, just like the subhuman race in the cartoon Subhumans Next Door. Because of the immortality, she was imprisoned in a laboratory of a certain organization for more than 10 years, and was constantly sawed and chopped by knives and axes. Even because of the continuous regeneration ability, even the mind cannot be paralyzed, because every time after recovery, your brain mind is the most perfect. You want to numb yourself by getting used to the pain, it is impossible. On the contrary, like the protagonist next door, who was tortured to death and in pain every day, she was able to forgive the organization in the end to stop the revenge of her own people. That is abnormal. However, such a person is good for the whole human race. It's just that from a personal perspective, Killian really can't think of it. So after seeing Jia Ying's performance in front of him, Killian didn't say anything. Okay, so can we continue to talk about our cooperation? Looking at Jia Ying in front of him, Killian continued to speak. Of course. But, I have to say it first, at most I will just stand from the perspective of a bystander, and I will tell my people the conditions you proposed. As for relying on me to win them over, or anything else, it's better not to say it. After all, you are Skies and my benefactor, and I don't want to make our relationship awkward at that time. After hearing Killian's words, Jia Ying smiled slightly, then looked at the other party with a smile on his face and spoke. Of course, so let me first tell you my conditions. First, Anyone who is willing to provide their own biological sample cells will be offered $100,000 unconditionally. And we will make a corresponding ability assessment. The greater the potential, the higher the value. The minimum is $100,000, and there is no upper limit. For example, with your ability, I can offer $100 million. Second, on this basis, as long as someone is willing to cooperate with our company in related research, a monthly subsidy of $100,000 will be given, including but not limited to nutritional subsidies, mental damages, lost wages, transportation expenses, etc. And after completing the relevant research work, our company will also unconditionally provide each volunteer who voluntarily participates in the research with a set of real estate in the city of their country. The minimum value will not be less than $1 million. And after reaching the second in-depth cooperation, no matter in any country, any city, or any place, as long as it does not violate the relevant laws, you can be protected by Pioneer Technology. And even if it violates the law, as long as it is not your fault, or it is not a serious crime, we Pioneer Technology can entrust professional lawyers to coordinate and deal with it, and the company will also come forward to coordinate with a local government. Believe me, don't question our company's current influence. If you agree to these terms, you will gain more. And the afterlife is your shelter now, and it will also be protected by us. As long as you need it, no country or organization will dare to harass you. Looking at Jia Ying in front of him, Killian smiled and took out a long-prepared contract and handed it to the other party. At this moment, after seeing these conditions from Killian, I have to admit that even Jia Ying, who has lived for so long and has seen all kinds of storms, can't help but be shocked by the other party's courage. Thank you for your appreciation, but I said that the biological cells of me, Gordon and the future Sky, since I said I would give them to you, then I will give them to you, and there is no need to say anything else. But I still want to ask, are you serious? You know, even if I agree, if all my people agree, you will have to give billions of dollars at once. After reading it, Jia Ying raised her head and looked at Killian in front of her and said, "Haha, don't bother Ms. Jia Ying about this. Money is just a string of cold numbers to me. I have hardly touched money for such a long time. For me, the happiest days were when I was a student. The pure happiness at that time was from the heart, not like now, surrounded by the smell of money." After hearing Jia Ying's words, Killian spoke with a confident but distressed look. After hearing the other party's words, even Jia Ying, who claimed to be well-mannered, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. "Goddamn, I have never touched money. Money is just a number. The happiest time was the student days. Why don't you just say that you became a baby? At that time, you were happier. Every day, you ate and slept." But Jia Ying naturally couldn't say these. Let's put aside the money issue for now. What about the last one, your company's blessing? If the information I have received is correct, your company is just a larger multinational enterprise. It is still dependent on the US government. Even the closest brother of the US military, I don't think the Stark Group dares to say such a thing. Why do you have the qualifications to say this? I'm sorry, my words may be a bit too straightforward, but for me, I have to be responsible for my people. After hearing Killian's humble and polite expression, but his words revealed extremely arrogant words, Jia Ying couldn't help but speak. After all, if the other party said that these operations could be carried out in the United States, Jia Ying might not have reacted like this now. After all, Pioneer Technology, the technology's released now, as long as the American person in charge is not crazy, these problems will definitely be met. But the other party said that the whole world can go out for shelter and coordination in any country, any city, and any place. In Jia Ying's view, this is too far-fetched. After all, even the United States, the strongest world policeman among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, probably wouldn't dare to say that. And the other party actually dared to say such arrogant words. At this moment, even Jia Ying, who had a good impression of Killian because of the matter between her daughter and her enemy, couldn't help but start to consider whether to stay away from this arrogant man in front of her. "Dabe. Is it done?" Killian didn't say anything about the doubts and distrust revealed in Jia Ying's words, but asked after pinching his earphone. "The relevant authorization has been completed." At this time, with Dabe's affirmative reply, Killian took out a holographic projection cube from his pocket. After putting it on the table, Jia Ying saw the authorization documents of the local government, the approval documents for stationing, and the approval documents for military control. Moreover, on the screen, there were already robots printed with pioneering technology that were constantly working hard at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Jia Ying didn't even doubt that if these robots were ordered to attack by the man in front of them, they would not even have any room for resistance. Moreover, in the field of vision, there were already various large robots starting to work, and even robots that were installing anti-aircraft missiles. In short, not far from their mountain, a military base was rising from the ground. How is this possible? Looking at everything in the projection, Jia Ying said in disbelief. After all, how could such a huge robot and those heavy firepower visible to the naked eye enter here? How could the local country and government allow it? And if the people from Pioneer Technology sneaked in privately, wouldn't they be afraid of establishing a military base here and causing world conflicts? I have to say that the location you chose is very good. It is at the junction of several major forces. Not to mention that it is impossible for anyone to discover it. Even if you are discovered, you can run to the sphere of influence of other countries in time. But it just so happens that I have already provided $1 billion and various materials to the local government in Afghanistan, not far from your place, and then obtained authorization and approval. Of course, I have obtained relevant authorizations for Nepal, Pakistan, India, and China, but the degree of operability may not be so large. But, believe me, everything I say is not just talk. Even when you really understand me and pioneer technology in the future, you will find that what I say is more monotonous and boring than reality. While explaining, Killian showed Jia Ying the relevant approval procedures of the governments of various countries that he had obtained during this short conversation. It can only be said that at this moment, Jia Ying really understood what it means to be rich, the foundation and influence of a real multinational company. In just a few hours, she was able to deal with all the governments and obtain so many approvals and authorizations. Even if she were to take one of these out alone, it would be impossible without several years or even more than 10 years of hard work. And now, it was handled by the man in front of her with just a few words. This is simply incredible. What about other countries? Are you also throwing money at them? Impossible. At this time, after coming to her senses, Jia Ying looked at Killian in front of her with a complicated and curious look, and then asked. Of course not. Money can often pave the way, but it can't decide things. But we are different. We have priority supply of T-series antiviral drugs, cooperative development of controlled nuclear fusion, cooperation in 4G signals, cooperative development of recyclable rocket bases, in-depth cooperation in medical robots, cooperation in strategic robots, etc. There are too many things that can impress them. And all I need is the legal right to arm myself within the territory to protect myself. For them, it's just a piece of cake. Of course, although you can't get these authorizations in China, you will be safe once you set foot on that land, not to mention entering the territory of our pioneer technology. Believe me, even if I do nothing at that time, if there is such a dispute, they will be more concerned than anyone else and want to protect you more. Looking at Jia Ying in front of him, Killian also answered calmly. Although his company is far from being able to station troops in various countries, in Afghanistan, where there is constant war and the government is unable to take care of itself, who cares about military armaments and the like? As long as they are given money and supplies, even if their leaders are asked to sell themselves, they will probably be willing. Chapter 134 Choice. Not to mention a mere permit for stationing and military approval. Even the government forces here are eager for a giant like Avant-Garde to station a large number of troops. After all, they are the official representatives of Afghanistan, and Avant-Garde represents a large multinational company, so they must have basic face. If there are really terrorists and rebels attacking, will they not help? How is it possible? Therefore, in some weak and war-torn places, these documents are like cardboard in the toilet for them, and are useless. And Killian also saw this point. Registering an arms company here, with military weapons, plus having corporate assets in various countries around here, even if something really happens, as long as it is not a matter of principle, can the governments of those countries say anything? Okay, Mr. Killian, I don't think I can say anything to refuse. But I have one last request. That is, if someone here agrees to the second clause, one of our people must be responsible for supervising the whole process to ensure that nothing, like what happened to me, will happen. After hearing these words from Killian, Jia Ying was completely convinced, but looking at Killian in front of him, she still made her last request. Of course, no problem, this is your right. I was originally thinking of installing on-site monitoring to facilitate your remote monitoring, but since you are willing to supervise on-site, there's nothing wrong with it. Just this address. After hearing Jia Ying's request, Killian agreed on the spot without any objection, and then spoke. After all, the person in front of him had experienced these dark operations, and let alone the other party, even Killian. If he put himself in their shoes, he would also put forward the same conditions. And for them, Killian really only wanted their biological samples. As for their abilities, he would just clone them directly when the time came. After all, the members of the Inhumans are almost two different individuals before and after awakening. As long as Killian has their biological samples after awakening, he can naturally perfectly replicate clones with the same abilities. I need to discuss the address with my people again, but I don't think it should be a big problem. Sorry. After hearing Killian's extremely friendly and cooperative attitude, Jia Ying also explained with a smile. Oh, by the way, I have another question, can you please tell me? After saying that, Jia Ying, as if she remembered something, looked at Killian and asked for advice. Of course. In response, Killian directly extended his hand to signal for invitation. How did you find us here? You know, we have been here for decades, several generations have been here, and no outsider has ever found us. Not to mention that there is no one in the area of hundreds of miles here. Even if you want to walk up, it is a difficult thing. At this time, Jia Ying also asked the deepest question in her heart. After all, she really couldn't figure out how the other party got here, and no matter how she asked her daughter, Daisy kept it a secret. Jia Ying had no choice but to ask the question. After all, if someone kept asking the question, it would always be a thorn in her heart, and even if she might move to another place in the future, it would still make her very worried. Ha, this is much simpler. You only care about what you see with your naked eyes, but forget that. In fact, with the development of the times, often the perspective of God in the sky can tell us everything more clearly. The satellite independently developed by Pioneer Technology can see anything happening on the ground. Of course, it can't be very accurate now, but it is still completely sufficient for finding residences and hiding places. Currently, various superpowers such as the United States, Russia, Britain and France are putting it into use, so sometimes with the development of science and technology, people will have less and less privacy in the face of high technology. Jia Ying, you are from China and grew up there, so I believe you must know more about it than me. Here I'll give you a word of advice. Closing the country to the outside world will ultimately lead to self-destruction, but you have done a good job. You are not completely closed, and there are ways for your people to communicate with the outside world. But if you want your people to grow and develop, then you must not be afraid of the power of the new era. You must learn to use it and control it. Looking at Jia Ying in front of him, Killian spoke earnestly. Actually, to be honest, Jia Ying herself is not a bad person. After all, in the original book, before finding Sky, she could put aside her blood feud and her daughter, and concentrate on managing and maintaining the living place of her people. So for Jia Ying, Killian also gave her enough advice. If they continue to follow the current trajectory, then the afterlife that was destroyed here in the original book, and then scattered all over the world and captured, is only a matter of time. I know about satellites, but is it so developed now? After hearing Killian's words, Jia Ying looked at him with a confused face, and then spoke. Although she has been in seclusion here for a long time and has never gone out, she has never read less books about the outside world, and she also has some knowledge of mobile phones, satellites, etc. But in her impression, these things, even the former, only have some more prominent and fun functions. And the latter can actually see the ground carefully from the sky? You have to know that the satellite photos she has seen before are just a bunch of blurry black and white photos, and at most you can see videos of villages. If it were any smaller, it would be impossible to see it at all. In order to avoid this, she had built the shelter of afterlife smaller than it could be, and tried to perfectly blend the layout and color of the entire building with the surrounding environment. After avoiding the satellite, the only thing that could lock their location was electronic equipment. It was precisely because of this that she had not allowed her tribe to bring electronic equipment and other things here. She thought they could live in peace like this. Unexpectedly, Killian said that it was because of the former that the satellite, which she thought had no problems, found them based on this. Of course, now is a technological boom, with a small-scale boom every 5 years and a large-scale boom every 10 years. Do you think that if satellite technology continues to upgrade, will it be possible to accurately see everyone's face from space in the next step? After hearing Jia Ying's puzzled expression, Killian took out a ground photo that was the best that the world's current satellite technology could do, and made it into virtual projection and placed it in front of Jia Ying to show that there was nothing wrong with what he said. As expected, Jia Ying, who was skeptical at first, could not help but believe what Killian said after seeing the vertical reflection of their scene. I didn't expect that the technology of human beings nowadays is developing so fast. I haven't been out for just 12 years, and there have been such big changes. At this time, looking at the projected photo in front of her, Jia Ying sighed with a wry smile. After all, she once thought that before she came here, the most advanced technology in the outside world was just a mobile phone that could make calls, but now, mobile phones are no longer mobile phones. They can take pictures, watch movies, chat, videos, and radios. Satellites are no longer satellites that can only take a particularly blurry black and white photo. Instead, they can clearly take pictures of the entire colorful building. It can be said that at this moment, Jia Ying also deeply felt that she couldn't keep up with the times. Believe me, now is not the time for you to lament. If you don't change now and continue to live like this with your people, you may meet a real hungry wolf next time. And by that time, how useful do you think your superpowers will be in the face of the current war firepower? Even the founder of the Tough Talk, the Japanese country, was beaten to a pulp by a little boy. So put away your arrogance and cooperate with us. This is the best choice for both parties. Looking at Jia Ying, who was almost beaten by him, Killian smiled and said, "Well, don't worry, I just feel that the speed of technological development is too fast now. Since we have decided to cooperate, we will definitely cooperate. Mr. Killian, don't worry about me not being able to withstand the blow or anything like that." After hearing Killian's last words, Jia Ying came back to his senses, and after saying it with a look of emotion, he still looked at Killian in front of him and said it seriously. "That's great. Please forgive my bluntness. But I still want to say here, in advance, I wish us a happy cooperation." Seeing that everything has been almost decided, Killian immediately stood up, smiled at the woman in front of him, and then stretched out his hand to shake her. Happy cooperation. After shaking hands, the two walked out with a smile. On that day, Jia Ying arranged for a group of aliens to hold a celebration ceremony for her daughter and Killian's arrival. Although the ceremony was not big, Killian still felt the enthusiasm of people from various countries and races here. While Killian was feeling the welcome of the local aliens, on the other hand, in the meeting room of the next life, dozens of the most important people who could speak at the moment gathered together at this moment. So, what are your opinions on the conditions offered by Pioneer Technology now? After talking about the conditions that Killian promised him at the beginning, Jia Ying looked at the people present and asked. After all, although she is the leader of the next life, when it really comes to the time to make a decision, she still has to ask the opinions of the people present. The people in front of them were basically the representatives of the entire afterlife. As long as they had no objections, it would be fine. I object. Why did we come here? We wanted a little world of our own. Except for you and Gordon, none of us knew where this place was. That's why we were at ease here. And now? Not only were we discovered, but we were also asked to cooperate and provide some biological samples. It sounds good, but who knows if they want to capture us and use us for human experiments. Isn't this what the United States likes to do the most now? After hearing Jia Ying's words, a rough-looking man stood up and looked at Jia Ying with dissatisfaction. If she hadn't known that the other party was the leader and given him some face, he would have directly pointed out whether the other party had found them with internal and external cooperation. Yes. Otherwise, why do we have to go to a special location to cooperate with the research? And how did a location here leak out? I think we should give priority to changing the base. Now they are going to build a military base at our doorstep. What are we waiting for if we don't run away? Are we waiting to die? After hearing the man's words, several people who had a good relationship with him also echoed him one after another. Norbert Mottos, calm down. I am an alien like you, and even my hatred for some institutions and governments is no less than any of you here. How could I betray my compatriots and the address here? What's the benefit for me? Looking at the thorn in front of him, Jia Ying couldn't help but say patiently. Why is there no benefit? Did they bring your daughter back? And you talked in there for so long, and no one was allowed to stay. Who knows what you conspired in there? Regarding Jia Ying's words, Norbert Matos still looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and said indifferently, "Matos, that's enough. I know the location here best, and no one can easily contact the outside world except me. Do you mean that I am betraying you? Hundreds of kilometers of no man's land, can you easily run away by yourself?" Seeing Norbert Matos' sarcastic look at the scene, Gordon couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and said coldly. After all, the other party said that it was Jia Ying who told the people of Pioneer Technology the address here, but all the ways to contact the outside world were with him. Isn't this equivalent to saying that he is the traitor? Yes. I believe everyone knows how secretive this location is. Besides the leader, Gordon is the most experienced and prestigious Inhuman among us. Even if you say that there is another Inhuman who can jump through space among us, it can't be him. Gordon naturally can't do such a thing. So instead of studying the unfounded traitor here, why not discuss what we should do next? After seeing that even Gordon stood up at the scene, a middle-aged man also stood up and appeased the two parties in a friendly manner. Everyone knows Gordon's ability. If it is Jia Ying's credit to run the afterlife so well, then it must be Gordon's credit to be able to maintain it. After all, he has been collecting various new members around the world through his superpowers, and he also picks them up and drops them off. If the other party really betrayed them, he would have betrayed them long ago, and he would definitely not have waited until now. So instead of suspecting that Gordon is the traitor, it is more realistic to suspect that he has a split personality. There is another question. If we agree, what if our information is leaked? After all, those big companies will definitely register by then. Yes. This is also a problem. At this time, a young man couldn't help but ask a question. After all, as a modern internet surfing expert, he also deeply understands the influence of the internet. If it is leaked by then, they will not have a good time. After the man's words, the situation that was originally active began to become cold again. We can sign a contract. If it is leaked, we just need to pay compensation. If Pioneer Technology is really trustworthy, then it will be much easier for us to have a contract. Besides, it is a big company, so he can't run away by then. The man with glasses on the side also said the same thing at this moment. Yes. If we really agree, we must make him guarantee that our information will not be leaked, otherwise he will pay a high amount of compensation. At this time, a voice full of wisdom also emerged. Then let's go back to the initial issue of cooperation. Let me give you my opinion first. I think it's actually quite good. Everyone here, ask yourself, although we have awakened our abilities, do we dare to use them in life? We dare not, so we are still the same as ordinary people. Since we are the same as ordinary people, making money and having food, clothing, housing and transportation are also extremely difficult for us. I don't know about you, but I know several people around me whose family situations are not very good. The family is barely making ends meet. Even over the years, there have been several people who have been forced to use their abilities due to huge financial pressure. There are many such cases, right? Now that there is a company that doesn't require you to do what other unscrupulous companies do, which would force you to conduct all kinds of inhumane human experiments in the laboratory, you only need a little hair, blood and the like, and you can get hundreds of thousands of dollars and real estate and the like. I think this is great. If it were me, I would agree. After the first wave of conflict, a slightly older uncle stood up and took the initiative to speak. Chapter 135, Getting Things and Evacuating. After all, it is precisely because they have been smoothed by the real society, and the education in the afterlife also tells them that they cannot show their abilities in the real world, so now that there is a shortcut to make money in a formal way, it is naturally a good thing. Actually, I think it's not bad, and didn't he suggest that we choose the address ourselves? If it really doesn't work, I think we should set it here. It is not only our base camp, but also a good way to avoid the distance being too far and us not being able to find it in time. In this way, if there is any disturbance, we can react in time. And the personnel and medical equipment stationed in their company are all here. Are we still afraid of any unusual movements from them? Not to mention that Gordon is here. With his ability, he can send us all away in a very short time, so there's even less to worry about. After hearing that someone finally opened the door to agree, the other side, who had also been tempted for a long time, also nodded and spoke. Yes, yes, and if you have other concerns, you can just provide someone with a strand of your hair. That's not a big problem, right? Others have said that as long as it's a biological sample, whether it's hair or blood, you can get at least $100,000. That's $100,000. If an ordinary person earns it, it will take at least 5 or 6 years. Not to mention all the expenses. At this time, someone else echoed. Yes, if I remember correctly, Hussein Nawaz's ability is supervision. I think it must be very valuable to those big companies. Maybe it can be exchanged for millions of dollars. Yes, and Asajj Pillay, his leg enhancement, that is a powerful ability that can create earthquake waves with 1 foot. If it is exchanged for money, it won't be easy. Millions of dollars. By the way, there is also Alyssa Lori. Her ability to control water flow is also strong. For a while, everyone stopped discussing the issue of rejection, and began to talk enthusiastically about how much each person's ability was worth. Even at the end, she was still thinking about how to use the money. And all of this, in the final analysis, was that the conditions of pioneer technology were too tempting. At this time, looking at the tribesman in front of her who finally accepted all these conditions, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Now she didn't know whether this was good or bad. But since pioneer technology could find them without any insider exposing their location, it means that their shelter will be unsafe sooner or later. Instead of escaping blindly, it is better to find a more reliable organization to cooperate with. And it is precisely because of this that, looking at everyone who was happy, Jia Ying finally thought about it and didn't mention the 2 robots that suddenly appeared in front of her. Okay, now I'm asking for the last time, is there any objection? If there is, I won't force it. It's still the original rule. No matter who it is, you can come and go freely. I will let Gordon send you back. I will never let this cooperation involve you. This is my promise. After seeing that everyone had talked about it and the overall situation was settled, Jia Ying also clapped her hands, then swept her eyes over everyone and asked. No problem. I agree. Lupasibo. Just like that, under Jia Ying's last question, even the few people who wanted to refuse in the beginning could not help but agree, and now everything has become a foregone conclusion. The next day. With the rising of the early sun, Killian also woke up to the sound of knocking on the door. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. This is our special breakfast, a special preserved egg and lean meat porridge cooked on a low fire, as well as pickles and meat buns. After watching Killian open the door, he was greeted by Jia Ying's kind smile, and as the perspective lowered, Killian saw the breakfast on the wooden tray. Thank you, I don't think anyone would refuse such a delicious breakfast. After watching Jia Ying personally bring it to him, Killian also politely took the tray from the other party and put it on the table beside him. Well, enjoy it first, I'll come over to discuss some things after you finish eating. Seeing Killian's satisfied expression, Jia Ying also smiled slightly and spoke. No, Mom. I don't care too much about etiquette. After all etiquette is for the benefit. As long as the benefit is satisfied, etiquette is just a trivial matter. Why don't we talk while eating? After hearing Jia Ying's words, Killian skillfully picked up a bun and raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he was a very easygoing person and didn't care too much about etiquette, although it looked very impressive and particular to outsiders, and even had a sense of nobility. But Killian himself didn't care much about these. He was the maker of the rules, but if he had to abide by the rules himself, what was the point? Okay. Then let me briefly explain. We discussed it last night. We agreed to your proposal. The 2 options can be chosen by the tribesmen. However, the premise is that you must keep their personal information and abilities absolutely confidential and cannot leak them in any way. And we need to take practical actions to do so. We must sign relevant contracts in the name of Pioneer Technologies. If there is a breach of contract, we must pay at least 10 times the sky-high penalty based on our influence. Looking at Killian eating breakfast in front of him, Jia Ying sat aside as if no one was around, and then started talking to herself. Of course, no problem. It's only natural. Let's do this. To show the sincerity of Pioneer Technology, I'm setting up a joint venture foundation with you as the representative in our company, with an investment of $5 billion. The profits will be shared by both parties. Of course, these are all minor issues. If either party breaches the contract, they must pay a penalty of at least 10 times the transaction amount in the form of losses. And I guarantee that your information here will not be leaked in any form, but if it is leaked by you, it has nothing to do with me. After hearing Jia Ying's words, Killian, who had just finished his breakfast, took a tissue from the side, wiped his mouth, turned around and looked at Jia Ying in front of him, and then spoke. No problem. After hearing Killian's words, Jia Ying finally saw what it meant to be rich and powerful. They originally thought that Pioneer Technology was such a big company, and based on the company philosophy and company products they announced to the outside world, it was impossible for them to cheat in black and white. So if one day my identity is exposed, I can get a large amount of compensation to have a foundation for my survival. For this reason, I have even mentioned a tenfold sky-high compensation. As a result, in the eyes of the other party, they even increased the stakes again. You know, that is $5 billion US. Tanks alone can buy more than 1,000 vehicles, and even the most advanced fighter jets can be equipped with more than a dozen. If it is simply used to arm personnel, according to Jia Ying's understanding, the U.S. Army's 1st Armored Division, known as the strongest force, has 17,000 people, and only has 10 billion military expenditures a year, and that is all top-level configurations, and all arms are fully loaded. Even more intuitively, then this $5 billion US can buy 60 tons of gold. It is as big as a small mountain. It can be said that sleeping on a mountain of gold is definitely not empty talk. On her side, she dare not imagine how rich it would be if it was used to arm her own people or to build a new base. At this moment, she even had the idea of whether she should leak the news. After all, no one can resist the temptation of such a huge amount of money. But after she came back to her senses in the blink of an eye, thinking back to what Killian said before, Jia Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. After all, in front of such a huge diameter, what they should worry about is not the pioneering technology leaking their personal information, but how to prevent their own people from actively leaking it. For a moment, even Jia Ying couldn't help but feel a headache. After all, Killian has thrown her a big problem. Oh, by the way, this is what I promised you. This is the biological sample of Gordon and I, all marked. If it's not enough, you can come back. Sky is still young and has not awakened, but when she passes the fog, I will give you her share. At this time, Jia Ying did not continue to think about this problem, but took out 2 biological samples in 2 transparent plastic bags from behind and handed them to Killian. Thank you. If you need any help in the future, you can also contact me. Here is my phone number. As I have always said, Pioneer Technologies has the ability and strength to protect its allies. After taking the plastic bag handed over by Jia Ying, Killian saw that the 2 bags contained hair and a can of blood respectively. After placing them on the table, Killian took out his brilliant gold foil version of the business card from his pocket and handed it over, then spoke. Haha, should I say that you are worthy of being the chairman of Pioneer Technologies? Even the business card is made of gold. After taking the business card, Jia Ying looked at the position and contact number on it and couldn't help but joked. It's just gold foil. The pure gold thing is too heavy. I can't bear to carry it all the time. And I just have a lot of money, not stupid. Who has nothing to do to hand out pure gold business cards? After hearing Jia Ying's joke, Killian also smiled and replied. I have to say that in Killian's opinion, in some novels he had read before, the protagonist would take out the golden business card from his body and give it to others at any time. He really couldn't help but want to complain, isn't it heavy? If you bring 2 more, your underwear pocket will be full, not to mention that the thing is heavy and uncomfortable. Ho ha, then thank you, Mr. Killian, and I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Happy cooperation. After accepting it, the 2 shook hands, and then Jia Ying took the initiative to walk out. After a simple farewell to Killian, not long after Jia Ying left, Sky's little figure also came in from the crack of the door. Brother Killian, Sky said with a smile after holding Killian's trouser leg. How was your night last night? Our classmate Daisy. After seeing Sky, Killian touched the other's hair and asked with a smile. Well, it's better than ever. Mom is very gentle, and she holds me to sleep at night and gives me a lot of delicious food. Oh, by the way, she also tells me stories. I have never experienced these things before, and I still feel like I am dreaming. I can't believe that many of my classmates said that their parents' love makes them feel depressed. This is outrageous. They are so happy. After hearing Killian's words, Sky raised her head and enjoyed Killian's touch, and said excitedly. Ha, they don't know how to cherish, unlike our little Daisy, who has known the value of family affection since she was a child. Okay, now that we are in your territory, it's time to take me out to play. Looking at Sky's cute appearance, Killian also said with a smile. Okay. After hearing Killian's words, Sky also jumped and said excitedly. After all, for a child, the most favorite thing is to play around, so Sky took Killian to wander around in this afterlife. In this way, a morning passed quickly. At noon, under the leadership of Jia Ying, Killian came to a room. After simply drafting the contract, the two sides officially completed the docking process under the on-site video recording and the signing of the contract. At this point, Killian's purpose of this trip was fully achieved. The entire afterlife began to enter the periphery with the construction robots of pioneer technology, and then in a very short time, a futuristic sci-fi style medical cabin with various emergency treatments was built. Even the dabe under pioneer technology was specially used to collect biological samples, which not only reduced the risk of leakage caused by one more person knowing, but also made these people less vigilant. Moreover, with the current intelligence of dabe, it is completely sufficient to handle simple interpersonal relationships, so Killian did not equip too many robots here. There are only 3 dabe and 2 T-800 combat robots equipped with blasters. It is not only to reassure the people in the afterlife, but also to let them know that they should weigh their own abilities if there is any abnormality. Woo, brother Killian, can't you stay for a few more days? I've only been here for 2 days and I'm leaving. After dealing with all this, Killian and Sky began to say their final goodbyes. The little girl could be said to be very emotional. Although the two had been together for less than a week, she cried like a tearful person when she knew Killian was leaving. Little Sky, life is like this. It's like your eyelids. If you want to see, the upper and lower eyelids must always be separated. This is not only for the comfort of the two when they meet again, but also for you to see farther and more. And I'm in New York. If you miss me in the future, go to Baymax. As long as you tell it, it will arrange a plane to pick you up. If you don't want to come, it can also call me remotely, just like face to face. It's very magical. How is it? Looking at the pitiful Sky in front of him, Killian also said very patiently to comfort him. Then you have to keep your word. After hearing Killian's words, Sky said with tears in her eyes. Of course, believe me. After shaking Sky's hand, Killian made a promise with her. At this time, after comforting Sky, Killian stood up again. After taking a deep look at the people who came to see him off, Killian gave them a smile, and then took subject number 2 to the open space not far away. Just when everyone was still wondering how the other party was going to go down the mountain, in everyone's surprised eyes, a cockpit door suddenly appeared in front of Killian, as if it had suddenly appeared out of thin air. After Killian and subject number 2 walked in, the hatch closed, and the leaves around were blown away. At this moment, Killian took subject number 2 and flew out on the intelligent fighter. All that was left for everyone was the leaves swaying in the wind. What the hell? After seeing this scene, one of the aliens was so shocked that his jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but say in shock. Originally, he thought that the other party would at most drive a car, or let the big guy carry it down the mountain, which was already amazing, but it was not until now that he realized that he was so wrong. It was not until now that the aliens realized that they still underestimated the foundation of pioneer technology, the giant comparable to gorilla, the medical robot Dabe, and the military defense base that had been built at the foot of Bailey Mountain. Any of these would be enough to surprise them, but they didn't expect that the other party would have such a big surprise waiting for them here. That's a stealth plane, right? Looking at the plane that had disappeared, a person was stunned for a long time before he spoke belatedly. Yes. Now I know how they came here quietly. I originally thought that others were on the road, but this TM drove a plane. After hearing his companion's words, a person on the side also echoed. This TM is not a multinational company. Even if you say it is an alien civilization, I will not doubt it at all. Looking at everything in front of him, an alien also said immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Rapidly Surging Mental Power. Then, the shocking scene of Killian entering the invisible plane shocked all the aliens who came to see him off. However, no one noticed that the aliens who had originally complained and were dissatisfied about cooperating with avant-garde technology no longer mentioned such words. After all, A glimpse of the whole picture can reveal the whole picture. Even the chairman's car is so powerful, who knows if there are other more powerful weapons? In this way, in the following time, as the news of Killian's invisible plane spread, all the aliens not only became interested in the mysterious cloak of avant-garde technology, but also had admiration for it. In addition, the benefits that avant-garde technology originally proposed this time were completely harmless to them, and every alien was highly cooperative. Some people even found that after handing their biological samples to Dabe in the medical room next to them, their bank accounts received real-time transaction transfers based on the estimated value of the superpowers on the spot. After seeing this scene, the people who were still queuing and those who had already received the money had red eyes. Originally, everyone discussed that they only needed to donate some of their hair and skin scraps. But this is real-time payment, and according to the contract, you can choose housing in any big city if you cooperate with Pioneer Technologies research. This is a huge temptation for many people, not to mention that there's more money. So for a while, in the next few days, the three big whites were busy. They couldn't resist more and more aliens and began to provide their biological cell samples to Pioneer Technology. Half a month later, Florida, USA. How is it? Killian, who is in the Pioneer Technology Park building at this moment, looked at the secretary in front of him and asked, "Boss, according to your instructions, a large number of healthy people have been collected from all over the world, and then screened. Now there are 57.6 million people who have signed up and 50,000 qualified people. $23.5 billion have been transferred. Now the number of people participating in this activity is still increasing exponentially." At this time, after hearing the boss's question, the female secretary also took her report materials, put them on Killian's desk, and reported. It must be said that at this moment, even as Killian's assistant, she, who had experienced various large projects in her hands, could not help but be surprised at her boss's lavish spending after seeing this Pioneer Technology event. "Well, I see, tell me about the rest." After the secretary's words, Killian nodded and continued. "Now, because our production lines for cutting-edge products such as smartphones, Dabe robots, life robots, companion robots, and construction robots are progressing too slowly, far from the number of natural customer reservations each month, so now the production bases of various products have begun to expand construction around the world. China has recently invested in the construction of 41, Russia 23, the United Kingdom 13, France 10, Australia 8, and India 37, with a total investment of $137 billion. Up to 3/4 of the funds have been financed by loans from local governments of various countries. It is estimated that it will take 3 months for these production bases to be fully operational. 11 controlled nuclear fusion reactors have been built and put into use worldwide. China alone has already booked 150, and other countries have also booked dozens of them. The gap is still very large. According to Dr. Otto's report, research on mobile-controlled nuclear fusion reactors has begun. According to the latest progress, there has been a major breakthrough, and it is expected that the first experimental product will be built next month. Then it can be transported and deployed remotely. In addition, the current talent pool has reached 110,000 master's and doctoral students, and more than 20,000 top engineers in various industries. At present, they have been fully selected by the heads of major bases around the world and transferred to their bases. At present, all profit statements have been gathered here. According to statistics, there are about $360 billion in revenue every month, and the company's fixed expenditure is $320 billion every month. After reporting for nearly an hour, the secretary closed the notebook in her hand and looked at the boss in front of her waiting for the next instruction. To be honest, when she read the last sentence, she couldn't help but feel shocked by the size of Pioneer Technology. Although it earns a lot every month, it definitely spends a lot. In addition to some projects she knows, she only knows a rough idea of many of the company's funds. However, even though it is just like this, she still guessed that the company probably has many large projects going on at the same time. After all, every time the company launches technology, it is extremely shocking. On this basis, since it does not invest as much time as others, then the funds invested must be several times that of others. "Okay, I got it. You go down first." After listening to the other party's report, Killian nodded and said to him, "Okay, by the way, boss, the governor here wants to invite you to dinner." I replied before that you are not here. What do you need to reply now? At this time, after hearing Killian's words, the secretary asked. Just say I don't have time. If you really have to go, let Lisa replace me. After waving his hand, Killian casually explained a few words and let him go. To be honest, with Killian's current level, let alone the governor, even if the Minister of Defense comes to see him, he will still look at his mood. What's more, he has never felt much for this kind of social interaction that is replaced by eating. After the secretary left, Killian was the only one left in the office on the top floor. But at this time, he also stood up, and after slowly rolling up his sleeves, Killian walked into the training room and began to practice his telekinesis. Since the awakening of telekinesis, Killian's telekinesis has been soaring every day. At the beginning, his mental power was able to control the pen to fly freely as he wished, and he could lift objects weighing dozens of kilograms. Gradually, after Killian's conscious training, he made great progress. After only 1 week of training, Killian has reached the point where he can move hundreds of kilograms of objects, and can even release telekinetic shock waves forward. Although it is not as good as the telekinetic barrier of the heroine next door that can resist the flames and the ability shock waves that overturned the entire room with one blow. But now Killian can also rely on telekinesis to even resist flying bullets. Killian looked at his body that could already leave the ground by several centimeters. This is simply relying on pure telekinesis to suspend himself in the air. Although it is still far from being able to fly freely, according to the current rate of telekinesis growth, Killian estimates that it will take at least half a year and at most 2 years to fully achieve it. Of course, Killian was even more suspicious. It might be his own brain area. With the more information instilled by the currency system, the more passive brain area was developed. Now his rapidly growing mental power seemed to be adapted to his mental power. After floating for a short while, Killian returned to the ground. Then he looked at the sandbags and experimental dummies not far away and began to ponder. If he was right, then his mental power would also grow greatly today. Then, as if to verify his conjecture, Killian stared at the motionless dummy not far away. After accumulating power for a few seconds, suddenly, accompanied by a sudden burst of mental power. In an instant, the dummy, which was originally welded to the ground by steel, also made a loud sound of metal twisting. The whole scene seemed to be hit by something invisible. Its body suddenly sank, and then under the huge inertia, the connection between the whole person and the bottom began to be slowly torn apart. Then, with the force increasing again, the dummy was overwhelmed. After the last connection was broken, the whole person was instantly knocked out like a flying bird. The whole person hit the glass made of super bulletproof material at an extremely terrifying speed, and then stopped. After seeing this scene, Killian, even though he had already expected it, could not help but feel shocked by the destructive power he had caused. Sir, congratulations, according to the impact power and data simulation just now, your mental power has once again broken through. Your full strength attack just now has a ton of impact force. According to my existing collected data analysis, your mental power is not the strongest one, but it is definitely the fastest growing one. At this time, Dabe, who saw this scene, also spoke up. Yes. It's incredible. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian couldn't help but nod secretly at this moment. And Killian did not refute the so-called strongest one. After all, as the number 2 experimental subject who followed him all the time, he understood the horror of the other party better than anyone else. In other words, the weight of the number 2 test subject itself is already 1 ton, and the paper data is 1,132 kilograms. When the other party was able to eliminate the group of robbers a few months ago, he was able to easily float his huge body in the air, and he still had the strength to do other things, which was enough to understand the horror of the other party. However, Killian was indifferent to this. After all, is the tyrant strong? Strong, but he traded his IQ for it. It's like a high-end computer. Normal people use it to play games, work, watch movies, and put them together, while the tyrant is only used for work, and nothing else, so it is reasonable to be stronger. However, Killian didn't have time to think about it. As the price of the full strength test just now, he emptied his mental power in the last attack just now, and now he is just barely holding on. At this moment, Killian could even feel the heat surging in his nasal cavity, and even his brain began to beat in waves. Dabe, I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me. Not daring to insist anymore, Killian went back to the rest room next door, lay on the big bed, and fell asleep. For people with superpowers, when their mental power is greatly consumed, only sleep is the best and fastest way to recover. Through sleep, the brain that has been overdrawn can calm down instantly, and then slowly use the body's ability to supply the brain cells that are tired due to overdrawn, while restoring mental power. In short, it is right to sleep when you are undecided. While Killian was sleeping, the 90th floor of the original company building was directly taken over by Dabe, and the green sign that could be directly accessed turned red instantly. The various models of combat robots that were originally hidden in the room as secret hands were all activated from hibernation at this moment, glowing red, alert to everything around them. At this moment, the originally peaceful and quiet Pioneer Technology Park also began to be on guard in secret at this moment. Hey, Padilla, do you feel that there are more patrol robots? At this time, a researcher who was passing by the park looked at the patrol robots that were suddenly dense around him, and a man couldn't help but speak up. What's the big deal? I guess some big shot is coming. Since I came here to work when it opened, I have seen all the big shots that I didn't see in my previous life. Governors, directors, congressmen, Senate presidents, and even national ministers have come. It's hard to imagine. And since they are here, we should also be prepared for security. So don't worry about these useless things, Edith. It's better to think about what to buy next month. After patting his companion on the shoulder and signaling him not to make a fuss, the researcher also changed the subject. In this way, as time passed slowly, it was not until noon the next day, when it was already noon, that Killian woke up. This sleep feels so good. After yawning, Killian stretched his body and said very comfortably, "Remove all the security. Oh, and give me another breakfast. I feel like I can eat a cow now. By the way, what time is it now, Baymax?" After seeing countless robots around him protecting his safety, Killian also said to Baymax, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. Although Killian didn't live in the company very often, this place was equivalent to his other home. Here, there were houses, beds, bathrooms, and toiletries, and they were all brand new. Every day Baymax would control the life robots to come in and clean up. So Killian didn't feel anything different. Received, it has been removed. Sir, it is now 12:31 noon on December 17th, 2000. You have rested for a whole day and night. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax controlled all the robots to return to their original hiding places and began to report again. Has a whole day passed? That's beyond my expectation, but it seems that if I have insomnia in the future, using this method to solve it is a good choice. After hearing the time reported by Baymax, Killian couldn't help but reveal a sense of surprise in his eyes, and then he spoke with his mouth full of foam. After Killian finished washing up, he came out and found that the reception room was already filled with rich food. Baymax. Although I said I can eat a cow, that's just an exaggeration. I can't really eat a cow. You have so much, are you feeding me like a tyrant? After seeing the whole table full of high-calorie food, Killian couldn't help but say helplessly, "Sorry, sir, I thought you haven't eaten for a day and a night, and you made a request, so I asked the robot to do more." After hearing Killian's words, Baymax realized that he was a little too honest at this time, and apologized immediately. "Forget it, that's it. I'll take it to number 1 and number 3 later. I haven't seen them for a long time." After hearing what Baymax said, Killian came to his senses. After all, Baymax is not an artificial intelligence in the true sense. Even if it is an artificial intelligence, there are sometimes differences in simple communication between people, not to mention robots. So Killian didn't hesitate and spoke. But to be honest, only Baymax like this can make Killian feel caring. After all, the kind that can meet your various needs anytime and anywhere, even without you saying it, sometimes makes people feel strange. Sometimes, if Baymax can make a small mistake like now, it will make Killian feel a different kind of comfort. After thinking of his own thoughts, Killian couldn't help but shook his head helplessly and threw his thoughts out of his mind. Sometimes he even doubted whether he was a masochist, and even this kind of requirement that subordinates can make mistakes would emerge. "Sir, test subjects number 1 and number 3 have completed comprehensive training by Dr. Samuel, and the results are remarkable. They can even communicate in simple ways through gestures and language. They are currently cooperating at a high level. With their help, Dr. Samuel's research and development and training of the new model of Tyrant are also going very smoothly. While Killian was eating the feast, Baymax was also reporting on the latest progress of the 2 test subjects. Chapter 137's level ability rating. Really? Speaking of which, I haven't visited Samuel for a while. I wonder how he's progressed recently. After hearing Baymax's report on the progress of number 1 and number 3, Killian couldn't help but smile. After all, these are his main ground combat forces in the future. When the time comes, let alone the invasion of the Chitauri, even if Thanos invades the Earth, he will have the confidence to fight back. Sir, Dr. Samuel. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax immediately began to report on the work there, but was stopped by Killian before he started. If it's about work, don't talk about it first. I'll go and see it myself when the time comes. After all, if it's a surprise, knowing it in advance will not have the expected effect. After stopping Baymax from continuing to speak, Killian smiled and said. After a long time of eating, Killian, led by the biological robot beside him, packed up the food that had not been eaten and took it up, and then flew straight to the island of Miami as the intelligent fighter started. Soon after getting off the plane, Killian felt a warm climate and fresh sea breeze. If December is the coldest month of winter for other places, and the world of ice and snow is coming, then for Miami, it is the beginning of the comfortable season. In this season of Miami, the sky is endless blue, and even the river surrounding it is endless deep blue and clear. Combined with the lush green willow leaves and the embellishment of various flowers planted by the staff here, the whole world is like a dream world presented in front of Killian. To be honest, Miami itself is a tourist destination. With its unique geographical conditions and climate advantages, it is a tourist peak season from December to the beginning of spring every year. People from all over the world who don't like the cold will fly from different places to enjoy the most comfortable season of the year and spend a warm winter like spring. And this time, Killian was also rare. After getting off the plane, he did not go directly to the laboratory, but walked around the island like a tourist. It has to be said that as a company, Samuel also understands the necessity of the environment for the healthy physical and mental development of a scientific researcher. There are many beautiful flowers and even trees, which are also carefully planted and cultivated by humans. Killian can also see some specialized planting experts taking good care of the public areas here. And even after seeing Killian coming, they greeted him enthusiastically, completely treating Killian as an ordinary researcher. And Killian also exchanged a few words with him, and continued to walk with a smile. Finally, after walking around for dozens of minutes, Killian saw Samuel, who had been notified, rushing towards him in a hurry. "Boss, why are you here? At least tell me in advance so that I can make arrangements for you." After trotting to Killian, Samuel took the initiative to speak. "What? Worried that I will see you being lazy?" Looking at Samuel in a hurry in front of him, Killian couldn't help but joked. "Ha, if I'm lazy, believe me, boss, that's definitely the time you should be happy." Samuel, who also heard Killian's joke, also replied with a smile. "Ha, yes." Killian also smiled at Samuel's answer. After all, Killian is very clear about Samuel's work attitude. Unless everything is done, he is either forced to rest by day or he is fully immersed in his work. It can be said that if the company wants to evaluate the Involution Master, Killian doesn't even need to estimate. Samuel is definitely the first. After all, looking at the entire company or the same industry, it is rare to be a ruthless person who almost starves himself to death because of a research and development project. That time was also a close call. The monitoring network in the space was taken over by Dabe. After discovering that Samuel fainted, Dabe was immediately arranged for rescue. Otherwise, Samuel would probably starve to death here. It is precisely because of this that Killian ordered Baymax to ensure that Samuel has 8 hours of rest every day. If it is less than 8 hours, he will be taken away directly. In this way, Samuel's health gradually recovered. Otherwise, even with the enhancement of the company's T0 potion, Samuel's reckless internal row would starve to death even if the Hulk was here. How is the current project progressing? After entering the elevator, Killian took the initiative to ask. At this moment, after hearing Killian's words, Samuel also remembered the happy times recently, and the whole person couldn't help but smile because he was too happy. "Boss, you are really amazing. I have received so many valuable biological cell samples from extraordinary people recently. Just according to the level classification we have set, there are 2S level 1s, 37A level, 159B level, 761C level, And many other superpower cells that have not been classified yet are being collected. Because it is too hasty now, there are too many samples, and there is not enough time to summarize them at the moment, so even the tentative B and below superpower ratings may be underestimated. Immediately, after tidying up his expression, Samuel began to report excitedly. It must be said that Killian's simple and unpretentious money-spending operation has brought about an extremely huge collection efficiency, but it is precisely because of the collection of too many, even their super-large underground base that can accommodate thousands of employees working at the same time is too busy for a while. Really? But don't worry, slowly classify them. We still have a lot of time to deal with them. You can also train a few more assistants. Take me to see it now. I also want to know what powerful superpowers are in our current superpower library. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian was instantly interested in it and spoke to him after realizing for the first time that the superpower library he requested to build had so many superpowers. Okay, boss. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel also nodded actively, and then after pressing a special button, the group came to the exclusive floor for the recovery, evaluation and storage of superpower biological samples. However, before Killian could take a good look, he saw two researchers arguing as if for something. This superpower is enough for B level. Why did you evaluate it as A level? Are you crazy? What do you know? This ability can even involve magnetic fields. Let alone A level. If there is a breakthrough in the future, it may even be S level. What's wrong with an A level? For a while, the two people began to argue about the ability assessment. After getting closer, Killian and Samuel finally understood. What are you arguing about? Are you done? I think you are too idle. If you can't make up your mind, just put it aside. I will deal with it later. Now to other things. After getting closer, looking at the two researchers in front of him, Samuel changed his submissive attitude in front of Killian and spoke with a tough face. Sorry, doctor. Okay, we will get busy right away. After hearing that the person in charge had come, especially the boss behind him was also there, the two people suddenly felt a chill on their backs. Naturally, they didn't dare to argue anymore, but immediately ran to the other side and started to busy themselves with their own things. They were afraid that if they were a little slow, the boss would see them being lazy and deduct points in their hearts. Boss, I'm sorry. This is the norm regarding superpower ratings. Everyone has their own standards for evaluating abilities, and we can only grope our way through. But it's not their fault. After all, unless we clone the experimental subjects right away for combat testing, there will be differences in these estimated clones. And the reason for the differences I just reported to you is precisely because of this. Except for the 2S level biological samples you brought back personally, it will take a lot of time to conduct the most accurate review of the others. After dealing with a few people, Samuel at this time also returned to his initial respectful appearance, returned to Killian's side and started to explain. Although he was tough with the researchers just now, he was indeed making excuses for the two people at this time. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I won't take it to heart because of the quarrel between the two people about their work attitudes. On the contrary, they are like this because they are responsible for their work. It's good. You can cultivate them. But I have to say, Samuel, you do have a good leader. They are blessed to follow you. After hearing Samuel's words to excuse the two people, Killian couldn't help laughing, and then said jokingly. It can be said that Samuel's tough style just now was also to protect the two young people. After all, the boss came, and the two people were still quarreling regardless of their image. If he, as the person in charge, did not take action on the spot, it would not be a simple matter when the boss took action. But for Killian, these didn't matter, and he was happy to give Samuel a good example. I learned this from you, boss. Samuel also replied politely to Killian's compliment. Okay, let's see what superpowers they are discussing. To be honest, I'm quite interested. It feels a bit unusual that two subordinates and you both want to quarrel with each other. At this moment, Killian came to the place where the two researchers just stood with a curious look on his face and said. Then after coming here, with the opening of the information, a little boy appeared in the picture, looking at the sky in a room with despair, and electric arcs kept coming out of his body, causing sparks in the surrounding rooms. With a continuous switching of the pictures, at the end, under the guidance of Dabe at the scene, the boy went all out to release the power of electric energy. Although it was not big, the electric whip as thick as the child's arm really gave people a great shock. Electricity superpowers, this is rare. At this time, Samuel also came over and said after seeing the video on the screen. Character file number 1079. Name, Lincoln Campbell. Gender, male. Age, 16 years old. Ability, can control electric current by discharging electricity from both hands. Rating, undetermined. At this time, after reading the skill introduction of the power owner, Killian immediately recalled it. Lincoln Campbell, in Agents of SHIELD, appears as Sky's boyfriend. Because of his unique and powerful electrical ability, he is nicknamed Pikachu. To be honest, Lincoln is absolutely capable of developing his own abilities. What impressed Killian the most was that he could use his ability to levitate Sky just by touching her arm. It's just like magnetic levitation. It's just a pity that in the later part, as if the plot was intentional, the relevant talent was never shown again. At least according to Killian's estimation, according to the current intensity that the other party can release, at least the ground can be completely magnetized, and then magnetic levitation can be performed in the same way as sky flying to achieve the purpose of flight. Even more in depth, it can be completely developed in terms of electromagnetic force. However, the only problem that will be faced is that the brain's thinking capacity is not enough. If it is not refined enough, then the use of electromagnetic force will also be greatly limited. For example, if Accelerator next door wants to manipulate vectors, the computing power required is extremely huge. Even the computing support of the Misaka network is needed to use superpowers. The same is true for electromagnetic force, and it is very difficult for humans to achieve such extremely refined operations, but Killian has a plugin. But according to what they said, this ability, the A-level rating is actually reasonable, and B-level is no problem. At this moment, Samuel, who also considered the relevant electromagnetic force issues, also came up and expressed his opinion. A-level. No, give it S-level. However, after listening to Samuel's words, Killian gave a completely different evaluation. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was not for the huge amount of money given for the S-level assessment, but mainly because of the current two S-levels. One can absorb vitality, making people forever young and immortal, and even achieve the effect of immortality. The other is to open up the quantum field space, and to teleport to any place he has seen or been to in an instant. Just these two alone, even ordinary people can tell the terrifying application of their abilities. When other abilities are placed in front of these two, they can't help but feel ashamed. It is precisely because of this that, although they have collected thousands of abilities, no S-level has been born yet, because the conditions are too harsh. As for the electric ability in front of him, Samuel does have the talent for electromagnetic force to develop, but the S-level evaluation? He is a little unsure. Boss, isn't this a bit too high? Then, Samuel hesitated and said, what do you think is the reference standard for judging the strength of a superpower? Without answering Samuel's question, Killian suddenly asked. First of all, there are the genetic level, ability level, and characteristic level. Those are probably the three. To put it simply, it means the gene can adapt to energy intensity, the maximum degree of ability development, and the function of the ability itself. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel thought about it and replied, well, that's good. First of all, we can rule out the genetic level, right? After all, we just want to extract the energy factor and edit it, and finally integrate it with other superpowers. And the ability level is based on the recipient's subject. After all, the higher the individual strength of the subject, the greater the strength of the ability that can be used. Just like our tyrant now, if it is injected with a superpower, how powerful do you think it will be? Can it blow up a bunker with all its strength? Then there's the characteristic level, which is also the most important rating feature, that is, the effect that can be achieved by the ability itself. So is it a consensus that this electrical ability can be further developed into electromagnetic force? If that's the case, then why is electromagnetic force one of the four fundamental forces that dominate the universe, not ranked? And I personally think that its existing cell strength is not weak. What it lacks is mainly the ability level of the user. And haven't we solved the problem of the user's ability level a long time ago? The Extremis virus and the T virus can all be perfectly enhanced, not to mention that there will be more human enhancement drugs in the future. So when looking at problems, you must open your mind and don't be too rigid. Looking at Samuel on the side, Killian carefully told him his thoughts. I understand, boss. The ultimate reason is that my thoughts are too narrow. However, boss, The electromagnetic force ability requires a huge amount of computing power after all, and it is difficult for even the enhanced number 2 experimental subject to support the use of this ability. After listening to Killian's words, although Samuel admired his boss's imagination, he still directly pointed out the biggest shortcoming of the problem. After all, the electromagnetic force ability itself requires powerful computing power, or in layman's terms, it can be used only when it is meticulous and can see the order of the elements that make up a thing at a glance. To do this, Samuel does not think that it can be done with the current human power, even if Einstein is alive. Finally finished typing, so hungry, eat a reader randomly, and continue typing. Chapter 138 Experimenter. Believe me, the problems you mentioned are not problems at all. Regarding the computing power that will be faced by the deep development of electromagnetic force, both the brain control chip and the already developed TS Tyrant Potion are perfect solutions in the later stage. We can even build a special super network cluster, which is specially used for the ability calculation enhancement of electromagnetic force superpowers. Even in the end, all telekinetic enhancers can use it to form a huge mental network. Isn't it a good solution? After hearing Samuel's question, Killian raised his mouth and said, "Indeed, in this way, all problems are solved." After listening to the boss's words, Samuel suddenly realized it and said, "It must be said that at this moment, Samuel couldn't help but admire his boss's brain hole, which could connect the simple electrical power to the electromagnetic force, and also gave several complete solutions in a short time." At this moment, in Samuel's heart, Killian's image was once again great. "Boss, don't worry. After this, I will let them brainstorm, discuss more, and expand their thinking." Then, Samuel stated his position again. "Well, it's good to have the intention, but there is no rush for this kind of thing, just classify it slowly. And I have another request, that is, for our own internal, their abilities must be based on the actual rating, but for the external ability recovery, it can be relaxed if it can be relaxed, and it can be upgraded if it can be upgraded, understand? We are not short of money. As long as we maintain the current situation, we will have a steady supply of superpowers in the future, and we will have whatever you want at that time." After patting Samuel on the shoulder, Killian explained to him earnestly. After all, Samuel is an expert in biological research, so Killian let him be responsible for the collection and evaluation of superpowers. And from the current point of view, the other party is indeed doing a good job. Afterwards, after looking at the details of the superpowers in the currently collected superpower library, Killian couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It can be said that there are all kinds of abilities, such as fire breathing, water controlling, wind blowing, object controlling, and ice condensing. It can only be said that with a large base of billions of human beings, all kinds of unexpected superpowers are likely to appear. Although there are many useless ones, there are also many useful ones. These are all our future combat power capital, Samuel. You must learn them as soon as possible. After reading these with satisfaction, looking at the list in front of him, Killian said solemnly to Samuel on the side, "Don't worry, boss. I have arranged several professional teams to decrypt and analyze these superpower biological samples as soon as possible. Now we have started, and the decryption time will get faster and faster in the future." In response to Killian's request, Samuel at this moment also answered excitedly and confidently. For him, studying these biological samples is extremely fulfilling and happy. He never thought that there are so many extraordinary creatures in this world, and the genetic samples of each extraordinary creature have completely different genetic sequences. Each one is like a disrupted high-level imitation puzzle, waiting for him to explore them. After the exploration is completed, it can be restored according to their own wishes, perfectly reproduced, and even more powerful. Not to mention that before developing these, they already had the experience of developing the superpowers of Purple Man and Jessica Jones. Although the abilities and differences of the two are different, the essential extraction methods are similar, which also saves them a lot of time. Very good. How about the aliens? How is the research now? Any progress? After hearing that everything was going well on Samuel's side, Killian nodded and asked, "The research is going well and progressing rapidly. At this stage, I have developed fusion cells based on the genetic cells of aliens. It can give the host the ability to accommodate more superpowers at the same time. And I am also ready to put it into the formal human trial stage today." After hearing Killian's words, Samuel also spoke immediately. "You know, In order to study the cells of aliens, his work intensity can be said to be directly pulled to the maximum recently. This thing is too powerful. Anything can be copied and carried in the body, and it can also adjust its own form at will. This alone has been a problem for Samuel for more than a month. In the end, it was only after the tease potion was strengthened and the width of the brain was fully developed that he figured out the specific problem and solved it. Otherwise, Samuel estimated that he would have to spend several years to calculate the 100 millionth power of 10 according to the 1 + 1 = 2 method. Really? It seems that I have to stay a little longer today. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian's eyes lit up and he spoke. After all, this is a formal fusion of superpowers. When he thought of this, Killian couldn't help but get a little excited. You know, in the original book, when the Skrulls were able to create super Skrulls that could gather all people's superpowers with simple instruments and equipment, that ability would probably be the same even if Thanos came back. Killian has been fantasizing about this day, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Boss. This way. At this time, Samuel smiled and gestured. Then the two of them took the elevator together and headed towards the bottom experimental floor. Not long after, they arrived at the 51st floor underground. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Killian saw a corridor made of a new alloy structure, which was different from the all-steel corridor on the 40th floor. It was obvious that the decoration style here had changed dramatically from this floor. Boss, in order to take into account the increasing danger of the creatures developed in our underground experimental base, we started from the 50th floor and added super strong alloy walls to the subsequent buildings to prevent the leakage, escape and loss of control of biological weapons. After seeing Killian's novel look, Samuel on the side also took the initiative to explain. Well, that's right, a strong sense of safety is needed, always aware of all potential dangers and strangle them in the cradle. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian suddenly realized it at this time, and then nodded with satisfaction. After all, it is true. With the deeper development of biological experiments and the various superpowers they have continuously added, the danger of biological experiments is far from the time when they were just preparing for the destructive power of biological weapons, such as Tyrant, when they first designed them. Even many things developed now have far greater destructive power than Tyrant, but Killian is not at the scene, and Samuel is mainly responsible for this, so Killian is not very clear about this. But now, at least Samuel still makes Killian completely at ease. Then, under the guidance of Samuel, after passing through layers of security and dozens of biological research laboratories, the two finally came to the door of a tightly closed laboratory. At this time, Samuel on the side also took the initiative to come up, and then scanned the facial recognition device at the door, and then there was only a beep sound, the facial recognition passed, and the door of the laboratory opened. Rumble. As the several-ton iron door slowly opened, an isolation disinfection room came into view. After a simple and quick disinfection, the two entered the second ultraviolet disinfection room again. After more than 10 minutes of simple and tedious disinfection procedures, the two people wearing chemical protective suits finally entered the laboratory. As the two entered, Killian saw everything inside. A burly black man with dreadlocks had been tied to the bed in the isolation room. At this moment, he looked at everything around him and seemed to have known his fate. He began to look at the medical robots around him with a panicked look, and forced himself to open his mouth and keep begging words at the transparent glass not far from the monitoring, trying to save his own solution. However, for the man's words, it was obvious that the other party had made a wrong calculation. The medical robots beside him did not respond to his shouting at all, and all of them were doing their own things mechanically. As for the staff in the surveillance, sorry, the microphones are not on yet, which means they can't hear what the man said, so in front of everyone, the man just opened his mouth and chattered about something. It must be said that the prisons in the United States are still good. At least the daily supply can keep the men at the peak of their strength at any time, and the prison itself follows the jungle law of the strong being the king. So the bodies of the prisoners are all in good shape. Seeing this, Killian had to say that it is worthy of being the volunteer donation center that medical research institutions in major countries like to find. There's indeed a reason. Prepare for the first experiment. The experimental subjects are in place, check the equipment. At this time, Samuel came to the main control room and took the initiative to give orders. The life detection system is normal. The brainwave detection device is normal. Number 1 alien fusion cell syringe is normal. Number 2 B1 screaming cell syringe is normal. Number 3 A4 Body Super Speed Regeneration Cell Syringe is normal. Number 4 B3 Mind Control Cell Syringe is normal. Number 5 Desperate Virus Syringe is normal. As Samuel gave the order, the medical robots in the isolation room began to connect all kinds of instruments to him, and all the physical data of the man were displayed on the computer in an instant. And on the other side, several bright syringes were also in the extremely horrified eyes of the experimenter, watching the medical robots constantly debugging, and then until the cell serum of various colors was compressed into it. At this moment, the man only regretted why he had killed so many people and done so many wrong things before. He originally thought that it was just a crime, and he could be released from prison as long as he stayed in prison for a dozen years or decades. And if it didn't work, he could also plan a prison break. Anyway, the worst-case scenario was nothing more than a few more years in prison, but at this moment, he only hoped that time could go back to before he committed the crime. The air pressure in the isolation room is normal. Report. The test is complete, everything is normal. However, no matter how much the experimental subject regretted, it could not affect the progress of the medical robot in the laboratory. After the last researcher announced the completion of the report, the experiment officially entered the final countdown. Check the isolation room. Make sure there are no influencing factors. Start recording the physical data of the experimental subject. Nodding again, Samuel made the final confirmation. Report. Everything is normal inside the isolation room, there are no influencing factors. The current experimental subject is 182 centimeters tall, weighs 70 kilograms, has normal consciousness, no abnormal brain waves, and is healthy without any disease. Very good, record all the data immediately, and number 15 will be ready to inject the virus in turn. After listening to all the preparation procedures without any problems, Samuel spoke calmly. Start injecting cells in turn. Time interval of 30 seconds. Soon after, as everyone completed their reports on the projects they were responsible for, Samuel's last cold order was finally issued. Several medical robots on the scene put the needles in their hands against the young man's neck, and then, in the black man's desperate eyes, they directly injected the first tube of medicine into the man's body. Start injecting the first shot of alien fusion cells. Number 1. Injection completed, the experimental subject is normal. Start the countdown of 30 seconds. At this moment, after the injection, the robot that injected the first shot reported mechanically. Report. The experimental subject's heartbeat has begun to accelerate. It is currently around 120 beats per minute and is still rising. It is still within the controllable range. In the main control room, a researcher in charge of the life characteristics detection of the experimental subject also began to report immediately after seeing the experimental subject's heartbeat begin to accelerate. Okay, continue with the second shot, and continue the test. After hearing the changes that were still within the normal threshold, Samuel did not change at all, but spoke directly. The second shot of B1 screaming roar cells has begun to be injected, and the injection has been completed. Begin the countdown of 30 seconds. 25 seconds. Report. The target's heartbeat is close to 170 beats per minute, and it is still rising. Report. The target's internal cells have begun to show obvious changes, and the brain waves are abnormally active. Continue. After seeing that the target's vital signs have exceeded normal values, Samuel also said in a firm voice. The third shot of number 3A4 body super speed regeneration cells has begun to be injected, and the injection has been completed. Begin the countdown of 30 seconds. The fourth shot of number 4B3 mind control cells has begun to be injected, and the injection has been completed. Begin the countdown of 30 seconds. Report. The heartbeat rate of the experimental subject has exceeded 220 beats per minute, and the body temperature of the experimental subject has exceeded 40 degrees Celsius and is still rising. The internal cells have shown obvious changes. Number 1 alien cell is fusing the two. As time passed, the researchers began to report with increasing excitement. Although the physical characteristics of the experimental subjects far exceeded the threshold that ordinary people could bear, it should be known that what they created now was not an ordinary person, but a superhuman. Very good, the last shot, start the injection. Samuel, who was also extremely excited, also had a gleam of light in his eyes after hearing the reports from his subordinates, and then spoke in an excited tone that could no longer be suppressed. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to the tone of the person in charge. Everyone stared at the robot in front of them who was the last to hold the needle, watching the other party inject the last tube of number 4 cells. The 5th shot of number 5 desperate virus begins to be injected, and the injection is completed. Start the countdown of 30 seconds. Finally, after a long time, in the almost delayed world of everyone, the robot finally injected the cells into the body of the experimental subject. At this moment, the whole body of the experimental subject began to tremble violently. It was as if it was undergoing some huge and painful torment. Doctor, the target's heartbeat has exceeded 300 beats per minute and is still rising. The body temperature is already 55 degrees, 70 degrees, 85 degrees. Oh my god, he's going to burn himself. The mental brain area has detected a violent abnormal fluctuation. The characteristics of life energy are beginning to strengthen. Doctor. At this moment, with this sudden change, everyone present was stunned and spoke hurriedly. Killian, who was watching all this in the observation room, couldn't help but frown. For some reason, he always felt that this gave him a very bad feeling. And if someone can observe it carefully, they will find that as the physical characteristics of the experimental subject are getting more and more crazy, its body begins to bend and twitch subconsciously. As time passed, Samuel, who also realized that something was wrong in the isolation room, couldn't help but look at the red button on the console next to him. Just open the protective shell and press the red button inside, and a high-intensity flame will suddenly erupt from it, which can directly evaporate all the creatures inside. Even steel can be melted into molten iron. In that way, even if the situation inside was not right, it could be contained in time. However, this would mean the failure of this experiment, and it was not his style to press the button when nothing was clear. At least some useful experimental data should be left. Chapter 139 Emergency Plan, Experimental Subject Riot. But even so, Samuel silently opened the protective shell of the emergency destruction button, and then quietly placed his hand on it. No matter what, it is always better to be prepared. In the isolation room, as the man's body trembled more and more, gradually in front of everyone, they were horrified to find that the medical robot inside had actually begun to twist out of thin air. Samuel, something is wrong. Immediately organize the evacuation of personnel, let the emergency team take place, and take over this floor. At this moment, after seeing that something was obviously wrong in the isolation room, Killian immediately spoke to Samuel not far away. Yes, sir. Everyone, follow the number 3 emergency plan and start to evacuate in an orderly manner. At this moment, Samuel, who had originally wanted to press the emergency destruction button, looked at Killian beside him with a look of astonishment, and then agreed. After all, he believed that at this critical moment, Killian, as the boss, must have considered more comprehensively than him, and he only needed to be responsible for execution. After the order from the head of the base, the researchers on the scene began to trot out in an orderly manner. Although the probability of an accident in the base is very small, Pioneer Technology will regularly train employees on the knowledge and exercises of emergency evacuation plans every month, and now it is finally used. At this moment, as the employees began to evacuate one after another, the weirdness in the isolation room began to become more and more intense. Doctor, according to the instrument, the body temperature of the experimental subject has now risen to 60 degrees, the brain activity level has exceeded level 3, and it is still rising exponentially. The current heart rate has far exceeded the normal threshold to 630 beats per minute, and the data is still rising. At this time, after everyone had almost evacuated, Dabe had already reported the experimental subject from the data he took over. The data is so powerful. Even when the humanoid tyrant experimental subject awakened at the beginning, it didn't have such a powerful ability. Dabe, are you sure? At this moment, after hearing the data reported by Dabe, Samuel couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, I can confirm that the experimental data is correct and everything is normal. After hearing Samuel's words, Dabe still gave a friendly reminder in that mechanical voice. However, after hearing Dabe's confirmation, Samuel couldn't help but feel that it was getting tricky. He didn't expect that each of them had extremely normal abilities, but when they were fused together, they could become so abnormal. And watching the video at the scene, Samuel could even see that the skin of the experimental subject had begun to look like it was baked red. But even so, its vital signs were still normal, which was incredible. According to data analysis, it is probably that multiple abilities produced special reactions during the fusion process. Now the biochemical treatment team has been dispatched to the center. Doctor, you and Mr. Killian need to retreat immediately. After saying that, Dabe immediately spoke. "Boss. Let's retreat first." After hearing Dabe's words, Samuel, who also realized that the scene might not be a safe place, immediately turned his head and looked at Killian in front of him, who was still calm. After all, if he was the only one here, it would be fine. According to his temper, he would definitely stay on the front line. However, the chairman of Pioneer Technology is here, and he can't let him take the same risk as himself. "Well, let's go." Killian didn't reject Samuel's words too much. Although he also wanted to see how strong this experimental subject was, that made him feel a little palpitating in the situation just now. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall, so there is no need to stand here. Then, under the cover of the soldiers of the watch team on this floor who had already arrived, the two entered the dedicated escape passage inside the observation room and evacuated to the outside. At the same time, after Killian and others evacuated, the advanced team of biochemical treatment had arrived at the scene one after another. 10 huge and burly mature artificial tyrants, including 4 power-type main battle tyrants, 3 auxiliary telekinetic tyrants and 3 agile and destructive female tyrants. Each of them is a super soldier that has been cultivated through mature technology and cutting-edge technology. It can be said that these 10 tyrants alone can destroy a small town without any effort. And behind them, 100 T-800 combat robots and 500 desperate virus clone soldiers entered this floor through the special large troop transport elevator. As they entered, the nearly 100-ton steel door slowly closed in an emergency atmosphere, with red alarm lights flashing continuously. So far, there was no living creature on this floor except the experimental subjects and the biochemical treatment advanced team that had arrived. On the other side. At the same time, in the isolation room, the development at this moment was becoming more and more wrong. Some robots in the room were even controlled by some invisible force and began to float in the air. What was most shocking was that even with Dabe's control, the robots at this moment were still unable to move automatically, and even the mechanical arms made of steel could not move even a little bit. Then slowly, everyone found that the robots in the laboratory seemed to be enveloped by a huge force. After the sound of metal breaking, the 4 originally strong medical robots suddenly turned into a pile of scrap metal. At this moment, the man who was lying on the bed had already regained consciousness, but at this moment, he was looking at the transparent glass in front of him with eyes full of hatred and anger. Although he couldn't see if there was anyone behind it, but his intuition told him that there must be someone. Then, in Samuel's eyes, as the man slowly opened his mouth, a powerful sound wave came out of his mouth. And suddenly the super strong bulletproof glass that was originally extremely strong and could even withstand the explosion of rockets, also appeared with cracks, and finally with a bang, fragments flew out. The original sound wave also continued to burst out. At this moment, dozens of T-800s in the control room. At the moment the glass was broken, each T-800 began to tear the trigger of the rifle in their hands and began to shoot in unison. The next second, as the barrel of the first rifle burst out a tongue of orange flame, followed by dozens of heavy machine guns firing at the same time. In an instant, a steel storm powerful enough to tear apart any carbon-based creature suddenly sprayed towards the target. However, at this moment, as more than 100 large-caliber warheads were fired at the experimental subject with an indomitable momentum, a scene that shocked everyone also happened. When these bullets had just flown a few meters away and had not even broken through the distance of the glass broken by the experimental subject, all the bullets began to move slowly as if they were pressed down by super deceleration. At this moment, if there were any carbon-based life here, they would feel that a powerful and uncontrollable sound shock wave was constantly pouring out of the mouth of the experimental subject. The power caused by it was so strong that even the bullets fired at super high speed could not help but stop. Then, in a flash, along with the experimental subject, the body sank again, and a more massive shock wave swept towards the T-800 robots in the main control room with overwhelming force. In just a moment, the bullets that were originally ejected were instantly swept by a huge force and shot in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. For a moment, the robots in the main control room were also blown away and scattered on the wall. Boom. Boom. Then, accompanied by a huge crash, the equipment in the main control room was also affected by this huge impact, and sparks burst out one after another, and some even exploded on the spot. The whole scene was in a mess in an instant, as if it had been bombarded by missiles from all directions. Boss, it seems that this is the true power of the B-level ability. At this time, Killian and Samuel, who had already come to the upper floor, saw this scene through the surveillance camera at the scene, and Samuel said with an extremely happy expression, "After all, if you ignore the uncontrollable state of the target, then this is simply an enhanced version of a super soldier." At this moment, Samuel could even imagine how shocked the military would be if they saw this soldier again. After all, from the beginning to now, they have always been striving to restore Captain America. And now, the creature he developed and created, let alone Captain America, even if Captain America's father came, it would be useless. Even if Jesus were alive, he could pull off 2 beards from the other party. There's more to it, keep watching, it should bring us more surprises. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian said lightly, "After all, let alone anything else, just a machine gun attacks of the T-800 just now, if he came, he could also achieve this effect, and since the other party could make him feel an inexplicable palpitation, it must be that the other party's remaining 2 abilities are not simple." As expected, after the T-800s were all dealt with, the subject saw the entrance behind the glass not far away, and his eyes, which were originally red because of tyranny, immediately lit up. Then he jumped directly, not caring that his bare feet were walking on the ground full of glass shards. He walked out like no one was around. But in the next second, he saw several super soldiers standing in the corner not far away, looking at him motionlessly. In an instant, even the subject, who had just gained superpowers and whose heart was inflated, couldn't help but look at the lineup in front of him with a serious face. What he didn't expect was that these people in front of him actually had such a strong defense. "Dabe, send a tyrant out and test its ability." At this time, after seeing through the monitor that the other party was standing there without taking the initiative to attack, Killian smiled slightly and spoke. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe at this moment also immediately transmitted Killian's order to the tyrant's brain. After hearing the order, the number 1 power tyrant not far from the experimental subject also roared to the sky, hammered his chest, and rushed towards the experimental subject like a truck. At this moment, after seeing the big monster rushing towards him, the experimental subject took a deep breath and a powerful sound wave surged towards the other party. In an instant, the original tyrant's indomitable momentum began to stagnate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tyrant's hideous face and scarlet eyes were immediately clearly displayed in front of the man. But even so, the tyrant still marched forward with great strides. Seeing this situation, the experimental subject also had an extremely hideous and distorted face. After taking a deep breath, another sound wave larger than before attacked the tyrant in front of him. For a moment, the tyrant, who could have marched forward, also stopped instantly. At this moment, even if he tried his best, he couldn't move forward a step. The most important thing was that even if he wanted to stay where he was, his feet began to make grooves and he began to retreat backwards. After realizing that something was wrong, the tyrant immediately adjusted his strategy. He raised his hands high and smashed them on the ground in an instant. The ground instantly broke into pieces. At this time, the tyrant picked up the largest piece of rubble and threw it directly at the experimental subject. After seeing this scene, the experimental subject could no longer maintain the powerful sound waves. After instantly retracting it, it hid to the side. Boom! After the experimental subject dodged, the stone thrown by the tyrant immediately smashed a big hole in the wall behind him. After seeing this scene, the pupils of the experimental subject's scarlet eyes shrank, but then he felt a gust of wind coming. Then he was held tightly by the power tyrant, who was already blocked by any obstacles, and then swung left and right. The tyrant took the body of the experimental subject and smashed huge holes on the floor of the laboratory. Then, just as the tyrant was about to smash it into pieces, he felt a sudden weightlessness under his feet. The experimental subject suddenly attacked the soles of his feet with the power of sound waves, and then when the power tyrant fell to the ground, the whole person inserted his arm directly from the ear to the tyrant's brain. Then, everyone in the monitoring room felt a black screen in front of their eyes, and the control over the power tyrant disappeared instantly. What's going on? After seeing this scene, Samuel couldn't help but ask. The experimental subject has the ability of mental control. According to the combat data, it had 37 opportunities to escape control with the help of sound waves, but it was always looking for opportunities to defeat the tyrant. And now, it has directly controlled the tyrant's brain, and even destroyed the brain control chip. After hearing Samuel's words, Dabe quickly reviewed the battle scene just now and reported the content of his analysis in the brief confrontation. It seems that the experimental subject's mental power has evolved higher than we thought. It must have some way to sense the other party's mental state. After hearing Dabe's words, Samuel also spoke after a brief contemplation. Not only that, his recovery ability, before being smashed by the tyrant, even whose skin and bones were all rotten, now in just over 10 seconds, he has almost recovered. Large-scale ultrasonic attack, super recovery ability, plus infinite mental control. I have to say, Samuel, just these simple combinations of abilities have allowed you to create a big monster. At this time, Killian, who was also paying attention to the performance of the experimental subject in the video, also spoke with interest. Boss, can I think that you are laughing at me? After hearing Killian's words, Samuel said with a look of laughter. Although they have always been extremely rigorous and meticulous in human experiment projects, they did not expect that it would really get out of control now, and in front of the highest boss on the field. For a moment, Samuel couldn't help but feel his cheeks getting hot. Of course not. Aren't we collecting its combat data now? Think of it another way. If its memory is cleared, as our new generation of combat soldiers, then our group's armed forces will be even stronger. Killian spoke seriously to Samuel's words. After all, this experimental subject is so strong with only 3 superpower genes. Killian can't even imagine what kind of powerful changes will come if the entire collected gene library is integrated into the body of the experimental subject. Thank you, boss. You are always so optimistic and used to comforting people. But, boss, the question that must be said is, do we need to start the destruction program now? After all, it looks like this layer may not be able to be saved. After hearing the boss's disguised comfort, Samuel spoke helplessly. While the few people were chatting, the power tyrant who was squatting beside the experimental subject had already recovered from his wounds and stood up again. The only difference from before was that this time it was facing its former comrade in arms. The original experimental subjects and the tyrant who had just surrendered looked angrily at the tyrant team not far away. Chapter 140 Project Name, Capacity Completion Plan. It seems that our little friend can't hold back his restlessness anymore. Baymax, let them all come forward. Let me see the real ability of the experimental subject. After seeing the eager look of the experimental subject and the tyrant who had just been brainwashed in the video, Killian couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and spoke immediately. After all, he also wanted to see whether the biochemical treatment troops he had cultivated with great effort could handle this biochemical incident. Received. Biochemical treatment troops, all troops attack. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax also used his mechanical electronic voice to transmit the order to the headsets of all the treatment troops on the 50th floor underground. Then everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked at the 2 people not far away. Then, with the orderly advancement of the troops, the battle between the armed forces of nearly 600 people and the experimental subjects with only 2 people was instantly opened. Roar. In an instant, all the tyrants roared loudly and rushed towards the experimental subjects. The most eye-catching one was the agile tyrant. Even when the other tyrants had just taken 2 steps away, 3 large agile tyrants appeared in front of the experimental subject and the tyrant next to him in an instant. Then they waved their huge and sharp claws towards the 2 people, and in an instant, their flesh and blood were separated, and blood splattered. However, the experimental subject looked at the scene in front of him, and only after being grabbed by the female tyrant, a trace of ferocity flashed across his face, and then he began to burst out powerful sound waves, pressing the 2 female tyrants in front of him to the ground. Afterwards, he reached his palm into the tyrant's head again. In the blink of an eye, as the control unit's control of one tyrant was extinguished again, another tyrant was controlled by it. At this moment, when the experimental subject wanted to control another female tyrant next to him. Exclamation mark. Instantly, the T-800S with heavy firepower also began to fire fiercely at the experimental subject, and the bullets poured out like they were free. In an instant, the bullets hit the body of the experimental subject, and blood and flesh kept blooming like withered rose petals, flying around. At this moment, feeling the intense pain on his body, the experimental subject couldn't help but grit his teeth. The power tyrant who was still entangled with the female tyrant beside him immediately ignored the attack on him, and moved to the front of the experimental subject, using his huge body to resist almost all attacks for him like an iron wall. But the next moment, accompanied by a bang, the huge impact force immediately hit the body of the power tyrant. The power tyrant who was still blocking the bullets for the experimental subject was immediately knocked away, and for a while, even the thin experimental subject behind him couldn't help but be smashed behind him. Until the end, the whole person was heavily pressed on the floor of the laboratory by the tyrant he recruited. After seeing the hit, the 3 remaining power tyrants also sank, and then jumped straight towards the other side, and then jumped down in midair. Then there was a muffled sound, and the tyrant recruited by the experimental subject, after the 3 tyrants pressed on him without reservation with the momentum of Mount Tai, his eyes suddenly swelled and almost fell out because he could not bear the huge pressure of his body. Under the huge impact of the 3 tyrants, even the cement board under the feet of the tyrant suddenly cracked. And the most terrifying thing was the experimental subject at the bottom of them. At this moment, there was no movement, only bursts of blood. At this time, as if feeling something, the power tyrant pressed on the ground also roared angrily, and then saw his body once again huge, his body veins bursting, and for a while the tyrants who were originally pressing on him also felt weightless and were all broken free by him. After seeing this rare opportunity, the tyrant stood up immediately. Looking at the 3 former comrades who had fallen in front of him, it did not care about the old relationship at all. It directly waved its huge arms with a powerful force to break through the air. Ignoring the bullets that had already attacked from all around, it smashed directly towards the head of a tyrant. At this moment, an agile female tyrant on the side was still the same. She burst out with powerful power in an instant, and even suppressed the other 2 agile female tyrants for a while. Boss, the mental control of the experimental subject seems to have a similar power to enhancement. The combat values of the tyrant controlled by our brain control chip and the current tyrant of the other side are more than 30% different. It's like taking stimulants. At this moment, after seeing the battle scene of the tyrants on both sides in the video, Samuel looked at the energy values and combat analysis indicators of the tyrants on both sides, and then spoke to Killian on the side. Well, it is true that the power of mental power has always been extremely mysterious, and no one knows what its functions are. But it seems that the opponent's mental power has a good reference value for the use of our troops in the future. Killian, who also watched the whole process, nodded repeatedly after seeing that the tyrant controlled by the experimental subject actually burst out with such a powerful force. He even wanted to give him another controlled tyrant to see what kind of performance he would have. Dabe, arrange a controlled tyrant to go up and join the battle. After watching several huge tyrants fighting together, resulting in an extremely crowded scene where even the T-800 robots, desperate soldiers, and even 3 controlled tyrants did not participate, Killian took the initiative to speak. Boss, you don't want to. At this time, after hearing his boss's words, combined with the other party's excited look just now, Samuel, who also guessed something, couldn't help but speak tentatively. Well, this is a rare opportunity for actual combat. I want to see whether the controlled tyrant, who is known for his mental power, can resist under the control of the experimental subject, or what kind of strength he can show. After seeing his capable subordinates understand his thoughts, Killian raised his eyebrows and spoke meaningfully. To be honest, the reason why he felt dangerous before was just because he was in the base on that floor. His subconscious told him to evacuate. And now, not to mention that it is located on the 51st floor, there are nearly 1,000 armed forces controlling the scene, and there is also a layer of emergency destruction means. It can be said that Killian has placed a highly concentrated and powerful TNT explosive on each floor that can destroy anything on that floor. To put it bluntly, absolutely no carbon-based creature can survive in it. It is precisely because of this that Killian dares to play so boldly. After hearing Killian's order, Baymax also diligently passed on his order to the scene. After hearing Baymax's order, an intelligent tyrant who was originally using telekinesis to control and pull the enemy from a distance, immediately raised his foot and squeezed into the center of the battlefield. At this time, the other tyrants seemed to have received an order, stopped their actions, and then slowly retreated behind them. At this moment, the experimental subject who had been completely crushed into a meat pie by his own tyrant at the beginning, after fully recovering now, he couldn't help but hesitate subconsciously when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't figure out what the other party was going to do. He had already controlled 2 of the opponent's big monsters, and now he asked his people to retreat, and he was going to give him another one? For a moment, with the strongest desire for power and the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, the experimental subject gritted his teeth and rushed directly towards the intelligent tyrant. After jumping up and easily jumping onto the shoulder of the tyrant, who was more than 2 meters high, as his palm inserted into his ear, the man's originally scarlet eyes suddenly began to release mental power from his palm to the tyrant's brain. It was just different from the previous situation where he could control a tyrant in an instant. This time he actually felt a huge and difficult resistance, as if a wall was blocking him and not letting him move forward. At this moment, accompanied by the intense pain and discomfort in the brain, the tyrant, who was originally suppressed by the brain control chip, could not help but start to struggle and shake. After all, no matter what creature, after feeling that the brain is attacked, the extremely active brain waves can make the creature start to defend itself instinctively. After feeling the violent movement of the monster under him, he couldn't help but clench his teeth, and then with a ferocious expression, he once again increased his mental strength. Even at this moment, Killian and others who were observing the scene through the video could see a blue energy flow emerging from his brain, and then flowing into the tyrant's brain through his arms. It seems that the control method of this experimental subject is through direct contact. Compared to the control method of the purple man, it is still far behind. At this moment, after seeing this scene, Samuel said regretfully, "After all, if you can remotely control the brain of a creature, turn it into your own, and increase its combat capability, then this ability can even reach the S-level assessment. It's a pity. This is the only regret. Ho ha ho ha, after all, no one is perfect, and even the most perfect superpowers have various defects, so what we have to do is to combine the advantages of each superpower, make up for their shortcomings, and try our best to be perfect." When hearing Samuel's regretful tone, Killian also smiled and comforted him. After all, in the MCU universe, there are many powerful abilities, but their weaknesses are very obvious. The disadvantage of Jia Ying's ability is that she has no combat power. Once she is caught, she can only wait for death. The ability of the Shockwave Girl is that her body cannot keep up with the enhancement of her ability. Once she overclocks and uses her powerful ability, it will cause the body to be overloaded, and then the body can't bear it. Even if it is not an inhuman, it is the same for superheroes. The Hulk has powerful power but cannot control his own thoughts. If he controls his own thoughts, he will no longer have the powerful power before. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Captain America, although he is the superhero closest to ordinary people, the super soldier serum he uses also has strong enough side effects. That is to infinitely amplify the host's emotions. The lustful will become a sex maniac, the ambitious will become like the Red Skull, and the vain will become like the Last Walker, who is controlled by a powerful force and then lets the shield in his hand be stained with the blood of his own people for the first time. And it is precisely because each of these people's abilities has various defects, so the fusion of superpowers has become the pursuit of the Skrulls and everyone. Capability completion plan. Yes, that's it, boss. Why don't we call our new project the Capability Completion Plan? After hearing Killian's words, Samuel couldn't help but speak to Killian with excitement. After all, he had always been dissatisfied with the name of his new project, and now after his boss's reminder, he finally found a very suitable name, as if it was tailor-made for this plan. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian's mouth twitched. If the other party had not been working under the surveillance of Dabe all the time, and it didn't look like he was possessed by someone, Killian really doubted whether this guy had traveled through time. Goddamn capability completion plan, you just need to add a human prefix in front. Fortunately, the end point of this plan is to develop the potential abilities of humans themselves, not to get rid of the constraints of the body. After all, as a human, Killian still feels the beauty of having a body as a carbon-based creature. Okay, it depends on you. However, for such a small matter, Killian only complained in his heart, and then nodded. After all, it was nothing more than a name of a plan. If he really succeeded in this plan, it would be fine to call it the Creator Plan. On the other side, after a brief experience of more than half an hour of back and forth, the panting experimental subject finally controlled their intelligent tyrant with his unremitting efforts. At the moment when the tyrant was controlled, the monitoring saw the obvious arc of the experimental subject. It seems that it is very confident about the current situation and can turn the tables. Samuel, who saw this scene again at this time, smiled and said, "According to the data, the activity of the tyrant's brain is increasing dramatically." In the end, before Dabahir finished speaking, he saw that the scene in the surveillance video suddenly changed. The original intelligent tyrant began to burst out with extremely powerful mental power, sweeping the surrounding debris and drifting away. Okay, no more playing around. Full-scale attack. Let's see what kind of surprise it can bring us. After looking at the experimental subjects, there were 3 experimental subjects plus himself, and Killian gave the order directly. Then, all the teams present began to rush forward. This time, the desperate virus soldiers who had not participated in the battle in the distance also began to burst into flames, just like jumping elastic balls, and rushed towards the experimental subjects and others. However, before they could get close, the controlled intelligent tyrant in the innermost stretched out his hand, and all the soldiers were controlled in place. At this time, after seeing this scene, the intelligent tyrants on Killian's side also stretched out their hands and began to try to resist the mental power stretched out by the other party. However, even with the combined efforts of 2 intelligent tyrants, it was difficult to shake the mental power of the other tyrant for a while, and the whole situation was deadlocked. However, for the several power tyrants on the side, these were nothing. The 3 power tyrants directly added full horsepower and rushed towards the other side. This time, they definitely did not hold back again. They kept using their big hands to smash the tyrants that rushed towards them. For a moment, the blows and roars of the primitive beasts were fully reflected at this moment. The agile tyrants that were controlled on the other side not far away were also surrounded by the teammates who caught up at this moment, and then began to fight and entangle together. After seeing that only the experimental subject was left at the scene, the remaining T-800 robots on the scene also instantly raised their rifles and fired bullets at each other. The other desperate virus soldiers also rushed towards each other with extremely fast body movements and speeds, shuttling back and forth between the gaps between the bullets. At this moment, the perfect cooperation between the superpower regiments was fully demonstrated in front of the desperate virus soldiers and the T-800 mechanical soldiers. However, for the experimental subject at this moment, seeing these little Karami coming forward without knowing their own limits, the whole person couldn't help but draw a curve at a corner of his mouth. Then he directly punched and kicked, and immediately kicked the 2 Extremis virus soldiers close to him back in the direction they came from. In the process, even several T-800 robots were swept away together. At this moment, while the Extremis virus soldiers used high temperature to restore their bodies, the T-800 that was originally pressed under them felt the scorching heat and immediately made a huge explosion with a boom. A huge ball of flames rose on the spot, and the original clone soldiers were instantly blown into ashes by the explosion of the T-800 robot, which ignited the Extremis virus in their bodies. Chapter 141, Powerful Experimental Subject, Level 4 Superpower. After seeing this scene, the smile on the corner of the experimental subject's mouth became even wider. Looking at the desperate virus soldiers coming in front of him, he should have fought with them at a faster speed and strength. Bang! Exclamation mark. After the fists touched each other, the desperate virus soldier's arm was directly broken by him, and he went straight to his heart, while the experimental subject's arm was just barely broken. Boom! Exclamation mark. With the explosion of the desperate soldier in front of him, the experimental subject was instantly enveloped by a more powerful explosion fireball. However, after a long time, the fireball retreated, and the diffused gunpowder was absorbed through the ventilation duct. At this moment, the experimental subject, who was originally in a closed distance, began to flash orange-red light on his body in the shocked eyes of everyone, and groups of desperate virus tissues were recovering his body at a very fast speed. However, after seeing this scene, the desperate virus soldiers did not give him a chance to rest, but rushed towards each other. The order they received was a death order. Their only goal was to kill the man in front of them. After seeing the desperate virus soldiers rushing towards him, the experimental subject just smiled slightly, and then opened his mouth wide. In an instant, beyond everyone's expectation, a stream of powerful flames similar to magma were ejected from his mouth. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! For a while, accompanied by the high-temperature rays of the experimental subject, every desperate virus soldier who rushed forward was only infected for a moment, and his body exploded uncontrollably. Even the T-800s that were originally supporting with rifles in the distance were affected, and dozens of them were blown up. Here comes the last ability, the Desperate Virus. It can give the host extremely powerful abilities and flame-jetting abilities comparable to superpowers. At this time, Samuel, who saw this scene in the monitoring room, couldn't help but say with a serious face. Originally, their consideration was only to take into account the comprehensiveness of the superpowers' abilities and their maximum survivability on the battlefield, so while equipping them with A-level regeneration ability, They also equipped them with the Extremis virus as their trump card. What they didn't expect was that the fusion efficiency of the experimental subject and the Extremis virus was so high that in less than an hour, it had already unlocked the third stage of the Extremis virus. Tab A. Display the target data. Killian, who was standing aside, said at this moment, looking at the video in the surveillance. Target, composite superpower experimental subject, level 4, target's highest strength level, level 4, up to 3,500 point strength. Target's highest explosive power, level 3, short burst speed 3 meters per second. Target's regeneration ability, level 4, can recover from injuries instantly. Target energy intensity, level 3, releases powerful flame energy for up to 30 seconds. Comprehensive analysis results, target threat level rating, medium threat. Combat advice, focus on the tyrant's liberation form, supplemented by mechanical combat robots and desperate virus soldiers. After the former are consumed, use human wave tactics for tactical strikes. After testing, the target has strong energy, but the consumption is also very huge. There is nothing to replenish it. It is expected that the battle can be resolved within half a day. Currently, 3,800 combat robots, 1,000 desperate virus clone soldiers, and 3 tyrant teams have been remobilized in front of the 51st floor experiment gate. After authorization, they can be deployed to the 51st floor laboratory to join the battle. After hearing what Killian said, Baymax also projected the test results and reported. And at the end, he also offered his own suggestions. Ho ha, Samuel, look at our Baymax, he is still so considerate. Even the treatment suggestions and combat arrangements are out. After seeing Baymax's report, Killian laughed at this moment. Yes, I was scared by the other party's battle scene. Sorry, boss, I will reflect on it. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel, who had come back to his senses, apologized with an apologetic look. After all, at the beginning, he was still thinking about whether to activate the emergency button to destroy this place. After all, the other party still has superpower control, and sending more soldiers up will only be a waste. As a result, the human wave tactics, this simplest and crudest truth, was subconsciously ignored by him. After all, this is like 2 hackers of equal level in 2 hostile companies, both wanting to invade each other's company and make the other party unable to do it. At this time, everyone thought that the battle between them would be like in novels and TV dramas, with constant means and skills, constantly tapping on the computer, and trying to find each other's loopholes to invade each other's computers and then paralyze them. As a result, the reality is that other hackers directly bribed the cleaners of the company in question, and directly cut off the power at a critical moment. This simple operation made them invincible in an instant. This situation is indeed a limitation of thought. After all, no matter how smart Samuel is, he is just a doctoral student in biology. It is also very difficult for him to deal with the battlefield. Even being able to do so well now has already shown that he is good enough. You have tried your best. Sometimes you should ask Dabe for reference. After all, he is an artificial intelligence and a supercomputer. He will have a more comprehensive reference and control of any problem. In response, Killian did not say anything more, but patted the other party on the shoulder to comfort him. Dabe, do as you suggest and enable authorization. After that, Killian said to the computer in front of him. Immediately, as Killian's orders were issued, the tyrants who were originally fighting with the target on the 51st floor, with a click sound, their combat windbreakers suddenly fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, in the surprised eyes of the experimental subject, all the tyrants began to swell up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and each of them ushered in a huge change. The muscles of the power tyrant began to grow and solidify. In a short period of time, they became like a huge hill, more than doubled in size. The claws of the agile female tyrant also increased and lengthened again, like a several-meter-long blade, and her hair began to stretch, and her limbs became slender but extremely slender. At this moment, the experimental subject had no doubt that the other party could come to him in a flash and kill him. Following his sight, the last intelligent tyrant, although its change at this moment was the smallest, was also the most terrifying. Its entire mental strength was released. Even if it was several meters away, he could feel the condensed mental power like seawater, wrapping around him. At this moment, the 3 tyrants collectively burst out with powerful might, and in an instant, the experimental subject felt what terrifying deterrence was. At this moment, Looking at the tyrants on the opposite side that had changed, the experimental subject could not help but look at the monsters on his side. However, he felt that the biggest problem was that the tyrants on the opposite side, whose momentum had risen several times, were already so stressful to him. If he could even successfully make his tyrants on his side become like them, he would definitely not be able to withstand such a strong mental consumption. So, he gritted his teeth. No matter how difficult it was, he let the tyrants on his side go straight to the other side. But at this time, he did not continue to fight, but rushed in the direction where these monsters came from. He finally understood that if he stayed here, even if he solved all the monsters, there might be more monsters coming out. As long as he ran out, he would be a true god. At that time, all the glory and wealth, the multinational corporations, the president, and the United Nations would all be at his feet. Swish! Just after he ran out a few meters, he felt a sound of breaking through the air beside him. The agile female tyrant, who had completed the liberation form, began to look at him with an almost crazy expression, laughing crazily, while looking at him intently, while her claws were still piercing the ground as she ran. The whole person was like a twisting spider. And there was another swish, and on his right, an identical and terrifying big spider appeared. After seeing this scene, the whole person of the experimental subject couldn't help but be scared. For a while, he cursed in his heart how perverted this pioneer technology was, and he actually developed so many monsters. He even couldn't help but wonder how many mortals like him were caught here and transformed into these monsters in front of him. Even for a moment, the man couldn't help but feel lucky for his good fortune. Not only did he have great power, but he also kept his human appearance. He only needed to get out, and then he could build his own kingdom, and then it would not be a dream to control hundreds of women at night. However, just when the experimental subject sped up and wanted to run away, he found that the speed he was proud of was completely no advantage in front of these monsters. In the end, it was as if they were tired of playing, and then they raised their claws and attacked him directly. For a moment, the man also hurriedly turned his body shape, and in a dangerous situation, he barely escaped, but even so, one of the experimental subject's arms was easily cut off by it like mowing grass. And the man's broken arm, at this moment, was like magma, constantly corroding the ground. For a moment, the experimental subject looked up. Although his arm was broken, the claws of the female tyrant opposite him were also corroded by his high temperature and almost melted. At this time, the experimental subject also discovered the opponent's weakness, and the whole person laughed immediately. The arm that was originally broken by the cut was also restored to its original state by the desperate virus in an instant. This time, the experimental subject took the lead in attacking. Without a teacher, the experimental subject seemed to know how to control his ability instinctively. He began to use the almost orange-red high-temperature arm, and as his mouth opened, he sprayed a shock wave to the ground, which made him accelerate suddenly. Then, the whole person rushed straight towards the agile female tyrant in front of him at an extremely fast speed. In a panic, the female tyrant only used her claws to resist, but with a violent melting sound of chi-chi-chi, the opponent's claws began to melt and break easily under contact. At this moment, the experimental subject also took advantage of the victory and was ready to attack the opponent with his lava-like arms. However, this time, the female tyrant just tiptoed and used her flexible body to instantly distance herself from him. After seeing this scene, the female tyrant on the other side also attacked the opponent with a bloody blade like a ghost. Rip! For a moment, accompanied by a huge tearing sound, the entire body of the experimental subject was instantly cut in half by the huge blade. However, even so, the experimental subject still endured the severe pain in his body, gritted his teeth, and rushed straight towards the female tyrant in front of him with both hands, and then hugged her tightly with both hands. A huge and bright orange-yellow light burst out from his whole body again. Roar! For a moment, feeling the huge lava burning on his body, the female tyrant immediately let out a huge painful roar, no longer laughing as before. Then, in front of the monitor, the experimental subject began to melt along with the flesh and blood of the female tyrant, and then moved downwards little by little. After a full half-minute, the lower body of the experimental subject, which had been cut off in half, was once again naked. The culprit who caused all this, at this moment, became a pile of ashes, without even a bit of flesh and blood left, and was completely melted into this world. At this moment, after having just had the actual combat experience, the experimental subject became more and more adept at it. Facing the struggle with the only remaining female tyrant, he became more and more proficient in the primitive fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries and blood for blood. Even at the end, after catching a flaw in the opponent, he directly grabbed the opponent's extremely sharp blade, and then inserted it straight into his chest. The whole person was like a strongman in tug-of-war, using his body to slowly pull himself towards the opponent. In the end, in the eyes of the female tyrant, a light like a small sun rose in front of her eyes, and she only felt an unprecedented burning pain, and then the whole person was completely evaporated into air like the female tyrant just now, and disappeared in this laboratory. After doing all this, the experimental subject collapsed on the ground almost paralyzed. In just over 10 minutes of fighting, he couldn't remember how many times he was stabbed and cut in half. Anyway, in his eyes, only the two female tyrants were immortal, and he would win as long as he killed them. But what he didn't know was that the battle data on Killian's side showed that with a man's continuous rebirth and use of his own abilities, his wounds began to recover more and more slowly each time. Even the wound that was cut in half a minute originally recovered, but the last time, it took a full minute and a half. It's just that the man was delayed by the huge high-intensity battle and never noticed it. On the other side of the battlefield, several tyrants that were already in a state of liberation, after tearing apart their former companions, once again strode forward with their scarred bodies and came to the front of the experimental subject. At this moment, after looking at the tyrants in front of him that were already covered with scars, the experimental subject couldn't help but burst into laughter. In his opinion, these monsters were nothing more than a little bigger, and now they were just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. For a moment, a war between monsters was about to break out. It's incredible, I didn't expect this experimental subject to be so powerful. So many liberated tyrants didn't even take him down. You know, even one of these tyrants can fight against a regiment head-on. At this time, Samuel, who was watching the whole fight, couldn't help but be shocked by what he saw, and then started to complain. The Extremis virus and the A-level body super speed regeneration ability give him unlimited fault tolerance, which also allows him to easily turn the tables with his unlimited fault tolerance. He can withstand countless attacks from the tyrants, but as long as those tyrants are caught by him once, they are doomed to be defeated. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian also spoke pertinently. Yes, we all underestimated these abilities. Whether it is the A-level body super speed regeneration ability or the Extremis virus, they all have great potential. Samuel on the side also nodded, and then said sincerely. After all, their assessment of abilities is nothing more than those few standards and their own limited thinking. Although they can quickly identify the level of abilities to a large extent, it is too narrow. Data that can be tested in actual combat like now is the most intuitive and reliable. But that's it. Let's get ready to wrap it up. We can use clones next time. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian immediately retracted his gaze, and then walked out without looking back after saying a few words. On the other side of the screen, as time passed, after the experimental subject finally tried his best and swung his last punch, completely breaking the heart of the last tyrant in front of him, the entire experimental subject couldn't help but laugh out loud. This also means that he has finally succeeded in defeating all his enemies. All that's left is for him to go out. A bright future, the gods of mankind, and countless beauties. At this moment he can already see them waving to him. In order to welcome this moment earlier, the man only lay there to rest for less than a minute, and then he forced his body full of magma, and began to limp a little bit, walking towards the exit in the distance. But when he walked around the corner. To be continued. Chapter 142 New Year. At this moment, the subject was frozen in place. He was stunned. In front of him, there were countless huge teams waiting for him. In the endless army of robots, each robot was equipped with weapons different from the same type of robots he had defeated before. It was a sci-fi style rifle that he had never seen before. And as the subject continued to look, he saw that behind him, there were thousands of white men with orange flames all over their bodies, looking at him with a solemn expression and indifference. Such eyes, like those of the killing robots at the front without any emotions, made the subject's heart, which was already feeling desperate, even colder. However, as his eyes continued to move back, after seeing the last 3 rows of nearly 30 monster giants like a copper wall, the subject's heart was completely desperate. God knows that at the beginning, he had already used up all his strength to deal with the remaining 10 monster giants. Even now, he felt extremely difficult to lift a finger. And now, not to mention that there are 3 times as many monsters as before. Just talking about the terrifying explosive soldiers and robots is not something his current physical condition can handle. And as he continued to fight with those monster giants in the end, he also found that his recovery ability was not omnipotent. It would slowly reduce the effect. Even now, the injuries on his body that should have recovered within 30 seconds have taken more than 3 minutes, and there is no movement until now. I admit that you won. But I will never lose. You want me to be a test subject, you are dreaming. At this moment, after the experimental subject looked at the army in front of him, the whole person, after the last crazy smile, the whole person controlled the body to burst out with dazzling light again. That's right, although he no longer has the ability to fight, but at the end of his life, he still wants to die with these monsters. SHH! Exclamation mark. In the next second, the man who was originally shining with dazzling light suddenly felt that he was hit by waves of ice mist, and then he instantly fell from the warm stove to the coldest place in Antarctica. He felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. His body, which was about to explode due to the rapid increase in temperature, calmed down again at this moment. In just a few seconds, the man's high temperature disappeared, and then he was frozen into an ice sculpture, naked in the same place. At this moment, several robots that had lifted their stealth state appeared beside him, and in their hands, they were holding super liquid nitrogen spray devices. Weapons used specifically to deal with desperate virus warriors. With this thing, the strong explosive power caused by the self-detonation of desperate warriors can be greatly weakened and controlled. And interestingly, the developer of this thing is Maya Hansen, who developed the desperate virus. Because in the early stage, the continuous self-explosion of the desperate virus warriors caused serious losses to the laboratory, and even casualties due to untimely evacuation, so Maya Hansen developed this thing. As long as there is something wrong at the scene, after confirming that the experimental subject has self-exploded, the super liquid nitrogen spray device in the hands of these robots will be used to directly reduce the high temperature in the target body at an extremely fast rate. Even if it explodes in the end, it is only the power of ordinary firecrackers, and it will not pose any threat to the experimental equipment and experimenters. The current experimental subject is also the latter, because the energy in its body has been almost consumed. Even without this low-temperature spray device, its explosion power is about the same as that caused by a few fragmentation grenades, and it is impossible to reach the terrifying power that can destroy an entire market in the movie Iron Man 2. And it is precisely because the energy is not large that it can be controlled. It can only be said that the experimental subject is too arrogant and underestimates the current scientific and technological means. If it exploded at the beginning, Killian might really have suffered this loss. But now, everything has become a foregone conclusion. Dabe, have all the live combat videos been recorded? At this moment, after seeing that the overall situation on the scene had been determined, Samuel spoke up. Except for some surveillance videos that were damaged by the war, all have been recorded and generated as a holographic backtracking of the scene. After hearing Samuel's words, Dabe replied, "Very good, this video is set as confidential. Employees below level 5 are strictly prohibited from viewing it without authorization. Authorized person, Samuel Stern." After nodding, looking at the combat data and holographic images generated by Dabe in the video in front of him, Samuel said sternly, "After all, many employees in the company can watch the live video through Dabe, so the classification of access permissions is also a top priority for the company. Okay, Doctor, the video permission encryption has been completed." After hearing Samuel's words, Dabe immediately replied. After hearing Dabe's affirmation, Samuel immediately took a few personal guards beside him and rushed to the laboratory on the lower floor. After arriving at the 51st floor, what came into view was a messy battlefield full of ruins and sparks. At this moment, countless construction robots had begun to enter the site, and immediately processed and repaired the damaged buildings on the scene. Although the scene was extremely embarrassing, everything was recovering at a very fast speed under the orderly repair of the construction robots. Escort the experimental subject to the isolation room, and after collecting the memory, directly erase its original memory, and then inject a strong sedative and keep it under strict supervision. Unless authorized by a level 5 employee or above, no one is allowed to release it. At this moment, after arriving in front of the controlled experimental subject, looking at the other party who had been completely knocked unconscious and dying, Samuel said coldly, "Yes, sir." After hearing Samuel's order, several Black Watch soldiers stood at attention and replied, then handcuffed his hands, feet and even his neck with super alloy electronic self-destruct shackles, and then each of them held the experimental subject's arm, accompanied by the experimenter, and quickly moved to the isolation room. At this moment, after watching the Black Watch soldiers take the out-of-control experimental subject away, Samuel had time to look at the environment on the scene. It can be said that there was almost no intact place. And the closer you get to the inside, the stronger the destruction. In the innermost part are the broken and scattered ruins of the tyrants before, which are being recycled by the company's scavenger program and processed little by little. On the other hand, after returning to the villa, Killian also ushered in a long period of leisure life. Every day, he is either exercising his mental strength or doing fitness to manage his body. During this period, Sky also called him with the help of the video from Dabe, saying that her mother began to arrange for studies every day, and so on. In short, Killian only heard two words, that is, happiness. After that, Killian ushered in the first real New Year in this world. At this moment, Killian was sitting alone on the roof of the villa, overlooking the entire community. Under the cover of the black curtain above his head, the brightness of the moonlight was more highlighted, and there were many stars emitting their own brilliance. At this moment, looking at the starry sky above his head, Killian couldn't help but think of his life in a big city. Because of the serious pollution caused by humans, the sky was always foggy, and even at night, there was only moonlight. And now when he saw this scene in front of him, Killian couldn't help but think of the picture that only existed in his childhood memory, the brilliance of the starry sky. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride. At this moment, a group of people were gathered together in the square in the distance, holding a large-scale New Year's event. Everyone was filled with enthusiastic smiles, singing and dancing together to celebrate this rare New Year's festival. After seeing this scene, Killian couldn't help but smile. He was still on the rooftop and facing the cold wind. But times have changed, and his current situation is completely different from before. At this time a year ago, he was just a CEO of a startup company who had just traveled through time and activated the system, and relied on Dabe to emerge. At that time, he was just an ordinary person in this world, no matter in terms of personal development or the scale of the company. Now, with the passage of a year, he has become the chief CEO of an Earth super company with countless high-tech products such as intelligent robots, universal healing potions, pioneering smartphones, and cutting-edge clean energy. Now he holds trillions of wealth, and the network of his companies is almost all over the world, covering every enterprise, and he is truly at the top of the human race. Even the large pharmaceutical consortiums that he used to fear the most are now just a dying, aging company in his eyes. Those who were recruited, and those who were dealt with. Now he only needs to glance at them, and countless people want to rely on his relationship to be his thugs and work for him. So far, all these earth-shaking changes have taken less than a year. At this moment, Killian has not forgotten the lofty ambitions he had made before, to rule the Earth in 3 years, the Milky Way in 5 years, and the universe in 10 years. Although the last one may seem a little unrealistic now. But as a young man in a traverser equipped with a system, if he doesn't have any ambitions and dreams, then he should really die on the spot. No matter what the result is, if you don't even dare to think about it, and don't dare to work towards this goal, but keep saying how impossible it is to achieve this goal, then you will never be able to achieve it. If you do it, there is still hope, but if you don't do it, there will be no hope. In the new year, Killian has been very clear about his goals. This year, he must establish the entire Earth Federation company, completely control the Earth's economy, resolve all disputes, and then integrate the scientific development of mankind, turn his spearheads to the outside world, and develop space resources. What should be colonized, and what should be opened up should be opened up. No matter what, the Earth will definitely not be his goal after this year. Boss, you really have a lot of free time. What's the matter? Do you like the feeling of being on the rooftop? While Killian was still immersed in his own ideas, a girl outside the fence of the villa not far away shouted loudly in a joking voice. Then after hearing the direction of the voice, Killian saw a group of scientists led by Maya Hansen, who came to him with New Year gifts. After seeing this scene, for some reason, Killian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Then he walked down and ordered Baymax to open the fence of the gate. Boss, Happy New Year, please forgive our intrusion. After approaching, Maya Hansen, who was walking in front and was the earliest scientist to meet Killian, smiled warmly. After hugging Killian, She spoke. Ho ha ho ha, it's rare, you guys. Didn't I give you a special holiday to let you go back to be with your family? Why did you come to me specially? I warn you, don't do this next time. We finally get such a short vacation every year. We should spend time with our families. As for seeing me, isn't it enough for you to see me at work? At this time, Killian, seeing everyone coming with gifts, couldn't help but blame everyone. However, seeing Killian's smiling face, everyone knew that the boss was just talking. Then, after giving everyone a standard American hug, Killian began to invite everyone into the house. Ha ha ha, boss, you're wrong about us. This is your fault. Just give us a vacation for more than half a month, and some bases even give us a vacation for a month. Now, we are at home with our families, and they are almost annoyed by us. They want to kick us out of the company immediately. Then you are the one who is about to be kicked out by our families during your vacation. Aren't we going to be held responsible for it? After hearing Killian's words, the most enthusiastic Roman Burr also laughed and spoke. To be honest, although the company is very busy sometimes, the welfare benefits have never been vague. Since their base drove out a king-level intelligent fighter, the subsequent development of intelligent fighters can be said to be a piece of cake, and even a temporary worker can perfectly restore it. That is why, after completing the task of the year, Roman Burr, in order not to let the work be idle, also asked Killian for new projects, but at that time, seeing that the new year was approaching, Killian waved his hand and gave him a month off. In this way, he stayed at home. He originally thought that he could get along happily with his wife for a month, but he found that he was criticized in less than half a month. So, he came to the boss's place to take refuge. You guys, okay, come in first. After hearing what Roman Burr said, Killian pointed at the other party helplessly, but still did not say anything. Instead, he invited everyone into the house. With the coming of a group of more than 10 people, the originally deserted room began to become lively after the arrival of everyone. This room can be said to have ushered in the real New Year atmosphere. Boss, you can't do this. Although even if you are alone, you still have to have the sense of ritual in life. Come on. Everyone, since we are here to celebrate the New Year with the boss today, we must have the festive atmosphere. Decorate it by hand, one for each person, don't miss anything. At this moment, after arriving at the house, Lisa took the initiative to speak enthusiastically after seeing the decorations that were no different from usual and without any New Year atmosphere. Then she threw down her gift without caring, and took a large package from the robot behind her. After opening it, it was full of New Year decorations. At this time, the decorations in it were distributed to everyone. More than a dozen scientific researchers who came immediately carried various decorations in their hands and began to arrange their own decorations under the arrangement of several girls. Time passed little by little. After more than an hour, Killian was busy in the kitchen preparing the roast turkey and various dishes for the American Spring Festival. The only difference was that this time it was Killian who took the initiative, although these were all handled by special furniture robots. But how to say it, this time Killian felt that there should be a little New Year atmosphere. Then, under the encouragement of everyone, they brought it out together. Wow! Exclamation mark. This is the boss, who cooked it himself. It seems that we are in for a treat today. Samuel, who usually behaved seriously towards his subordinates and respectfully towards Killian in the laboratory, smiled and said, if we take a video and send it out, others will be jealous of us. The boss of a super technology group cooks for him personally. Even the president may not get this treatment. Wow! It smells so good. Boss, if you didn't start a company, you could be a chef in a 5-star hotel with this cooking skill. After helping to bring all the dishes to the table, everyone couldn't help but compliment them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 New Year's Gift Smart Nano Armor. After all, regardless of how it tastes, your company's direct leader is willing to cook for you personally, which is definitely a great treatment. And the key is that Killian cooks really well. Ho ha, I haven't cooked for a long time. Today, it's rare for people from major companies to get together. Let's eat first and try my cooking skills. Looking at the people in front of him, almost all of them are Killian's core team members, and the backbone of the entire Pioneer technology is here. At this moment, Killian looked at everyone with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Thank you, boss, for your warm hospitality, then we won't be polite." With the help of everyone, a plate of rich dishes was also served on the table. Of course, although it is rich, it is also very simple to cook. After all, there is not much attention to cooking in the United States. After all, when all the dishes were served, the first person started to speak, and everyone started to use the knives and forks in their hands. Although for them, the food on the table can be said to be more ordinary than usual, it also depends on who they eat with. Different festival atmospheres and different people will give different values to food and bring different emotions to the parties involved. At least this time, everyone was sharing the food with a smile on their face. Soon, the table was cleared by a group of people. It must be said that when eating with people with good appetites, even your own appetite will be much better. Killian was the same. Because he was successful now, he had eaten almost all kinds of top-notch foods in a year, and they were just like that. Many famous foods were only there because of the price. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it might not be as good as street food, so Killian also began to maintain the rhythm of health preservation and eating less, but today he was completely broken and couldn't help eating more. However, while eating, accompanied by the ringing of the doorbell again, everyone couldn't help but look towards the door. At this time, Killian was also curious. After all, according to reason, no one else should come to visit during this time period. After all, although many people knew the location of his house, few people could come. As Killian was curious, the eyes of others revealed a hint of excitement. It was obvious that they did know something. But Killian took the initiative to walk over and open the door. After opening the door, he saw an intelligent robot holding a large box and placed it at the door. At this moment, after seeing this scene, Killian couldn't help but be a little stunned, and then turned his head to look at the people who were excitedly signaling him to open the gifts, and Killian couldn't help but smile helplessly. But it must be said that it is indeed very exciting. Looking at the huge box in front of him, Killian couldn't help but start thinking about what was inside. A companion robot? Exclamation mark. It shouldn't be possible. Although he was very kind to them, he was the boss after all. His subordinates gave this kind of thing to his boss? Exclamation mark. At least he had to take it out to wash his feet. With such an expectation, Killian slowly took it apart. As Killian opened it, a futuristic-style battle armor as tall as a person came into his eyes. After seeing this scene, Killian's eyes widened. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he believed that it would definitely bring him a big surprise. Identity identification completed. Chairman of Pioneer Technology, Aldrezi Killian. Authorization granted, highest level. Sir, Pioneer Technology 2001 Intelligent Nano Armor reports to you. At this moment, as if it had identified the target person, the moment it saw Killian, the armor in front of it lit up its eyes, flashing blue light, and began to scan Killian's whole body. After a long time, it spoke to Killian in a mechanical voice. Interesting. After looking at the new sci-fi style armor in front of him, Killian couldn't help but move closer and began to study it. Do you want to turn on the binding mode? In response to Killian's scrutiny, the nano armor in front of him took the initiative to speak. Yes. As soon as Killian finished speaking, he saw the armor in front of him start to walk towards him. Then, Killian felt his body wrapped in a kind of cold tiny particles. In the blink of an eye, Killian came back to his senses and saw a layer of light blue light curtain covering his eyes. After everything in front of him was analyzed in the form of data, Killian couldn't help but feel shocked. The nano armor, he didn't expect it to really appear in front of him. It can be said that the shock that this armor in front of him brought to Killian was more intuitive than the controlled nuclear fusion. Boss, I'm glad you did your job. The vibranium metal you brought back from Africa was handed over to our institute. Through our hard work day and night, and your previous understanding of this metal, we saved almost half of the time and successfully understood its internal changes. It now has 3 forms, and each form has multiple modes that can be switched freely according to the user. At this time, Dr. Otto came to Killian's side and said with a proud look on his face. Until the last sentence, he sighed with great regret. The only pity is that there is too little vibranium brought back, otherwise I can equip it with more functions, and the flight function is not added. After all, vibranium is not something that can be used as soon as it is brought back. In addition to the necessary research and development losses, it also needs to be purified and processed, and the development of various functions has a lot of consumption. Sometimes, A small accessory requires several kilograms of vibranium. And 250 kilograms, almost all of them were used on this nano armor. At this time, Killian, who was in the armor, heard what Otto said. Sure enough, after looking at the unavailable functions in the lower right corner, the flight icon showed a prompt that the module had not been loaded. But even so, this armor was enough of a surprise for Killian. And at this time, as Killian wanted to switch the armor mode, he only saw 3 modes appearing on the screen in front of him. The first one is pure vibranium mode. Through the control of the form of nanometal, it is given the indestructible property under high temperature. Under this property, the entire armor is composed of comprehensive vibranium ore, which is indestructible and even hundreds or thousands of times harder than diamond. In short, under the existing attack methods of Pioneer technology, there is no way to deal with the armor in this state. However, in this form, the other functions of the armor will be completely locked, leaving only the simple armor survival function and basic external communication function. It can be said that this is just a simple battlefield tank. At this moment, Killian also switched it out after seeing this scene. The armor on his body began to change in front of everyone's eyes, just like boiling water. After a few seconds, it suddenly turned into pure black vibranium armor. To outsiders, Killian in the first mode at this moment was like a Cold War machine, and his deterrence was even more terrifying than the super alloy skeleton of the T-800. Especially the place where the eyes were shining brightly. When he entered this mode, Killian felt his body sink, and then there was endless pressure on his body, but fortunately, after being strengthened by the T-virus, his body is now more than enough for this level of load. At this time, Killian also looked at the original screen, and saw that the basic information and situation of the armor were fully marked on it. Sir, when we were in the lab, we preferred to call this mode the fortress mode, a real super fortress. We tried heavy machine guns, Barretts, missiles, high-yield TNT and even tactical neutron bombs, and there would be no impact on the host inside. And in order to take into account the reality, it also has an automatic charging mode, which can absorb solar energy, wind energy, kinetic energy, atmospheric ions, and even if it is buried thousands of meters underground, it can also absorb ions in the soil to meet the energy required for the operation of the mecha. After seeing the armor he developed appear in the world for the first time, Dr. Otto on the side introduced it with excitement. After all, you have to know that this is the boss's New Year's gift. At the beginning, when he got this project, he was trying his best to catch up with this moment. It is precisely because of this that all the intelligent computing power of their entire subbase has been integrated and concentrated to carry out the design and development of this set of armor. Maybe most people don't have an understanding of this. Let's put it this way. During World War II, it took the Americans 6 years to study the atomic bomb, the Soviet Union 8 years to study the atomic bomb, the British and French atomic bombs took more than 10 years to develop, and India spent more than 20 years. And this was with the help of the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, which greatly reduced the time. Otherwise, it is estimated that at least half of the time would have been added. And just like this, these huge countries with people, resources have developed nuclear bombs for such a long time. And what about Dabe's computing power? Exclamation mark. It only takes a few minutes or even less than a minute to get from 0 to 1. Yes, that's right, it's so powerful, because many formulas that require a lot of human calculations or computer calculations, Dabe, which is artificial intelligence, can calculate the results in an instant. Then you just wait to manufacture it according to a clear method. It is precisely because of this that Dr. Otto completed such an epic making cutting-edge intelligent armor in a short period of time. It can be said that the efficiency with artificial intelligence and the efficiency without artificial intelligence are completely two levels. Indeed, I can already feel the capabilities of this armor. After watching the free electrons in the air that appeared in front of him due to the switching of the screen display being swallowed by this armor, Killian nodded and spoke. It must be said that although many functions of this armor mode are disabled, there are still many modes that make people feel bright and very practical, such as the energy identification in front of Killian now, which can analyze various energy reactions around. The light blue ions floating in the air belong to the biological energy reaction of the human body, and various currents passing through the wires and various energy sources of different colors are all recognized and marked on the display screen in front of him. And it can also decide whether to shield the reactions of those energy sources based on Killian's brain waves, and truly make the heart move at will. There are also infrared thermal imaging heat source mode, night vision mode and X-ray mode, etc., which are used to enable the host to deal with various situations. Boss, you can still continue to watch. Believe me, there are big surprises waiting for you in the next few modes. At this time, Otto, who was watching Killian still studying the current Warframe Fortress mode, couldn't help but urge him. After all, compared to the mode he wanted to show later, the current one was just an appetizer. After hearing Dr. Otto's words, the researchers who were still watching the show became interested and began to move forward. They could look at the Warframe closely and carefully without disturbing Killian's research because of the close distance. Really? It seems that I really have to fast forward. After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Killian's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. After all, from Dr. Otto's tone, it seemed that the current technology was just an appetizer. For a moment, Killian couldn't help but look forward to it. Then he thought about it, and the next two modes appeared in front of Killian. Without any hesitation, Killian chose the kinetic mode in the middle. As the choice was made, the nano-vibranium on Killian's body began to change its form, constantly transforming and reorganizing. After a while, a completely different appearance appeared in front of everyone. Instead, it was replaced by a vibranium armor rendered with the black and red patterns. The whole appearance looked like the legendary god of war in Norse mythology, mighty and domineering. Oh my god. Dr. Otto, you are too good at aesthetics. At this time, Lisa, who also saw this scene, looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall body not far away. The red and black luster overflowed from head to toe. The armor was extremely smooth, and it was like a god of war standing half in the light and half in the shadows in the doorway that was originally divided into light and night. At this moment, Killian also saw his own image through the projection of Dabe projected in front of his monitor. At this moment, even Killian couldn't help but be impressed by his handsome appearance. It can be said that the structure of the entire body and every part of the armor is almost natural, and unlike the heavy feeling of Dr. Fortress just now, this set of armor makes Killian feel very relaxed, and even very light, so light that Killian can't feel the weight at all. But even so, Killian can clearly feel that the ability of the armor in this mode is definitely extraordinary. As the perspective continues to look down, the whole slender body, perfect structure, and the Sherlock helmet make him look like an ancient god of war. I prefer to call this mode the superpower mode. It has several functional modules: invisibility, strength, agility, and even a super brain module. It can truly integrate stealth assassination, super speed running, power violence, and super analysis to deal with various situations. The stealth module can achieve true zero-loss stealth, and it will not be detected by the current human technology, as if it has disappeared from this world. The power module stimulates the host by stimulating the biomagnetic field, and then allows the host and the armor to be in sync. Under great fusion, it can easily lift the current main battle tank and then throw it out. At least for now, under this module, it can single-handedly fight against a power tyrant without falling behind. However, compared with the former, this module also consumes a lot of energy, and the specific amount depends on the power you use. But what can be guaranteed at present is that once fully charged, it can be overclocked for a whole day, and if its self-charging function is taken into account, its effectiveness will last even longer. And it also has an exclusive feature. Let me keep you in suspense, boss. The next one is the agility module, which is super speed running. Through the energy supply inside the armor, it stimulates the body to produce bioelectric current, so that the host and the armor are in the same frequency, just like the former, and then breaks the speed of sound limit and runs at supersonic speed. The energy consumption is also based on the power used, which is the same as the former, but the consumption will be much less than the above, but it is also a big energy consumer. And the last one is the super brain mode, which can stimulate the host's brain nerve center to increase the host's brain wave neuron activity several times, and then allow the host to easily enter the brain's overclocking mode. This module does not consume too much energy, but the only problem is that it is limited by the host's brain and cannot be overclocked for a long time, otherwise there will be great risks. At this time, looking at the armor Killian was wearing in front of him, Dr. Otto continued to explain. It can be said that the armor Killian is wearing now has almost exhausted his brain cells in his lifetime. After listening to Dr. Otto's explanation, Killian immediately adjusted the modes he talked about one by one. It must be said that all this made Killian, who had never pursued strength, feel the power when he put on this set of armor. If it weren't for the fact that this was a residential area, Killian really wanted to start testing this set of armor wantonly without paying attention to others. Chapter 144 Quantum Realm Mode. It's not over yet, boss. Thanks to the vibranium material you provided, we studied it carefully and applied it to this armor. It can be said to be one of the most perverted abilities. Seeing that Killian was about to switch to the next mode, Otto, who had changed his attitude in an instant, said after holding Killian's hand. What other abilities are there? After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Killian turned his head and looked at him with a puzzled look. After all, although he had not fully explored these modules, the display on the screen showed that they were nothing more than the abilities of those few and the expansion modules. However, Killian could guess them at a glance, and there was nothing particularly attractive, so Killian asked. Similarly, the people not far away saw that the armor, which already had such powerful abilities, had even more perverted abilities. For a moment, the originally numb people could not help but raise their expectations and wanted to watch. Kinetic energy absorption. Bang! Exclamation mark. With continuous attacks, when this armor absorbs a certain amount of energy, it can rebound. Bang! Exclamation mark. As he spoke, Dr. Otto gritted his teeth and punched Killian's armor again and again. Just when Killian hadn't come to his senses, a red-black energy ball began to appear under the armor where the armor was hit. Bang! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, with Dr. Otto's next attack, the armor began to burst out an energy counterattack wave in an instant, and then Dr. Otto was knocked out by the automatic counterattack of the armor. Fortunately, there was a flower bed not far away, so no substantial damage was caused. Otherwise, even with the enhancement of the T-virus, Dr. Otto's body would probably be a bit difficult to withstand. After seeing this scene, everyone ran out and wanted to help each other, but Killian got there first. Otto, you. Why bother? If you have any tests, there are robots nearby, why not let them do it? Killian, who suddenly realized this function, walked forward with a smile and said after helping Dr. Otto up. Yes. Otto, you are not young anymore, you should take care of your health. You are a company's precious asset. At this time, everyone who came to the side couldn't help but speak to comfort him. Although Dr. Otto joined the company a little later than them, no matter what, everyone got along well in their daily exchanges and meetings at the head office. After a few visits, they were familiar with each other, so it was normal to comfort him at this time. Did you hear that? If there's anything, just let the robot do it. You still want to keep it a secret, now you have buried yourself. After helping him up and entering the room, Killian patted his clothes covered with mud and spoke unhappily. Even so, everyone could hear the concern in Killian's words. For a moment, the look in Dr. Otto's eyes was extremely complicated, with envy and jealousy. Ha, boss, you know that I like to experiment with everything myself. After all, as a product designer, if you don't experience its capabilities yourself, then it's too much of a failure. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto laughed and said, That's true. Killian nodded to Dr. Otto's words and said affirmatively. Isn't that right? In the original book, in order to study his own controlled nuclear fusion technology, he even directly fixed a few metal claws on his spine. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a ruthless person, and in the end, in order to restore it, he even personally assembled it up close. Even when Killian saw it, he really wanted to say, You have the ability to make it, is it difficult to make a remote control? But no matter what, Dr. Otto's spirit is indeed worthy of recognition. Boss, it's not over yet. This armor has one last surprise waiting for you. At this time, Dr. Otto also signaled Killian to continue speaking. The expectation in his eyes, even the people around him couldn't help but wonder how powerful this thing would be next, making Dr. Otto, such a calm person, start to get excited. After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Killian also stood up, and after coming to the middle of the hall, he called up the last mode of this intelligent armor. Quantum Field Mode. After seeing this scene, Killian's heart couldn't help but tremble. At first, he was only concerned with the front and didn't pay attention to this last look, but now he took a closer look. This TMD, if it was really what he thought, then Alto really gave him a big surprise. Then, he followed Killian and clicked it. It was still the familiar armor change, but the difference from the previous two was that this time the armor was mainly blue like a tights. Compared with the previous two, the overall armor now looked as thin as a piece of paper. If Killian were to describe it now, perhaps Superman's suit would be what he looks like now, except that he doesn't have the red cape that belongs to Superman. However, as Killian's mind moved, The pure blue suit began to grow a red robe from the shoulders, until it finally became a cape in the eyes of everyone. This is another feature of the intelligent nano armor. Its appearance can be de-editable according to the host's choice. As long as Killian wants, even Tony's Mark armor can be de-ed, but unless he understands the other party's technology. Otherwise, even if it is de-ed, it is just a showpiece. Then, under Killian's brain consciousness, the nano-vibranium on his body began to turn into a constantly surging particle stream from his arms, and then turned into a slender black sword in the surprised eyes of everyone, and appeared in Killian's hand. The edge of the sword also emitted a cold light like cold iron, as if it was the hardest cold weapon in the world. It could cut anything into 2 pieces. And it was far more than that. With a thought in Killian's mind, the sword in his hand suddenly turned into a constantly surging stream of particles and began to change again. It suddenly turned into a bright blue shield, followed by a blue spear. Basically, all the weapons Killian could think of could be transformed by it, just like the nano armor of Iron Man in Avengers 4. While Killian was still adjusting the appearance of his armor, everyone present at this moment couldn't help but envy him so much that their eyes were straight. My God. Dr. Otto, Samuel, have never begged anyone in my life. Can you please make me a battle armor like your boss next time? This is so cool. Dr. Otto, let's not forget each other when we become rich and powerful. You know, I helped you with several previous projects. Otto. For a moment, when everyone saw Killian's extremely handsome face, even his 8-pack abs were revealed, they couldn't help but be attentive to Dr. Otto. After all, who wouldn't like such a powerful battle armor that can turn into a Superman? You know, that's Superman. In the Marvel world, Superman even sells better than Captain America comics. Okay. Of course, but you have to ask the boss to get the materials first. This thing is made of vibranium. 1 gram costs tens of thousands of dollars on the black market, and there is no market for it. I promise here that as long as you collect all the materials, I will make it for you for free. After hearing the voices of everyone in his ear, Dr. Otto couldn't help but feel dizzy, and then he spoke after comforting everyone. Is it so expensive? Then the boss's armor cost at least several $billion. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. So expensive? Excuse me. I suddenly feel that this armor is not as good as I thought. After learning about the huge cost of this armor, the people present who originally wanted to cosplay Superman couldn't help but fade away, and they all spoke up. After all, although their salaries are high, several $1 billion is still a sky-high price for them. Even if they have this money, wouldn't it be better to use it in other aspects? After all, they rarely go out. They stay at the base every day. For them, this set of armor is just a tool to cosplay Superman to relieve boredom. But the next second, they were completely shocked and speechless. Killian, who was originally standing on the floor, suddenly faded. Then, in the eyes of everyone, Killian, who was wearing armor, was as transparent as before, and his clarity was less than half of the original. Oh my God, boss. What happened to you? After seeing Killian's appearance, Roman Burr was shocked. And in his eyes, Killian, who was wearing armor at this moment, even accidentally merged 1 foot into the ground. Yes, merged, because in his eyes, the floor was not damaged at all, and the only thing wrong was that part of Killian's leg was gone. But the next second, as Killian began to control his body to float up, the leg that had disappeared reappeared in front of him. But this moment made everyone feel even more surprised, because Killian, who was originally standing on the ground, was floating in the air at this moment, and then he walked through the furniture and appliances in the room with interest. The whole person was like a ghost, without any entity, just disappearing, appearing, and disappearing in front of everyone. It can be seen that Killian is enjoying this. After seeing this horrifying scene in front of them, everyone turned their heads to look at Otto, who was sitting not far away, and motioned him to explain everything in front of them. The quantum domain mode, I prefer to call it ghost mode. This is the inspiration given by the boss. After continuous testing of this vibranium, we found a third hidden form besides the energy absorption and super hard form. This is a quantum domain state that vibranium can enter under a specific energy output. The energy is continuously output by the nano-vibranium in the armor, and the quantum entanglement field is constructed, which is the quantum domain mode you see now. Unlike the previous two, in this mode, the armor can create a special quantum magnetic field, and the host inside will be completely virtualized, and will no longer be attacked by any form of entity. Swords, bullets, artillery shells and even nuclear bombs have no effect on the armor in this state. After seeing everyone looking at him with confusion, Dr. Otto also stood up with excitement, looking at Killian, who was constantly studying this function not far away, and opened his mouth to explain the confusion to everyone. But how is this possible? This is not scientific. In this case, wouldn't this armor be invincible? After hearing what Dr. Otto said, Maya Hansen on the side said with a shocked face. To be honest, she had never seen such an exaggerated technology before, and now the other party said that this thing in front of her could be immune to any physical attack. Of course it's impossible. After all, it's nonsense to talk about ability without energy. If there is a super bomb that can carry stronger energy, it may also break the construction of the quantum field, so that the armor can exit this state, but I'm sorry to say that there is no such energy attack for the time being. In other words, unless those who want the boss's life smash and blow up the entire continent. As for the weakness, it may be that it is not immune to energy attacks. Pure energy form, without any additional energy attack. If the energy intensity is high, it can enter the quantum field and hide the armor under this field. It's just that when encountering such an enemy, the other two modes of the armor are not for show, so this set of armor can basically meet the application of any battlefield situation. After hearing Maya Hansen's words, Dr. Otto nodded calmly and admitted that the armor was not invincible, and then he spoke. But even so, this is terrifying. If such a battle armor can be used to arm a small team, it is not impossible to conquer a country. After listening to Dr. Otto's explanation, the shocked newcomer Anvank nodded and said, "After all, with the ability of this battle armor, it can almost be said to be invincible in the world. Yet, it's too horrifying. In front of this armor, I don't know what the point of the desperate virus I've been researching is. It's nothing more than improving human potential and adding an extra superpower. Yes, I think the T-virus I've been researching is also eclipsed by the set of armor. Even if I research it to the end, what can it do? It's nothing more than strengthening the body and increasing the lifespan by dozens or hundreds of years. Even the biochemical soldiers that I've worked hard to research can only invade a few countries at most. Yet, it's the same on our side. We thought that the fighter planes we were researching had surpassed the current ones by dozens of versions, and even space battleships are in preparation. But now it seems, it's still too backward. Hey, what's yours? Mine is really miserable. Every month, the company spends tens of billions of resources just to build some large-scale mechas, and we only have a prototype now. Now it seems that it's not as good as Dr. Otto's armor. Hey, me too. In an instant, I don't know when it started, the atmosphere and topics among people gradually began to become inexplicable. Hey, you guys, that's enough. Are you crying or showing off? If you don't know, others will think we are having a bragging contest. After hearing that the style of the painting was not right, Dr. Otto, who is the person involved at this moment, stood up and said to everyone with a sullen look. After everyone finished joking, they immediately turned their eyes to Killian. At this moment, Killian, as the person involved, saw that the energy of the armor in the upper right corner had dropped below half, and then turned off this mode. Cool. After finishing, Killian said with a deep sense of comfort. It can be said that this time Killian has released all the emotions that were suppressed by the first two forms of vibranium at the beginning. After recovering to the entity again, Killian came back to the front of everyone, and then with Killian's mind, the intelligent nano-armor originally worn on his body suddenly began to turn into waves of particle streams and rush towards Killian's hand, until it finally turned into an inconspicuous blue bracelet. This is also an advantage of this armor. It is convenient and easy to carry. After wearing it, the host can imagine an accessory and concentrate all the nanoparticles in it. When the host needs it, it can be awakened directly. Then it will cover the whole body 100% like skin, and change its shape at will according to its own wishes, and even become clothes. In this way, even the money originally spent on clothes every year can be directly saved. Boss, how is it? The gift did not disappoint you. At this time, seeing Killian, who had returned to his original appearance, Dr. Otto walked up and said, Chapter 145 Biochemical Nanosuit and Surprise Change. Disappointed? How could that be? I can only say that you gave me a super big surprise, Otto. I am now extremely glad that I have recruited you to become my employee. I am truly lucky to have you and everyone else. After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Killian gave him a fierce hug, then patted him on the shoulder and spoke to Otto and the people present. After hearing this, the people present couldn't help but laugh. After all, they are all old hands, and naturally they can hear the sincerity in Killian's words. Boss. There is also my gift, but it is not as shocking as Dr. Otto's, so don't be disappointed. At this time, Maya Hansen in the crowd also came out, holding a suitcase-sized gift in her hand, and walked towards Killian with a smile on her face, and then spoke. It's okay, as long as the intention is there. Now is the era of young people. Don't care too much about gifts. Just have this intention. As long as you do your job well, it will be the biggest gift for me. At least seeing your efforts all the time, I feel very satisfied with this gift. After taking the gift from Maya Hansen with a smile, Killian said with a smile. Then, in Maya Hansen's expectant eyes, Killian opened the outer packaging, and inside was a low-temperature freezer. At this moment, Killian couldn't help but look at Maya Hansen curiously, and then opened the freezer under her gaze. As expected, inside was a bottle with orange-yellow medicine in a syringe. The enhanced version 4.0 of the Extremis virus. Based on the continuous research and development of the team, the Extremis virus will no longer explode due to overheating of the body caused by loss of control of emotions. In this version of the Extremis virus, after communicating with Dr. Samuel, I combined the phagocytic nature of the T-virus, making the violent energy of the Extremis virus more docile under the neutralization of the T-virus, and it will not reduce its own energy intensity. On the contrary, the combination of the two has produced a wonderful chemical reaction. Not only will it continue to evolve itself, but when the energy intensity is too high, it will selectively allow the host to decide whether to enter a self-dormant state based on the host's self-selection. And its degree of strengthening the body and even the degree of development of its abilities has a qualitative leap. Once injected, the second stage of the Extremis virus can be unlocked, and it will be unlocked to the third stage in at least 1 month and at most a year depending on the passage of time. As for the fourth stage, theoretically it only takes 10 years to unlock it. After seeing Killian's gaze at her, Maya Hansen immediately began to explain with a smile on her face. After all, this is her greatest achievement after working day and night for the past year. Even for this reason, she has been living and eating in the laboratory, and she doesn't even want to go out. Except for resting, she is madly studying data in the laboratory. Fortunately, with the help of Dabe, Maya Hansen has completely understood what God rewards hard work. The world will pave the way for those who work hard. Thank you for your hard work, Maya Hansen. You have successfully proved yourself with your own efforts. You are a well-deserved modern cutting-edge female scientist. I will clear your name. After looking at the orange-red potion in front of him and listening to Maya Hansen's proud explanation, Killian couldn't help but feel moved, and then looked at the other party and said firmly. In fact, in Killian's mind, no matter how approachable he is, he still looks at these people with the eyes of looking at NPCs. After all, as a person who traveled from the modern era, after being familiar with the plot and having the system, it is basically impossible to let him look at them from the perspective of ordinary people. This is also something that Killian has never controlled himself to think about. Now, he suddenly realized that the people in front of him were all living people, and they were all living people who worked hard for themselves. Although their actions and behaviors can be summarized as their efforts for success and fame, what's the matter? Exclamation mark. Isn't the purpose of everyone's life for these? And Killian can also clearly feel that these people in front of him have really paid true feelings for him. Thank you, Maya, your gift makes me feel extremely warm. After closing it again, Killian looked at the other party and said seriously. It has to be said that even if they are not lovers, Killian can completely treat the other party as a family. After that, everyone presented various gifts that surprised Killian. Although they were not as shocking and unexpected as the first two, these were all gifts they prepared carefully. Even many things Killian only took a glance to know that in order to prepare these gifts, they can be said to have made a lot of efforts in the period of time or even a few months before this. After all, everything is not easy to complete, including the arc reactor personally donated by Anvank and his son, but because it was too big, they did not bring it with them. Instead, they handed it to Killian in the form of videos and technical drawings. Although Killian already has a controlled nuclear fusion reactor, the arc reactor is indeed the intention of the father and son. What surprised Killian even more was that the father and son actually proposed the armor plan, which is the unmanned metricord developed by the Stark Group, which is now in the limelight in the US military. Since Stark first developed it, It has caused a great sensation in the military, and has directly increased its in-depth cooperation with the Stark Group, placing a large order of tens of billions of dollars on the spot. It is said that there are still hundreds of billions of dollars in preparation. And those mecha cores that got it were transported to Afghanistan as soon as possible to compete for resources. It can be said that to a large extent, even relying on this thing, the US military almost completed a full occupation. It's just that there are other big countries behind it that sent troops to officially come forward in the name of peacekeeping, and the battlefield became anxious for a while. This also proves the terrifying power of the Stark Group's unmanned mecha army. And because of this, Ant Vanko and his son wanted to start the Unmanned Mecha project to prove that they would never embarrass avant-garde technology with their ability, and at the same time, they could win a large number of orders and then attack their competitor, the Stark Group. After seeing the plan proposed by Ant Vanko and his son, Killian was stunned at first, but finally nodded and agreed. After all, if Killian remembered correctly, what Stark is doing now is what Ivan Vanko created in the future. And now that Ivan Vanko's original things have been taken away, what kind of surprise will it bring? Never underestimate any villain in the Marvel Universe, because they often just lack the protagonist's halo and an opportunity to anticipate the enemy. In the original book, Tony, who took the lead in developing the Mark series of armor, was finally defeated by the whip mecha developed by Ivan Vanko, which is enough to explain the problem. So for Killian, without any pressure, why not do it if he can increase the company's influence? After that, there is another technology that is expected but unexpected, that is, nano-armor, or it is more appropriate to call it cross-nano-biochemical armor. A nano-biochemical suit made of nanofibers all over the body, which is different from the nano-armor that Killian wears. The nano here is more like the fiber cells of the human body. This suit of armor can greatly enhance its combat performance and physical properties through programmatic editing of nanofibers, allowing the user to perform various superhuman feats. Moreover, this suit of armor is also very outstanding in terms of defense. It can easily defend against the direct attack of 12.7mm machine gun bullets and bounce them off. It also has 4 modes of armor: speed, strength and concealment. Seeing this, Killian seriously suspected that Dr. Otto referred to this information when making the armor on his body. But this is also a good advantage. Killian has a lot of authority over the information that scientists of the same level can query. He only needs to be authorized by Dabe to view any technical information of the same level as himself. I think this should be Dabe's suggestion. After all, if the other party wants to make the best armor, it must be integrated according to the existing company technology. But for Killian, it is just right. Then, Killian personally put on the armor to test it. Unexpectedly, the overall effect of the armor is very gratifying and satisfying. No matter which mode it is completely made according to the design of Beyond Nanosect 2. In its 4 major modes, the added combat power can completely turn an ordinary person into a superhero like Captain America. It can only be said that the power of technology is powerful. Moreover, it is also intimately equipped with an enhanced version of the T-virus for the user, which can allow the user to activate it autonomously when the user is at a disadvantage or in a dying state, providing the user with a strong recovery ability while also having a super high endurance state. It is similar to the effect of injecting hemostatic agents, adrenaline, and blood bags into the body at the same time. It can be said that every soldier wearing a nanosuit has a second chance to start over. Moreover, in terms of environmental requirements, it is exactly the same as Killian's armor. Although its performance is not so abnormal, its built-in breathing circulator can also provide users with breathing oxygen. It can not only recycle part of the oxygen in the exhaled gas, but also use electrolysis of water to generate oxygen and hydrogen from water molecules composed of hydrogen atoms and oxygen atoms. It can be said that there are many ways. And the most amazing thing is that this thing can make anything it touches invisible. With the blessing of nanofibers, as long as the weapon picked up by the user, it can be distorted and refracted by the crystals quickly generated by the nanofibers on the surface of the clothes, and accurately calculated to the extent that the light can almost bypass it, so as to achieve the purpose of invisibility. Not to mention that there are dozens of modules and functions. Even Killian feels a headache just by looking at them. If you experience them one by one, it will probably take until the next day. But no matter what, after taking it off, Killian looked at the researcher who provided it to him with a satisfied face. After praising the other party a few words, he asked him to hand it over to the production department to start mass production. Although he now has more clones and robots under his command, he still has no complete defense equipment for the army. After all, Killian has been focusing on the development of biological weapons, allowing them to pursue the strengthening of their own single weapons. Now that these have been strengthened, it is time to start working on armor. Even the next step, Killian has planned to equip his army with Thor's hammer power armor. After all, the reason why he did not start developing this before was that the exchange level of the system store was limited, and there was a shortage of reputation points. Of course, in the end, unless it was a monster like the Tyrant, there was almost no normal person on Earth who could withstand the Thor's hammer power armor. And now, according to the physical fitness of the desperate virus soldiers, Killian estimated that they should also be able to meet the conditions for using the Thor's hammer power armor. But these are all things after the Chinese New Year. At least in the past 2 days, Killian did not want to put too much pressure on his employees. Then in the lively atmosphere, a few more days passed. This continued until noon on January 15th, when Killian officially started to work at the company. He heard some not-so-good news. What? Something similar to zombies. Killian was stunned for a moment after hearing this thing, and he even thought he had traveled through time. You know, the T-virus has always been well protected by him. Even the scientists in the base are only studying the pure version of the T-virus that has been purified and is not infectious. As for the highly infectious T-virus that is specifically used to create zombies, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to touch it. As a result, someone told him that this thing appeared in this world. Yes, Mr. Killian, according to the information we received, after Raymond Pharmaceuticals got your company's T-series antiviral serum, it has been trying to reverse its composition, and then found a remote place for medical research and development, and in order to conceal its tracks, it chose to settle in a small town. As a result, all the employees in the entire town are now like zombies. So, can you give us some advice now? What exactly are these ghost things? At this moment, on the other end of the video call, Killian looked solemnly at the town that was already full of smoke and flames, but even so, there were still a steady stream of zombies running out. And because at the beginning, in order to control the impact of the incident, Raymond Pharmaceuticals told the police that these were just sick patients, and it was precisely because of this that the virus was not controlled in the first place. And now, it has spread to several surrounding villages. Even the military has already set out to the scene, and the person who is talking to him now is his old friend, General Ross. After all, he was the iron-blooded general in charge of the research and development of the Super Soldier Project. So when he heard that other companies were doing similar human experiments and happened to need the help of the military, Ross called Killian. Damn, these evil capitalists, General Ross, I give you the best advice. First, for those zombie-like creatures you mentioned, just shoot them in the head, don't shoot other places, and second, carry out comprehensive disinfection. Third, it's best to use the Metricore you customized from Stark. If any of your soldiers are infected or bitten, inject our company's T-series antiviral agents. Normally, T3 is enough. After hearing Ross's words, Killian couldn't help but curse inwardly, and then he started to make suggestions. This thing, even he, the inventor, has to treat the T-virus with caution. These natives have to play with the T-virus. Isn't this courting death? Killian is not interested in establishing a company like Umbrella that only has pioneer technology. When that time comes, who will give him his reputation points? Isn't this crazy? Even at this moment, he wanted to catch the current CEO of Raymond Pharmaceuticals and whip him with a whip. Isn't this just like an old man eating arsenic and looking for death? However, after calming down, Killian also admired these people very much. It is worthy of the Marvel Universe. There are so many genius bosses that even the infectivity of the T-virus can be restored. Okay, thank you. I will contact you again if there is any situation. After hearing Killian's suggestion, General Ross on the other end of the phone calmed down. After a simple talk, he hung up the phone. 1 day ago. In a small town under Berkeley County, West Virginia. At this moment, the originally quiet and peaceful town has now become a mess of corpses due to the leakage of the T-virus. The whole street is full of countless zombies walking, and blood is spilled all over the street. And some zombies began to hit the doors of the houses where there were still living creatures. Just when everyone thought that despair was coming, orderly gunshots were heard outside the town. Under the crossfire, teams of soldiers finally fought their way in from the outskirts of the town. Chapter 146 Biochemical Virus Leakage. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? Even wild dogs have become so aggressive, just like rabies. At this moment, after arriving at the target location, a fully armed soldier looked at the wild dogs at his feet that had been beaten into shape by his side, and couldn't help but say with a disgusted face, "Who knows, it's probably another company that conducted some evil virus experiment." After hearing his teammates' words, a black soldier on the other side carefully looked around the town and complained, "How do you know?" After hearing the other party's words, the teammate next to the black man looked at the other party with a look of surprise and asked. For a moment, he began to imagine whether his teammate was the son of a senior official, and then took a photo to gild him. What's the big deal? Isn't it played like this in movies and TV dramas? But what made his teammate feel disappointed was that the man's next answer did not develop in the way he imagined. Ah. Fake. Just when they wanted to continue chatting, the man at the beginning suddenly screamed in pain, and everyone looked at the man nervously as if they were facing a great enemy. At a glance, they saw that the wild dog that was originally beaten into shape by them was now biting the man's eye with its sharp teeth, and the white eyeballs that were almost dead made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Bang bang bang. But before everyone started to help, they only heard the sound of rifles firing continuously. When the gunshot stopped, everyone looked again and saw their teammates, who were madly holding the wild dog at their feet, whose head had been completely beaten into a funnel, and cursing with all the dirty words they had saved in their lives. "Okay, James. There's still a mission, don't vent. The Superior's mission is for us to investigate the problem here and seal off the scene. You are over it now." At this time, the leader of the team frowned, looked at the bitten subordinate with an unhappy face, and then said, "Sir, this is not right. We saw the drug just now. It can still get up and bite James. I always feel that there is something wrong. It doesn't seem like it's just the spread of rabies as Reincarnated Technology said. After all, even if it is rabies, it won't be resurrected and bite people when the body is not killed." Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was not right, a teammate took the initiative to stand up, and then after looking at the wild dog corpse under James' feet, the whole person couldn't help but walk in front of him and squatted down. While talking, he carefully looked at the wrong place of the wild dog in front of him. What's the big deal? It's probably a conditioned reflex. Some animals can still bite people even after being dead for more than half an hour. I guess that's what James encountered. It's a small problem. It's just a small cat. After hearing his teammates fuss, a sturdy white man stood up and said nonchalantly. After all, as a veteran who had been on the battlefield, he had fought against wolves and tigers, let alone a dog bite. These were all small matters. A small cat. Try being bitten. Looking at his teammates who were still adding insult to injury, James couldn't help but scold them. "Okay. Now is the mission time, not for you to quarrel. If anyone has a temper, you can put down your guns after you go back. I have no problem fighting for a few days and nights, but what I want to say is that this is a battlefield. Since you have decided to come here, you must listen to my command. If something like this happens again, don't blame me for sending you to a military court." At this time, seeing the two troublemakers still wanting to continue, the on-site person in charge, Myers, couldn't help but stand up and said forcefully, "Okay, this is the only way out of the town. Nix, Angel, Vomiter, Johnson, Polland. You 8 people are responsible for garrisoning here and building fortifications. The main force will arrive in an hour. Your task is to ensure that not even a fly can fly out during this time. Others, divide into teams of 5 and march in cross-cover mode. Remember, our goal is to investigate the scene and rescue the residents of the town, okay?" After dealing with the 2 young men, the leader of the team on the scene, Myers, immediately began to arrange detailed combat deployment for the entire team of 18 people. "Yes, sir." After Myers arranged the tasks, the American soldiers present also spoke one after another. Then, Myers led 10 people to the entrance of the town. However, this time, as everyone continued to enter, the entire town appeared in front of everyone like a purgatory on earth. Moreover, there were people who were disemboweled by some unknown creatures and were lying on the street covered in blood. After seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. "Oh my God. Please tell me, we are not in hell." Looking at this, Jameson, the leader, could not help but feel his stomach churning and said, "God bless you, are rabies patients so scary? I must set up a wild dog hunting organization after I go back. If this happens to me, it is too terrible." I can't imagine it. At this time, the strong man on the side couldn't help but speak. After all, the scene was so tragic that it was difficult to describe it in words. It was simply outrageous. Don't say it, sir. I suggest we hurry up. If we continue, I think the psychiatrist may not be able to heal my current mental trauma. A young man on the other side also said with a distorted face. It can be said that they have seen dead people, but they have never seen such a death. Everyone, start alert. But I say again, don't shoot unless necessary. We are facing human beings. Even if they are infected with rabies, they are still human beings and should be able to be saved. And we also need their testimony. This is an intelligence investigation and search and rescue mission. Do you understand? At this time, the captain once again looked around and confirmed that there was no threat. Then he looked at his team members and emphasized, "Don't worry, sir, I will definitely not let your promotion this year be in trouble." A corporal who was obviously very familiar with the man said jokingly. After hearing his companion's joke, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. For a while, the tense atmosphere caused by the scene was also diluted a lot. Move. Then, with Meyer's order, everyone began to continue to advance towards the center of the town. The town is small, but it is also very big. It took the entire team almost 20 minutes to enter the center of the town from the edge of the town. In the process, they encountered more and more corpses, and even in the whole town there were all kinds of screams from humans and roars from some monsters. Because of this, the entire team of 10 people was divided into 2 groups in the end, and each group communicated with each other through walkie-talkies. "Sir, there is a living person here." "Mom, hello, we are sent by the US military to help you, don't be afraid, you are safe now." When one of the teams passed a corner, they saw a girl with long hair hiding in the corner, her whole body shaking for some reason. At this time, after seeing this scene, a team member reported to the captain not far behind him, and then took the initiative to trot forward, trying to comfort the poor woman. However, as they got closer and closer, the man suddenly found that something was wrong. The heavy smell of blood and the constant chewing sound of the woman in front of him seemed to be gnawing on something. "Madam, what are you doing? I am an active duty Marine in the United States military. Can you please turn your body slowly towards me?" At this moment, the man began to slow down his trotting pace and began to speak tentatively. However, when the man saw that the other party slowly turned around and began to let down his guard after hearing his words, the moment the woman really turned her head, the man was completely shocked. He saw that the lady, who he thought was normal, turned around, but her eyes were white, her face was covered with blood, and her mouth was still chewing on a thigh that was obviously a human thigh. The man who fell beside her was a man who had been torn apart by her. Even from the way the soldier was dressed, the two were definitely a couple, but he didn't expect that such a perverted thing would happen to him. Before he could continue to think, he saw the woman in front of him suddenly put down the thigh in her hand, and then began to walk towards him. "Hey, Mom, this is a Marine soldier from the military. I'm giving you my first warning. Stop your actions now. Hold your head with both hands and don't move forward. Hey. Second warning. Hold your head and squint now." Looking at the woman who was getting closer and closer, the soldier pointed his rifle at her and shouted sternly. But his voice couldn't stop trembling. After all, the monster in front of him was eating a living person. For a moment, the soldier even thought of the legendary cannibal. The third time. Roar. Bang bang bang. Exclamation mark. Just when the soldier wanted to give the woman in front of him the last warning, he saw the woman in front of him rushing towards him with her bloody mouth. After seeing this scene, the soldier threw the captain's warning and order behind his mind. He pressed the trigger with his index finger, and bullets gushed out of the barrel towards the woman. With just a few shots, the woman who was running towards him was instantly knocked to the ground. "Damn it. Jameson, are you an idiot? You still don't understand what I said. What are you doing? What did I say before? I repeatedly ordered not to shoot. What are you doing now?" At this time, after seeing Jameson shoot a citizen to death, the captain who came late could not help but rush to Jameson angrily. After holding the barrel of his gun, he spoke angrily to him. "You are still shooting at a living person? Damn, it's a woman, without any weapons. You are in big trouble now, do you know?" After saying that, the captain wanted to find out the reason why his teammates lost control, and whether there would be other explanations at the scene. At least this kind of thing should not happen to him, but the more the man observed, the more embarrassed his face became. A woman, without firearms or even knives, was beaten into a sieve by her own men. For a moment, the captain even had a desire to bite his men to death on the spot, which was really infuriating. Sir, you didn't see it just now, she is a monster. No, she is an ogre. I just saw her chewing the thigh of the corpse over there. I've had enough. This place is simply hell. From the moment I came here, I felt that something was wrong here. I want to go back. This is definitely not an exploration or rescue mission. At this time, Jameson was already in a very restless mood because of his foot being bitten by a wild dog. Now, he was greatly frightened and had a strong visual impact. He was scolded by his captain. The soldier suddenly felt an inexplicable anger in his heart, and then he was ready to quit and walked out. Jameson. After seeing that the other party wanted to leave after just a little stimulation, the Commander Myers immediately stretched out his hand to stop him, but the next second, he saw the other party stunned in place, and then turned towards him tremblingly. Strange, monster. Jameson turned around and said with a trembling face. Myers could even see his trembling thighs. When he reached the exit of the alley, he saw countless people walking towards them little by little under the dim street lights. Everyone's body was covered with tattered flesh and blood. Some people's eyes had even fallen out. Only a little flesh and blood was left connecting the eyeballs, making them tremble and not fall to the ground. After seeing this scene suddenly, even Myers, who had seen the cruelty on the battlefield, couldn't help but tremble with fear. He didn't think that all this in front of him had anything to do with rabies. We, the Alpha Commando, are here to rescue you. Now I ask you to stop moving forward immediately, or we will open fire. First warning. Second warning. Third. Seeing the crowd in front of him who showed no fear of the rifle he held high, but continued to walk towards them without paying attention to anyone, Myers gritted his teeth and prepared to shoot. However, the next second, there was a sound of ah beside him. When Myers looked in the direction of the sound, it was James's scream. He was about to escape into the box, but when he passed by the woman who had just been shot to death, he was bitten on the other foot by the woman who suddenly came back to life. Bang bang bang. Majorfac. Go to God, fac. Then, after kicking and kicking several times, the other party still bit him more and more tightly. Jameson immediately picked up the rifle and fired another burst of bullets at the woman's head. After firing several shots, the woman who had been biting his ankle finally let go. After dealing with the woman, Jameson ran deep into the alley without looking back. However, as Jameson fired, the crowd that was slowly approaching them suddenly became like sharks that smelled blood. Their eyes lit up, and they began to trot towards them. Shit. This damn rabies. After seeing this scene, Myers gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, and followed them. He now saw that these people definitely had rabies and would bite anyone they saw. And according to his understanding, if bitten by a rabid person, the rabies virus would be spread to them. Moreover, even if it would not be spread, he did not want to be bitten by these damn monsters. Sir. Team 3 encountered a large crowd. Damn. They are crazy. Sir. Team 5 encountered wild dogs. My God. They are unkillable. Monsters. There are monsters everywhere. Sir. Team 4. And all this seemed to be a signal. At the same time, along with this sudden situation on Myers' side, other teams also found various people and dogs when they went deep into the town. As they wanted to contact them, they found that everything was beyond their expectations. The sudden change at the scene made everyone feel that something was very wrong. For a while, Myers heard the sound of fierce firing from various teams all over the town. Boom. Even at the end, there was the sound of grenades being detonated continuously. At this moment, Myers' face changed completely. But at this time, he was not in the mood to care about these, because the group of weirdos behind him were chasing him like sticky candy. Then, after he ran hundreds of meters, the whole person broke into a family's home. Then he closed the door and moved heavy objects to block it. The whole process was smooth. After doing all this, Myers felt relieved. He leaned against the door without any image and sat down directly. He could hardly imagine what he had experienced today. Chapter 147 Mutated Monster. Bang, bang. However, following the sound coming from the house, Myers, who was resting, instantly became alert, picked up the rifle in his hand, and began to aim at the door. Then he began to slowly approach inside, and when he came to the corner of the door, he suddenly stepped forward and flashed, and then pointed his gun at the location where the sound came from, and he couldn't help but be stunned. His teammate, Jameson, who had just escaped, also came to this house, but at this moment, the other party was frantically washing the wound that had been exposed because of the pants cut with a knife with clean water and alcohol. The other party's wound now not only had deep teeth marks, but even some places had turned outward, and unlike other bite wounds in the past, the entire calf of the other party began to turn dark blue, which was obviously a moderate manifestation. Jameson, how are you? After seeing this scene, Myers immediately put his gun behind his back, and then took the initiative to squat down. While asking with concern, he began to look for the medicine box in the house. Damn it, Myers, what exactly is this mission? Those people, no, those monsters, they definitely can't be rabies. I clearly beat that woman to death. But in the end, she came back to life and bit me. And the dog outside the town, I had clearly shot it through the body, but in the end, she came back to life and bit me. And here. Do you think these are things that rabies can cause? At this moment, Jameson endured the severe pain and poured alcohol on his wounds. While sweating profusely, he asked Myers in front of him. Under the current circumstances, he could not believe that those were caused by simple rabies. I don't know. I have explained the order I received to you clearly from the beginning. We received a report from a Raymond employee, saying that their laboratory for curing rabies virus caused a virus leak at the scene for some reason. The local people are suspected to have been infected with rabies virus due to the virus leak. At first, the local police station also sent several police cars, but they disappeared after entering the town. According to the live video sent back by the last police officer, we have a great degree of suspicion that Raymond Pharmaceuticals is conducting illegal experiments here. So our mission is to investigate the situation at the scene and rescue as many survivors as possible to learn the whole story from them. That's what I know. After seeing Jameson, whose face was a little pale and the whole person was beginning to be more and more abnormal, Myers thought about it and told him everything about this mission. Ha. Ha ha. After hearing what Myers said, Jameson just smiled disdainfully. For some reason, he felt that the world in front of him began to blur. But at this moment, Myers saw a different scene. Jameson, who was already gloomy and pale, now began to show an extremely rare white color like corpse spots. What made people feel more wrong was that the other party began to mumble intentionally or unintentionally, as if biting something out of thin air. Jameson. Jameson. After seeing this scene, Myers realized that something was wrong. While trying to wake up Jameson, who was in a bad state, he quietly took the gun on his back to the front. Only after he held it tightly did he feel a little safe in his heart. Roar. Bang bang bang. Exclamation mark. At this time, there was a burst of knocking sounds from the door outside, which made Myers, who was already extremely nervous, almost press the trigger. Damn it. It's really a hell, these monsters are really haunting. When he heard the knocking sound outside the door and the roar of the monsters, Myers immediately stood up again, glanced at Jameson under his feet and ignored him. Instead, he came to the door and began to look at the scene outside through the window. The crowd began to surge towards them, and the door was blocked by dozens of monsters, and even the windows were trying to get in. Jameson, something is wrong, we should go. After seeing this scene, Myers realized that something was wrong and was ready to take Jameson to move immediately. No matter what, he couldn't die here. But when Myers just walked to the corner of the door, he only felt a black shadow rushing towards him. Then, the whole person was thrown to the ground by it. Damn it. Jameson, are you crazy? It's me. Myers, your captain. Then Jameson started biting Myers with his bloody mouth. Just when he was about to bite him, Myers pressed his forehead tightly with his big hand. Then he tried to push him out with his hand. At the same time, Myers kept talking. He wanted to use his words to try to awaken the last bit of rationality in the other party. However, when Myers saw the other party's white eyes, he stopped talking. Instead, he pushed him to the other side with force, and then rolled in the opposite direction, then drew his gun and aimed, all in one go. Jameson, you still have time to stop now. I can take you back and heal you, but first you have to cooperate with me. I'm warning you once. Don't force me to do this. Myers looked at Jameson, who was indifferent to his words, and walked towards him with gritted teeth, and said to him with an extremely ugly face. Now everything has not started, but his teammates have been infected and turned into monsters like the other party. For a moment, Myers couldn't even accept it from the bottom of his heart. Bang! Exclamation mark. Bang! Exclamation mark. Just stay here. After breaking the opponent's legs with 2 shots, looking at Jameson, who fell to the ground in an instant but still crawled towards him with both hands, Myers just threw a word, opened the back door, and left from the back door. As Myers left, the door that had been knocked down was also pushed down, and a group of zombies began to file in. However, when they passed Jameson, they seemed to have forgotten about him and continued to move straight towards the back door. At this moment, Jameson followed the main force and started to move. "Sir, this is the team left behind at the edge of the town. We heard gunshots inside. Do you need reinforcements?" On the other side, Myers, who had spent a lot of time exploring the surroundings, suddenly heard the intercom channel. "Something is wrong. You should stay where you are. Now we officially authorize you to open fire immediately after warning 3 times if you see any living creature. Repeat. You can open fire immediately after warning 3 times if you are invalid." After hearing the channel cut in by the team members outside the town, Myers made a prompt decision. At this moment, he came to the roof of the tallest church in the town. What he saw were all those zombie monsters, and there were even some mutant animals. Myers even saw a wild horse with fierce eyes, with its skin and flesh torn apart and full of bone spurs growing on its body, running rampant on the street. Some places where he saw people had already been surrounded by monsters. He originally planned to rescue 2 people and ask about the specific situation, but now it seems that the difficulty is no less than a battlefield raid. Got it. The team members outside the town also looked at each other in surprise after hearing the captain's words, and then replied. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Run. The team members outside wanted to ask about the situation on the communication channel, but they only heard the Captain Myers' extremely terrified and extremely painful words coming from the headset, and the entire channel seemed to be cut off by someone. After that, no matter how much the team members outside shouted, they could no longer contact the captain's channel. Something is wrong. It shows here that the beacons of the team members who entered have all disappeared. At this moment, a signalman took out his handheld computer, looked at the information on it, and said to his teammates with a serious face, "I now suggest that we evacuate quickly. The current situation has obviously exceeded our expectations. The captain's 10 people went in and died without any message. I don't think the rest of us can solve this. And the captain's subsequent order is to make it clear that we retreat." After hearing the words of his teammates, the others also came over. After seeing the information above, they also looked solemn, and then one of them spoke. "But the main force is about to arrive, and our mission is to hold on here. Even if we can't complete the established investigation mission, at least we have to hold on, right? If we run now, won't we really be considered deserters?" At this time, after hearing the man's words, the signalman couldn't help but hesitate and said. After hearing the signalman's words, the team members who were originally excited about the situation could not help but lose their desire to evacuate. After all, the other party was right. The order they received was to investigate the situation here before the arrival of the main force. Even if they only obeyed the orders given by the captain, they should stick to it now. As for the captain's last sentence, it was obvious that it could not be regarded as a formal order. "Sergeant Stephen, you are the highest rank now. According to the wartime management principle, you are the highest commander now. You give the order." Seeing that both sides had their own opinions, a man immediately stood up and formally spoke to the signalman. After all, most of them present were corporals and sergeants, and the signalman was the highest rank at present, so they had to act according to the principle. My order is to hold on here until the main force arrives. Everyone start building fortifications based on favorable terrain. According to the order of the previous commander, if you encounter a living creature and you do not listen after 3 warnings, open fire immediately. After seeing everyone looking at him, the original signalman was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. After adjusting his mentality, he looked at the people in front of him with his eyes fixed and began to issue his first order after taking office. "Yes, sir." Although everyone present had their own opinions on the new commander's words, they did not dislike it. Instead, after a simple reply, they began to busy themselves with their own things. In this way, as time passed, everyone's originally nervous hearts began to relax. Seeing that the time for the main force to arrive was getting closer and closer, but suddenly, someone began to find something wrong. Then before they could react, a huge figure rushed out from the shadows and swallowed a team member in one gulp. "Crocodile! Crocodile! Damn, did this crocodile eat Jin K-La? One of the team members cursed angrily after seeing the huge crocodile in front of him, which was as big as a small car. He began to pull the trigger in his hand and fired wildly at the other party. After feeling the severe pain in his body, the crocodile immediately aimed at the target that was attacking him, and then the whole crocodile flicked its tail and slapped it straight away. He ignored the bullets hitting his body. He began to drive his huge body straight towards the prey that he had slapped away. Gabriel. After seeing this scene, all the team members came to their senses, and then began to aim their guns at the crocodile in front of them, which could be hit without aiming, and then fired fiercely. It was not until this moment that the crocodile felt angry and began to rush towards other targets frantically. For a time, the entire battlefield presented a one-sided massacre under the attack of the prehistoric giant crocodile. Just one crocodile, even if they smashed its body, could still drive its body to devour everyone. Moreover, the surviving team members felt an even more shocking scene, that there were still a steady stream of bicycle-sized crocodiles crawling towards them. Their speed was even faster than that of an adult running. Boom. Boom. When the signalman Steven saw that his team members were all killed and the crocodiles were surrounding him, he was almost desperate and immediately pointed the muzzle at himself to finish it off. However, the next moment, accompanied by bursts of artillery fire from a distance, the crocodile tied in front of him was blown up one after another, and for a while, the crocodile rain fell everywhere. With dozens of simultaneous attacks from howitzers, the original huge crocodile was also melted in an instant. At this moment, the absolute suppression power of modern war thermal weapons in front of carbon-based creatures was thoroughly demonstrated. If modern thermal weapons cannot cause any damage to a target, it can only be said that you did not use a larger caliber. Hey, soldier, report your rank, unit number and name. At this time, accompanied by a series of military lights, the car headed towards this side. After a while, the white-bearded man in the lead stood in front of the other party and asked, "Report to the commander, the active duty soldier of the 7th Battalion, 3rd Regiment, 31st Marine Division, Sergeant Stephen reports to you." After looking at the extremely obvious rice ears on the other party's rank, Stephen, who survived, stood up straight and saluted to report. "Sir, they are the advance team sent to the scene in advance." After listening to Stephen's words, the deputy next to Ross also came forward and explained the situation in a low voice. After listening, Ross also nodded to show his understanding. "Report the situation at the scene. What exactly happened here? Where is your commander?" After looking at everything around and the bodies of the soldiers, Ross couldn't help but look ugly, and then asked again. "Sir, we don't know either. Lieutenant Myers, who was originally leading the team, lost contact after leading 10 people into the town. The beacon we placed on him also lost its response. We initially suspected that he was dead. After that, we encountered these monsters." After hearing Ross's question, Stephen answered honestly. While saying the last part, he looked at the bodies of his teammates next to him with an uncomfortable face. After all, as long as he thought that if it weren't for his insistence, they might not have died, Stephen couldn't help but feel a burst of self-blame. "Okay, young man, you did a good job, now listen to my orders. Return to the team. Have a good rest." After seeing Stephen's uncomfortable expression, Ross also relaxed his expression, patted his shoulder, and spoke to him. Yes. Originally thought that what was waiting for him was either a military court or accountability, but after hearing General Ross's comfort, Stephen was stunned, and then after coming to his senses, he spoke. Then the whole person walked back to his team. "Sir, what should we do now? These monsters don't seem ordinary, and according to the information we received, there are obviously human experiments here. I think there must be some connection between the two that we don't know about." At this time, after seeing the soldiers in front of him leave, the deputy beside him also greeted his men and formed a defense line first, then walked to Ross's side and began to analyze the situation on the scene for him. "Oh. Of course I know. I came here this time just to see what they have come up with." After hearing his deputy's words, Ross just smiled coldly. Chapter 148 Prehistoric Monster Anaconda. Then, he looked behind him, and saw the large military transport vehicles constantly passing the convoy and heading forward. The things in the carriages were his ultimate weapons this time. The unmanned mecha army of the Stark group. This time, he could test its actual combat power while seeing what the Roman pharmaceutical company had come up with. In this way, in just a few dozen minutes, the town, which was originally connected in all directions, was surrounded by the army that arrived at the scene, and even the walls were built. However, in this process, countless monsters still rushed out and launched a fierce attack on the soldiers on the scene. At this moment, Ross, who saw this scene through the on-site monitoring in the base, couldn't help but clench his teeth. Although he knew that the person in charge had concealed it from him, he didn't expect these monsters to be so cruel. "Sir, I have already asked him clearly. He said that they reversed the T-series antiviral serum of Pioneer technology. After continuous recombination and synthesis with various viruses, they finally combined rabies virus and other viruses, and finally developed a monster that can infect any carbon-based organism. And because they did not take adequate measures, the mice originally used for the experiment escaped through the ventilation duct after biting a researcher. This is also the source of this leak. And they themselves do not understand the transmission method and harmfulness of this virus." At this moment, the deputy who came back from the interrogation room at the scene to the command base looked at General Ross inside and reported, "This group of crazy stupid pigs. Calling them pigs is an insult to pigs. Can't they go to remote places to do research?" At this time, Ross couldn't help cursing after listening to the man's words. Although he knew that these companies could take risks for temporary benefits, it was simply crazy to do it in a town like this. "Sir, what we should be concerned about now is how to deal with the current town. From the situation we learned from the drone, the creatures here are suspected to be infected by the virus and are extremely aggressive. And they have become even bigger." The deputy immediately reminded, "Let the mechanized troops go out, together with the unmanned mecha team, to eliminate all the infected creatures. As for humans, it is strictly forbidden to use lethal weapons and control them all." After thinking for a while, Ross gave the order. "Yes, sir." With Ross's order, under the arrangement of the deputy, the entire regiment, thousands of people, immediately began to operate like machines. Under the cover of armored vehicles and unmanned mechas, each team advanced towards the interior of the town in a devastating manner. After a while, they arrived in the town. The bright lights of the armored vehicles were unfolded, and the town, which was originally dark, suddenly became bright. However, because of this, everyone saw the most terrifying sight at this time. Countless people, their former compatriots, were now scratching the corpses on the ground like wild beasts. The blood dyed the whole street red. Some people even ate with their stomachs ruptured. After swallowing, the food fell out of their broken stomachs. For a moment, the troops of the Iron Blood Legion rubbed their eyes to make sure they were not dreaming. Report. Command. Now, we have found monsters that look like humans. They seem to be affected by rabies virus. They are eating their own kind. Request the next order. The head of the regiment, standing on the armored vehicle at this moment, said while trying to hold back the churning in his stomach after seeing the scene in front of him. He had never thought that the scene in front of him would be so horrible, let alone seeing it. Use tear gas to drive them away, and then try to use tranquilizer bullets to knock them down one by one. At this moment, let alone the commander at the scene, everyone in the command center who watched the video from the scene was stunned. However, compared to the more intuitive soldiers at the scene, they were only stunned for a while, and the deputy took the lead in giving orders. Then, on the military side, tear gas was fired one after another under the first attack. The zombies, who were originally eating excitedly, began to stand up again after hearing the sound disturbing them, and turned their eyes to the soldiers, and then ran towards each other. "Sir, this won't work, it's completely useless." What is this?" Just when the deputy wanted to give Ross some suggestions for further action through the video feedback from the scene, the appearance of one of the huge monsters directly blocked what he wanted to say next. In the picture, a huge anaconda, several meters thick and 20 to 30 meters long, suddenly jumped out of the river nearby. After knocking over a number of cars, it finally swallowed several soldiers in one breath and disappeared in the water. Huge waves splashed up with the disappearance of the anaconda. In the process, even if a group of soldiers reacted and shot with guns, it was useless. The bullets hitting the anaconda of this size were just like tickling. Damn, how can there be such a big snake here? After seeing this scene, Ross in the command room was immediately furious. He threw the cup in his hand directly to the ground and cursed. "Sir, according to the information, this anaconda is kept in captivity by a wealthy man in the town, and there is more to it. He likes to collect all kinds of rare animals." As the boss got angry, a communications soldier beside him was also quickly looking up the origin of the snake, until he finally locked it on the name of a small town, a private and exclusive rare zoo of a wealthy man, and then reported it. Nowadays, the rich people are all sick, right? They don't play with cars, women, or guns, but go to play with snakes. After hearing the words of the communication soldier, Ross couldn't help but feel a headache at this time, and then cursed. If there are still a few giant snakes like this, then the situation they are facing is really extremely serious, and if this snake slips out, the trouble will be endless. Snake. Python. Repeated, there is a python. At this moment, at the scene on the other side, after seeing this scene, the communication officer on the scene said loudly using his intercom channel. For a moment, the whole team, interrupted by the python, suddenly panicked. Everyone began to look around at the rivers on both sides of the road, fearing that a big snake would suddenly jump out. However, because of this, the zombie army not far away once again came to the army's face. After the first soldier was pushed down by it, the entire defense line began to be broken through by the zombies one after another, and those soldiers who were pressed were directly dismembered by the zombies, while others who were not late continued to move forward, wanting to capture more food. At this moment, after seeing the miserable state of their companions in front of them, based on the dual fear of both physical and psychological factors, after the first soldier started shooting, one after another, they also threw the initial military order behind their heads and began to shoot at their former compatriots in front of them. Don't fire. Don't fire. Looking at the soldiers in chaos, the regiment commander at this moment couldn't help but give a loud order. However, except for the guards beside him and a drone at the side, everyone else was in chaos because the command room did not have the latest order. Bang! Exclamation mark. I'll say it again. Just as the commander fired a warning shot to the sky, preparing to warn his men again, he was swallowed by a giant snake that suddenly jumped out from the side. At this moment, the drone, which had been prepared for a long time, locked onto its target as soon as it appeared. The large heavy machine gun in its hand directly sprayed out, and the howitzer also fired from the other hand. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. For a moment, accompanied by a huge blow, the anaconda, which originally wanted to repeat the old trick, was instantly enraged. It directly spit out the commander, who had been half-eaten by it, and then the whole snake body directly locked onto the large mecha in front of it, and then swam towards the other side at a very fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, the drone, which was still outputting firepower, was immediately entangled by the anaconda. At this moment, other soldiers in the rear, after seeing this scene, also opened fire to support, but the more they did so, the more the wild animal's bestiality was aroused. Its strength began to increase, but in just over 10 seconds, the entire drone armor began to burn with a sound of clicking, clicking, clicking. At this time, after seeing that the prey was locked by it, the anaconda opened its mouth wide and prepared to eat it in one bite, but as soon as it bit it, it felt like eating a hedgehog, and its mouth was full of nausea and oil. Bang! The drone armor that was bitten by it immediately began to explode under the destruction of the anaconda, and the whole thing turned into a ball of fire. At this time, the anaconda that was closest to it had half of its mouth blown off. The body that was originally cold and awe-inspiring suddenly became bloody, and steel fragments continued to be inserted into its huge snake body. Although it successfully strangled the drone, it was obvious that it was also seriously injured. However, this was only for normal creatures. After the T-virus leaked in the town, there were no normal creatures in the area dozens of miles. Or it could be considered that all normal creatures were gone. At this moment, the anaconda didn't even have time to check its wounds before another round of howitzers hit its body. After feeling the sudden damage, it instantly looked in the direction of the attack with its scarlet eyes. Then it drove its huge body towards the other party. Quick, quick, quick. Reload. After seeing that the giant snake was not killed by a full clip of howitzers, the soldier sitting in the armored vehicle couldn't help but yell at his teammates who were reloading beside him. At this time, after seeing this scene, the other teammates also opened fire one after another, trying to attract firepower for it. But for the anaconda now, the only thing in its sight was the guy who had just hit it hard. After swallowing a few unlucky guys along the way, the anaconda came to the armored vehicle, and after circling around it for a few times, it stood up with its huge body, looked down with its scarlet eyes at the trembling human being staring at it, and then, without waiting for its reaction, it swallowed it with a whoosh. At this moment, not only the anaconda, but also the eagle, lion, tiger and all the mutant beasts, all ran out at this moment, and began to slaughter the soldiers who invaded their territory with their size advantage and mutation that was several times larger than the usual size due to mutation. For a time, the legion of nearly 1,000 people began to retreat step by step, and even a whole unmanned metro team was beaten and evacuated from the town. And some mutant beasts also looked around and began to move towards the surrounding villages and towns after attacking the defenses with relatively weak defenses. For a time, the biological virus crisis began to unfold. One day later, after reassigning his entire division, Ross, who had just managed to control the situation, had received calls from the upper level for the 20th time. As for the current situation, although they were not on the scene, they had to know that this was the era of technology. Any video could be seen by others even thousands of miles away. The video about the town was also leaked out at the first time. Even if the US government wanted to block it, it was too late. Suddenly, the world was in an uproar. What no one expected was that such a terrifying and crazy incident would happen on American soil. You have to know that all those videos were not censored. Even some people hiding in the town did not hesitate to start a live broadcast to share the tragedy around them in order to be rescued earlier. For a time, it was horrifying. Countless countries began to extend olive branches to the United States and stated that if necessary, they would be happy to send several legions to rescue spontaneously to control the bad situation. But all of these were stopped by the White House. After all, they have personally rescued other countries. Everyone knows what kind of people they are. They say they are rescuing people. As soon as they set foot on American soil, they will run to remote military bases and research bases. In the end, they get lost and perfunctorily. But this is not just something they can deal with. If the situation continues to expand and even radiates to large towns, then other countries can really come in to rescue unconditionally. So the president was extremely angry about this and even called Ross in person, ordering him to solve it within a day. If he couldn't solve this incident, he would solve the people who didn't control this incident. It was precisely because of this that Ross just called Killian. But for Ross, it was still equal to 0. The problem is now known, but there is still no way to solve it. Moreover, according to Killian, people who have been infected can hardly be reversed. The only solution is to shoot them in the head. What's more, there are all kinds of monsters in there. It's easy to shoot your own head, but those monsters won't stand there and let you shoot. Even Ross had to mobilize a whole division, nearly 10,000 people, to control the entire county, so that the scale of the virus leakage would not expand as much as before. However, it could only maintain the current situation. After all, he had already invested all his manpower in defense. If he wanted to clean up the monsters inside, he would have to give him twice the current force, that is, 3 divisions, a whole legion. But that was basically impossible, not to mention that they had already violated the rules by sending a division to control the scene. If they mobilized 2 more divisions, not to mention the president, the White House and the military would not agree. As for the local firepower, relying on the police and special forces to hold their pistols and kiss the heads of those monsters with many bullets? At least now Ross could see from the surveillance footage of the towns at the scene that it was useless. Under the scale of the spread of this biological virus, humans are the easiest to deal with, but each of those monsters is either a secret existence or an extremely terrifying behemoth. And these are not things that the local police can solve without heavy firepower. The only infected people who can solve it have to bear tremendous pressure to shoot. After all, who knows which window has a mobile phone taking pictures of you, and if these are leaked, the police will also be condemned. What does the Stark Group say? At this time, when Ross was having a headache, he saw the deputy coming in and asked immediately, "Tony Stark is not here now. I guess he is still in some woman's bed." The one who answered the phone was about a. He claimed that the latest batch of drones in his hands had been delivered to us a few months ago, and the latest one has not been rushed to completion. If you want it now, they have a batch of them provided to other allied companies, and they need 10 times the liquidated damages to give it to us. After hearing Ross's question, the deputy also came in at this time, and said with difficulty, Chapter 149 Establishment of a Special External Department. Fuck, this damn vampire, is he crazy because of poverty? 10 times. 10 times, I can buy a dozen atomic bombs and put them in his PY. After hearing what his deputy said, Ross kicked the chair in front of him and said angrily. The current situation was already giving him a headache, and now the other party was asking for 10 times the price at one time. You know, Each unmanned mecha they purchased here costs more than 10 million US dollars, and they have to buy at least 100 to control the situation on the scene. 10 times, that is more than 10 billion US dollars, almost 20 billion. You know, the GDP of the county they are now under is less than 100 million US dollars a year. Let's not talk about whether he agrees or not. With such a huge amount of money, Ross has no doubt that if he really gives it, the generals of the military will fly to him overnight and tear him apart, and then sell him out. But, sir, if we don't agree, without the support of their unmanned mechas, we won't have much available manpower to put into the virus control on the scene. If we rely on the local police, I think it will only add more enemies to us. And forgive me for being blunt, many police officers have begun to show their fear after learning about the monsters they are facing through news videos. The deputy beside him also expressed his deep understanding of his superior's emotions. After all, when he first heard the news, he was also angry. However, understanding is understanding and giving should still be given. After all, without the other side's mechas to control this scene, relying solely on the flesh and blood of the soldiers and armored vehicles is just delivering food. Perhaps, sir, you can convince the White House to let us use large firepower for covering bombing. Or we can just kill first and ask for permission later. I believe that as long as we control this scene, the White House will not be so aggressive. After a pause, although the deputy felt that he shouldn't say it, he still made another suggestion. But after he finished speaking, he saw Ross looking at him as if he was a fool. Okay. I will resign immediately, and you will be the general. How about you be responsible for the orders on the scene? After taking a deep look at his deputy, Ross took the initiative to speak. Haha. General, you are joking. You know, I have always just wanted to assist you. How can I be in your position like General Ross? After hearing Ross's words, the deputy at this time also smiled awkwardly. Don't even mention that you are my deputy. Even if you are a general, an admiral, or even the president, he would not dare to give this order. When there are our civilians, and it is our territory, ordering a bombing, can you use your walnut-sized head to think about how much public opinion this matter will have? By then, even if the president and the military all stand up to protect us, the angry American people and the whole world will not tolerate us. Idiot. Looking at the deputy in front of him, if Ross did not know that the other party had followed him for more than 10 years, there was a moment when he even thought that the other party was bribed by his competitor, and then he cursed. Sorry, sir, it's my problem. So what should we do next? After seeing that Ross was so angry, the deputy beside him could not help but apologize again and again, and then asked. Contact Avant-Garde Technology. Purchase another batch of Tyrants. I don't believe that without Stark Group, this incident cannot be resolved. Forget it, I'll do it myself. After hearing his deputy's words, Ross also gave the order, but after he finished speaking, he waved his hand and made a call himself. Hello. General Ross, is it done so quickly? After answering the call, Killian, who was sitting in the office, said while watching the scene through the monitor. Sir Killian, the situation is urgent now. Without saying too much, I need at least 50 Tyrants and 1 billion US dollars. Can you get it right away? Without much greetings with Killian, Ross went straight to the point. After all, the president only gave him 1 day, and he couldn't waste it anymore. 50. Of course, no problem, but in fact, you have a better choice. General Ross. After hearing Ross's words, Killian smiled slightly, and then spoke in a mysterious tone. A better choice? What do you mean? As expected, after hearing Killian's words, Ross calmed down and asked patiently. With the continuous development of our company, the scale of the company is getting bigger and bigger. In addition, we have found that the crime rate in various cities has increased significantly in recent times, so I plan to set up a service department to protect company employees and residents of major cities. And if you agree, you will see how powerful they are soon. After hearing that Ross took the bait, Killian's mouth slightly curved up and he spoke. To be honest, if there was no such incident, Killian could only quietly expand his private armed forces in secret. Now that he has this excuse, he can take this opportunity to do it in one step. He believes that even if it is for the sake of his ability to solve this crisis, the White House will agree. You want to turn your private armed forces into a government armed organization. What do you want to do? After hearing Killian's words, Ross, who is already very keen on military affairs, instantly saw through Killian's request, but what puzzled him was what the other party wanted to do with such a big move. So he asked immediately. Again, it can protect our company's employees and residents of major cities to a greater extent within the scope permitted by law. So I need the White House's presidential authorization signature to agree to the legal armed service department established by Pioneer Technology in the United States to maintain national security. General Ross, if you can't make the decision, it's still time to call and ask now. I'm not in a hurry. Believe me, as long as you agree, I can resolve the battle within half a day and completely resolve this matter. And get all the people out of safety within a day, and within a week, let the entire county return to the state it was at the beginning of the incident. After hearing Ross's words, Killian said with a smile. Then, Ross took the initiative to hang up the phone. Needless to say, Killian knew that the other party was reporting. Baymax, how are the preparations going? At this time, Killian also asked the intelligent computer in front of him. It's ready. A total of 1,000 Black Watch members equipped with nanosuits, 10,000 T-800 robots, 30,000 integrated service robots and 50,000 medical rescue robots. Now they have all landed on large transport planes and can rush to the scene at any time. As Killian asked, Baymax's voice also sounded through the headset in Killian's ear. Very good. As Killian's side was confident that he had won, Ross on the other side was almost talking so hard that his lips were worn out. Only then did he convince his immediate superior, 4-star General Winston Harrison. Let him connect with President Ellis. Harrison, Ross, how is the situation on the scene? Is it stable? After connecting to the video link on the scene, President Ellis first greeted the 4-star General Harrison to show respect, and then spoke to Ross on the other side of the screen. Mr. President, we are facing some problems now. The troops under my command can only support me to stabilize the current situation at most. If you want to fully control it, you need at least twice as many troops. After hearing the dissatisfaction in the tone of the president in front of him, Ross still gritted his teeth and said, Impossible, don't even think about it. Let alone twice as many troops, I can't give you even one more person. The White House think tank has reviewed everything. It is because of your carelessness at the beginning that you failed to control the situation, which led to a series of problems now. I will not hold you responsible now, but you should know that I have so many complaints about you that I can put them in a basket. After hearing Ross's words, the president rejected it without thinking and spoke to him harshly. I'm sorry, President Ellis. Although there were some problems with our military in the initial handling, I believe the biggest problem is still the problem of local law enforcement and armed forces. Believe me, this is definitely not what we want to see. The reason why Ross came to you this time is to propose a solution. At this time, seeing the president scolding Ross like scolding his son, Harrison took the initiative to speak. Tell me. After listening to Harrison's words, Ellis frowned and looked at Ross, then put away his temper and spoke in a deep voice. Mr. President, according to my initial negotiations with Pioneer Technology is willing to take the initiative to help us solve this biochemical leak crisis, and promised that it would take only half a day to complete the full work and return to normal within 1 day, and also promised to take the initiative to help us complete the restoration of urban construction. But they have a request. At the end, Ross obviously hesitated. Go on, what request? After seeing Ross like this, President Ellis couldn't help but urge him. Now what he hopes most is to suppress this matter as much as possible, and even if possible, it is best to deal with it in a comprehensive manner. God knows why he always makes these things happen when he is about to hold re-election. At first, they proposed to formally integrate into our armed system, hoping that the weapons department under Pioneer Technology would become a legal armed organization under the U.S. military. After hearing the president's order, Ross also started to speak, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ellis. This is impossible. The Army is the Army, and no external factors can be mixed in. Then President Ellis said directly without listening. Yes. So after I firmly rejected their conditions, they proposed the last one, which is to establish a special department recognized by the U.S. government and signed by the presidential confirmation letter by you personally. An armed department that serves the safety of Pioneer Technology employees and protects the safety of citizens in cities within the United States. After hearing the president's interruption, Ross paused and then continued. That's still acceptable, but what do they want to do? Become volunteer police in American cities. Isn't the current happiness level of our city residents enough to reassure the chairman of Pioneer Technologies? After hearing Ross's next conditions, President Ellis's expression finally improved, but he still spoke with dissatisfaction. Haha, President Ellis, young people nowadays are all like this. After all, they finally got rich and have some money in their pockets, but as long as they see the news of people dying in the country, they will feel that their safety will also be affected. This is normal. After all, which rich person doesn't cherish his life? In fact, this matter is very simple. You just need to agree to sign, but require that their actions must be carried out under the supervision and management of government agencies. This is completely enough. Isn't he going to serve the public and build a beautiful city? If this is done well, it means that President Ellis has a sharp vision and dares to innovate and reform. If it is not good, it will also hit the face of his pioneering technology. It will have no effect on you, Mr. President. After seeing the president's unhappy expression, Admiral Harrison at this time also stood up with a smile and spoke with emotion. At this time, after listening to Admiral Harrison's words, it must be said that Ellis couldn't help but show a look of excitement on his face. After all, as Harrison said, if this matter is done well, if pioneer technology can really be made into a star benchmark, it will be of great help to his next election. Even if things get worse, under the supervision and management of the local government, it will not be too bad. It can be said that there are only benefits and no harm. As for the worry that pioneer technology will become more powerful and start a rebellion, it's a joke. In this world, the US military is synonymous with the world's strongest military force. Not to mention a small company, even the former Soviet Union and the current Russia dare not provoke them. Okay, no problem, I will sign the presidential order immediately, but the deadline is only today. If I don't see the matter perfectly resolved before I get off work tonight, you will pack up and give way. After nodding in agreement, the president spoke to Ross in front of him. Don't worry, Mr. President, I promise to complete the task. I will live up to the trust of the president and the White House. After hearing the president's agreement, Ross also stood up with a happy face, and after a standard military salute, he also spoke. Then, with the phone hung up, everything was settled. Killian, who was in the Pioneer Technology building, also received the OK message from Ross on his mobile phone, and his face smiled even more brightly. Dabbe, move. Then, with Killian's order, in a huge lake deep in a mountainous area in Florida, the river water was seen pouring back from both sides, and a huge platform began to rise slowly in the middle. On it, there were super large transport planes nearly 700 meters long. No, perhaps at this moment, it can be described as a spaceship. After coming out, they flew straight to the target location. After a long time, just when Ross was still worried about the movement of pioneer technology, he suddenly heard exclamations, and then when he went out, he saw pieces of shadows covering the sky and the sun slowly emerging in the sky above his head. After seeing this scene, Ross felt as if he had traveled through time and space. What caught his eye were several warships that covered the sky, and each of them was several times larger than the largest aircraft carrier of the US military that he knew so far. In the eyes of everyone, the transport spacecraft suddenly appeared in the sky. The visual impact it brought to them was unimaginable. It was a behemoth that no one had ever seen before. Even from the bottom, one could see the technology that was like an alien civilization. The whole body was like an aircraft carrier flying in the sky, and there were dozens of artillery tubes that were almost as thick as missiles underneath it. There was also a color that was full of the beauty of steel, plus the uneven super strong alloy metal and the dots of light on the warship composed of various lighting lamps, all of which told the future technology and oppression of this big guy. The heavy steel texture on its surface was like what was shown in the science fiction blockbuster Star Wars, representing the cutting-edge wisdom and civilization of mankind. The only difference from the extremely sci-fi appearance in Star Wars was that what appeared before them now was more like a violent steel behemoth made by human technology in the real world, with modern wisdom. At this moment, the spaceships appeared directly above their army like a huge mobile fortress, covering the entire sky tightly. At this moment, just as the soldiers came to their senses and were about to point their guns at the transport ships in the sky, Ross's phone rang. Chapter 150, Punishment Space Carrier. Don't tell me that you created these monsters. After the call was connected, Ross looked at the giants in the sky, and then said to Killian on the other end of the phone in an unbelievable tone. If you are not referring to those things on the ground, but the small gifts in the sky, then I think I am right. How about it? Do you have confidence in me now? After hearing Ross's words, Killian said with a smile. After all, at the beginning, he was already shocked enough when he saw this thing. The spaceship now located above Ross is actually the Admiral-class space carrier Retribution from Call of Duty, Infinite Warfare that Killian exchanged, and he also named it Retribution. To be honest, the technological level of these spaceships is not high, and even many technologies have been unlocked by Killian long ago. The most important one is superluminal flight, so the exchange price is also very cheap, just 10,000 points. It uses an FTL engine, which can fly at superluminal speed, greatly shortening the time of interstellar travel. Of course, this module has not been unlocked yet. After all, research and development also takes time. The current spacecraft can only be used as a space carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. at most. But for Killian, it is enough to transport troops. In addition, 7 reverse thrust engines are equipped on the lower part of the hull, which can hover in the atmosphere. And the energy is also a large controlled nuclear fusion reactor as the main energy supply for the spacecraft. The spacecraft is also equipped with Jaguar fighters and Raven transport aircraft. But this time Killian also added fuel to it, that is, the delivery type T-800 robot. It seems that the guys in the White House can't sleep. After being stunned for a long time, looking at the huge spacecraft floating in the sky, although he didn't know its internal configuration, even if it was just a glance, Ross only felt a dry mouth, and then spoke with a complicated expression. After all, there are 5 such huge spaceships, and they appeared here without any signs before. The technology contained in them and the extremely huge strategic value are enough to explain the problem. And the reason why they restarted the research on super soldiers and even spent a lot of money in the beginning was because of the pioneering technology. The terrifying deterrence and battlefield capabilities of the Tyrant are simply terrifying. And now, you tell them that you don't want to work on the super soldier project, but turn around and work on spaceships? What should their military do next? Continue to work on the super soldier project that even pioneering technology has abandoned, or turn around and let the government and the military invest money to tackle the space carrier technology? Sure, bring money to buy it, no bargaining, $200 billion a ship, isn't it tempting? After hearing Ross's words, Killian said it this time as if joking. From the moment Killian decided to let the punishment aircraft carrier appear, he was not going to hide this technology. What's the point of keeping it privately? It's better to sell it in exchange for more resources to develop itself faster. And for Killian, what he wanted was shock. Are you serious? At this time, Ross couldn't help but ask after Killian finished speaking. In today's era where a few aircraft carrier formations that can sail on the sea can dominate the world, if there are the same number of air carriers, then the blessing power does not need to be too great. And more importantly, they don't need to spend a lot of time and energy on research and development, nor do they need to stop the super soldier program. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, except that the funds are a bit too expensive. For a moment, even Ross couldn't help but be moved. Of course. After all, your military is our best ally of avant-garde technology, isn't it? $200 billion is just a preferential price for you. If outsiders want to buy it, at least $300 billion. After hearing Ross's words, Killian also spoke immediately. The main thing about the air carrier is that the cost is too expensive. Otherwise, in the Marvel Universe, SHIELD has researched it, and there is no reason why the US military doesn't use it. The reason is that the cost is high and the cost is huge. You have to know that in the movie world, it was the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council who invested all their money to allow Nick Fury to build 3 aerospace carriers. If it were just one country, no matter who it was, it would feel extremely painful. Moreover, the aerospace carrier itself is a chicken rib for them, and it is a pity to throw it away. The reason why Killian can save a lot of money is mainly because of the huge cost savings in labor. And because the production base is originally in Australia, the various types of resources purchased are relatively cheap. Otherwise, these aerospace carriers alone can empty his family. I need to report. When Ross heard that Killian even wanted to sell $300 billion to the outside world, he couldn't help but be silent. It is said that the money of arms dealers is the most violent. This time he felt it most directly. Selling them $200 billion still makes money, not to mention selling $300 billion. You can imagine how huge the profit is. Of course, I'll wait for your good news. Killian was not surprised by Ross's words, but hung up the phone after he finished speaking. On the other side, at this moment, with 5 super-large aerospace motherships coming to the top of the county town, everyone showed a look of fear, as if the end of the world was coming and aliens were going to rule the earth. Some people even began to scream in despair, and then ran into the building with all their strength, trying to hide themselves. Some brave people looked up at the sky curiously, took out their mobile phones from their pockets, and then took pictures of the unprecedented science fiction scene above their heads with interest. In this era where smartphones have been sold all over the world in advance due to the emergence of pioneering technology, every region, every country, and even every place in the world will know what happened in the next second if there is any disturbance. And this moment is the same. As some citizens began to post their recorded videos on the internet, everyone began to be shocked beyond words. As time passed, just when everyone was still curious about the next move of these science fiction warships, several huge science fiction warships above their heads began to make huge sounds. Dear citizens of Berkeley County, this is pioneer technology. Due to a sudden biochemical virus leak in the county, a large number of monsters and humans infected by the virus will attack all targets they see at all costs. As an authoritative company in this field, we have been authorized by the president to come to provide assistance and will take over all security and stability affairs in the county from now on. From now on, Berkeley County will enter a state of martial law, and the entire city has been blocked. In order to ensure the safety of you and your family, please return to your homes immediately. Anyone who stays on the street is irresponsible to you, your family and the entire society. We will have the right to take legal measures against you, including but not limited to detention, prosecution and imprisonment. Thank you for your cooperation. From now on, we request that all stores in the city be closed. Later, special life robots will be arranged to provide check-in services on a floor-by-floor basis. Any problems you need to solve can be conveyed to it, and it will do its best to meet your living requirements. In addition, if you encounter special circumstances such as illness, you can directly call the Pioneer Service Hotline 1911, and we will arrange for the corresponding medical robot to come to your door to serve you in a timely manner. For the last time, from now on, until 12 o'clock in the evening, no one is allowed to go out during this period. Please pay attention to the general public. Once we find anyone staying outside, we will arrest them and transfer them to the court for prosecution for disturbing public safety and order. Next, we will send robots to major counties and towns to deal with this problem. For the safety of you and your family, please do not make any radical moves against our corresponding units. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. With a huge mechanical sound resounding throughout the county, as soon as the announcement of the spacecraft was finished, a small carrier aircraft suddenly came out of the hive like bees and flew to various places. My God, this is all too crazy. At this time, a person couldn't help but be stunned after seeing this scene. Pioneer Technology, isn't this a technology company? When did it become a government armed force? And a man standing outside next to him also said in disbelief. After all, everything in front of them was simply too magical. Compared with these huge super battleships being developed by humans, they would rather believe that these are the result of aliens invading the Earth. But just when he finished saying this, he was surprised to find that a huge carrier plane in the sky began to drive straight towards him. At this time, the people next to him could no longer control themselves and ran towards their homes when they saw these planes flying over. They heard clearly what Pioneer Technology said just now. If they were caught for staying on the street now, it would be miserable. And the reason why they ran out was nothing more than seeing the video about a monster invasion sent by their friends in the next town, and then they wanted to leave here, but now that Pioneer Technology has come out, there should be nothing wrong, right? With this mentality, the man also ran towards home. But some people are different. Instead of waiting for rescue, they might as well take the initiative to drive away from here, drive towards the suburbs, and leave this increasingly dangerous city. And one of the men, Simon, was like this. After seeing that even Pioneer Technology had touched such a sci-fi weapon, he instinctively felt that things might be beyond everyone's expectations. So he started walking from the county town to the end of the main road out of the city. He was going to go home and drive away from the city immediately. However, he didn't walk a few steps before he found that more and more people who came out of nowhere began to follow him and gathered together at the exit of the county town. Not only that, with more and more people, He also found that there were many of them who brought their families and even large and small bags of various foods and supplies to escape. On the way, Simon saw a couple using a supermarket shopping cart to load a large amount of food, while looking at the passers-by around them very vigilantly, as if they were worried that someone would come out at any time to snatch the food in their hands. But it was true. Along the way, accompanied by the chaos of the Pioneer Technology super battleship and the fear brought by the continuous release of those videos on the internet, for a time, the remarks about the end of the world shrouded the city. It is precisely because of this that when the law collapses and there is no legal and moral restraint, human nature is extremely distorted and perverted. There are too many riots, robberies and smashing in this county town along the way. He even saw no less than a dozen cases, but for him, these can be ignored. After all, everyone is in trouble at this stage, and for him, he just wants to escape from this city as soon as possible and live safely. However, unlike what he thought, before he ran out of the main road in the city, he saw several well-known gangsters in the county town blocking a mother and daughter, punching and kicking the mother, trying to snatch the backpack from the other party, and ruthlessly groping the other party's pockets. It is to save enough capital to survive in this doomsday. When Simon wanted to go over to help, the gang members had already snatched the backpack and ran away, looking for the next target. At this moment, the mother fell to the ground covered in blood, and her daughter was crying with bruises on her body. Obviously, the little girl in front of him had also been beaten by them. The only difference was that it was not as serious as the woman. At this moment, the woman, after hearing the child's cry, endured the severe pain in her body, climbed up, comforted her daughter, and prepared to take her away from here. But it was obvious that the mother and daughter, in this situation, would not be able to run too far if they wanted to. This is their own choice. If they didn't run with us, none of this would happen! Exclamation mark. Yes, I'm right. Simon, looking at the other party, also revealed a trace of pity in his heart, but he finally explained it to himself in his mind. Then he strode away again. After more than 10 minutes of travel, the man finally returned to his home. After simply packing his luggage, he got in the car and started driving towards the outskirts of the county. But what made him feel wrong was that when he drove the car for only a few minutes, when he came to the avenue, he was disappointed to find that there were many smart people like him, and even many vehicles were already blocking the only way to escape outside. Although they could move forward, everyone knew that with a snail-like speed, even running would be faster than driving now, let alone continuing. And what made people feel most desperate was that, accompanied by a commotion, batches of their former companions suddenly emerged from the woods next to them. But now everyone was in tatters and covered with rotten flesh and blood. Even before they arrived in front of everyone, they could only feel a burst of rancid smell. At this moment, everyone was panicked, and even the man who had just driven out of the city. After seeing this scene, a thorough chill began to surge from his body. After seeing this scene, the man knew very well that these were the monsters that could eat people in the previous video. And if he continued to stay, he would definitely die like the colleague who had called him on video before. But just when the man was about to reverse, his back was blocked by a car that came one after another. Damn it! At this moment, the man completely understood why the authorities did not allow them to flee. As it was now, it was food delivered to their doorsteps. The man originally thought of waiting for rescue in the car, but for some reason, he had an inexplicable intuition telling him that it would be much safer to run back to the city now than to stay in the car. After all, there were large warships of Pioneer technology in the city. So, the man made up his mind in a blink of an eye and immediately opened the car door. Then, the adrenaline in his body could not be stopped in this situation. He began to run dozens of meters away at an extremely fast speed after opening the car door. After the man ran away, he only heard bursts of wailing from behind, which belonged to the painful shouts and roars of people. All of these made him feel fortunate for the decision he had just made. After a while, in just a dozen minutes, he ran to the city. At this time, when he looked at some robots in front of him that had not yet entered the house, and even had the Pioneer Technology logo to maintain order, the man felt that the sense of danger that he had just pulled as if the god of death was chasing him disappeared. It was only until this time that the man supported his knees with his hands and bent down, gasping for breath. Simon. Did you run away? Why are you back? Did you see a ghost? At this moment, someone recognized the man's identity and couldn't help but joke to him through the window. Thanks to his Shuho for the 500 points reward. Thank you fans for your support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.